Test Tower. The fire was burning in the hall. The swords were stuck into the floor. The number of attempts was reported to be 79, and the number of deaths was 315,850. This was all the result that humanity achieved. It was reported that the destruction of humanity would occur in 58 minutes and 33 seconds. In the office of the guy who saw this message, he scattered all the documents and hit the table with his hands. The destruction of humanity was reported to be in 58 minutes and 32 seconds. People on the street were very excited when they saw the message about their destruction. The destruction of humanity was reported to be in 58 minutes and 31 seconds. People looked at their phones in horror as they received a shocking notification. Test Tower, 48th floor. The whole hall was on fire. Dead players lay on the floor. There were messages in the chat from Raccoon Man, who wrote that everyone did their best. His message was answered by Claymore123, who wrote, "Just a second." A man, enveloped in a strong blue aura, landed on the burning floor in a hall shrouded in flames. It was reported that a challenger had set foot on the territory of the 48th floor of the Red Dragon Destia. A player under the nickname Claymore wrote that there are still people ready to challenge. In the burning hall stood a guy whose face was covered by system censorship. In his hands was a small blade. In the chat, a player with the nickname Current Writer Josian wrote that this is a challenger in a very bad situation. At the same second, the number of viewers who connected became more and more, breaking the mark of 7,500 players. A huge monster, with a bunch of sharp teeth in its mouth, growled loudly. It was a dragon. He was so huge that the challenger was just a fly in comparison. Fire burned in the dragon's eyes. Bowing his head to the newcomer, the dragon said that people do not know how to give up at all, after which he asked if, having lost such a huge number of their fellow tribesmen, they had really returned again. The challenger immediately said that there was still a lot to be done to prepare the fried lizard, adding that he was still on time. Raising his head proudly, the dragon angrily asked if the newcomer knew that even with such a death the process could be made much more painful. He raised one of his front paws, which began to accumulate enormous magical power. "But what's the point of talking to you?" the dragon suddenly said. At the same second, chains began to envelop the challenger's legs. Below him was a huge magic circle. His legs were quickly wrapped in chains, preventing him from moving. "Your ending will be insignificant," the dragon added. After these words, he directed a strong blow with his paw at the last opponent, who, although he could not move, stood up. A second later, the dragon's paw crushed the challenger, breaking everything within a radius of several meters. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if driving into a corner and immediately attacking was not an obvious pattern. Hearing this, the dragon looked in the direction of the voice in shock. Not far from the point of impact stood the unharmed challenger, saying that just by looking at the movements, it becomes clear what the dragon is going to do. The dragon became enraged and fire poured out of its mouth. He asked himself if his opponent had really dispelled the effect of his skill in an instant. "Not bad, man," the dragon said angrily, after which he added that, however, after that, he majestically raised his head, preparing to spew out flames, and concluded that the challenger had simply chosen the path to a more painful death. After these words, he released a huge stream of fire at the challenger. By moving its head, the dragon controlled a stream of flame across the entire battlefield. The unharmed challenger suddenly rose above the fire. Deftly turning over in the air, he rushed towards his opponent. Suddenly, a huge and ominous force enveloped the blade in his hand. Within a second, he delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the dragon's face. Jumping into the distance, he looked at the dragon, who bowed his head and cursed. The challenger hit the monster right in the eye, from which the player's powerful magic subsequently oozed out. The dragon was angrier and stronger than before. He threw up his head, spread his wings, and shouted that he would never leave the challenger alive. A system window appeared indicating that the Red Dragon Destia was taking advantage of the features of the Brest region. The voice of the challenger was heard, saying that this entire dungeon is located under the lands of Brest, however. He raised his left hand, which was enveloped in strong magic. "There are no reasons for evasion," he added. The aura enveloping the player's hand became increasingly stronger, and particles of the system appeared around it. The message window said that the memories of the world were being read. Suddenly, behind the challenger, the holographic construction of a huge building began. The player extended his hand in front of him. An alert appeared indicating that a limitless stock of recorded skills was being formed. "Hellfire," said the challenger, after which a sphere of flame appeared in his outstretched hand. Raising the blade, he told it to burst into flames with black tears. After these words, the blade of his weapon burst into black flame. "Fool," the dragon said in a terrifying voice, looking at the player. Strong fire magic enveloped him. The dragon asked the player if he really believed in the power of some skills and was now shouting at the top of his lungs, after which he added that he would never kill his kind. Raising the burning blade to his face, the challenger calmly said that at this level it was truly impossible, after which he said that this is why he would create it himself. Hellfire and black tears, the player said, waving his blade, when suddenly he shouted, ordering the two skills to unite. At that same second, the hellish flames began to mix with the dark flames. A notification immediately appeared, informing him that the S-level Hellfire skill and the S-level Black Tears skill had been combined. Both flames mixed, forming something new. In his head, the challenger said that this would be a skill higher by a whole rank. Then he added that even a dragon is not able to resist him. The notification window said that the merger was successful. The main character raised his hand, which a few minutes ago contained hellish flames. Instead of his previous skill, there was a huge cloud of magic above him, shrouded in a terrifying aura. The notification that appeared said that the breath of Ithurian, an SSS-rank void dragon, had been received. The dragon looked in horror at what the challenger had done. He asked in horror if this was really the strongest breath that Ithurian himself, one of the ancients, used. In his mind he imagined a huge dragon whose eyes were closed. Ithurian was shrouded in a strong, terrifying and overwhelming aura. Destia shouted, asking how any person could repeat this skill. Jinhyuk, the challenger, introduced himself, throwing off his mask. There was a malicious smile on his face. He said that through trial and error you eventually become smarter. There is fire in his eyes. Jinhyuk looked at his opponent and said that this is not the first time he has killed a dragon. Old man, he suddenly called his enemy. Flop, the voice of an unknown person was heard. On the monitor screen there was a game of the MMORPG genre. Again a voice was heard saying that it is often used to mean uninteresting or unbalanced, adding that these are games with terrible controls. The guy was sitting at the table, and his face and body were illuminated by the light from the game. He heavily criticized the game, calling it very bad. Or if the game has an absurd level of difficulty, he continued his thoughts. A huge tower was in front of one of the heroes. The guy kept thinking that this virtual reality game Tower of Challenges exactly matched this description. After adding that after the launch of the game, Korean old men, each of whom considered it their hobby to outplay its creators, rushed to conquer this game. He introduced players of different classes who rushed to attack. The guy added that old people will refuse to eat and sleep throughout the year. However, after 3 years, people realized, he added, after some thought. Presenting various bosses and mobs, deadly traps and slugs that destroyed players with ease, he said that Tower of Challenges is a game that impossible to pass. He remembered the huge and great Gate Guardian, who deserves to be called invincible. Afterwards, he remembered the many heroes frozen to death who arrived in the polar region with a temperature of -60 degrees, where it is possible to freeze to death in just an hour. The next thing he remembered was a huge labyrinth, more than 10,000 kilometers long. This was not entertainment, but real torture, he said suddenly. After that, he forcefully threw the virtual reality glasses to the floor. After that, the game went bankrupt, the guy said. Or rather, it almost went bankrupt, he added, remembering the destroyed wall. Everything in the hall he remembered was destroyed. There was blood and shrapnel everywhere. He continued to say that there were still a small number of old people who defied this damn difficulty. Jinhyuk was breathing heavily, huge drops of sweat running down his face. He stood at the very top of the tower. He received notifications that the 50th floor had been captured. After that, another notification appeared congratulating him that Jinhyuk was the first to clear the challenge tower. Is this really true? The main character asked himself exhaustedly, holding his hand, from which blood was flowing. He kept saying that he was just curious. He explained that, unlike others, he cleared the tower in a different way. Jinhyuk said that he repeated the same thing over and over again until he learned everything by heart and became confident that he could reach the goal. He recalled many moments of his passage through the various floors. Suddenly, he added that he spent all 11 years on this. As Jinhyuk left the tower, he looked back and said that he didn't expect to clear everything down to the last floor, and then said that he should have at least turned on the live broadcast. Opening the system screen in front of him, he asked himself whether it was worth posting it on Newdub, after which he said that even though it was a flop, the video would still get a certain number of views. Suddenly, a notice in the form of an envelope appeared next to his head. Opening it, it contained a message thanking Jinhyuk for still playing their game. The next notification that appeared stated that there would be a reboot update in 12 hours. Reading this, Jinhyuk smiled contentedly, asking himself how much money the company uses to make updates. He sat down on the floor, leaning back against the broken wall behind him. Suddenly he laughed, saying that he couldn't understand because the game didn't bring much profit, after which he said that the guys were apparently up to something. The playing space began to collapse. He said that no matter what reboot update there was, he was no longer going to return to this game. After that, the main character took off his virtual glasses and said that he was going to broadcast the broadcast, which can be considered the source of his income, for the last time. He reported that he had no family to take care of, although he was already 27 years old, after which he said that with all this, he could not live forever on only 500,000 won a month. Jin-hyuk looked at his room, which was littered with bags of trash. There were energy drink cans on the table. "It is necessary to tell the captain that he will not be involved in sports for some time," he added. The main character went to the window and opened it. Afterwards, he looked up at the night sky, dotted with stars, and said that he had once been told that he should aim to become a professional fighter, but now money is definitely more important than sports. It was late at night outside. The moon was already at its peak. Jin-hyuk started a stream, and 20 people joined in 3 minutes. In the chat they asked why he started the stream too early. The main character laughed while reading the chat. His table was filled with various foods and sodas. People in the chat noticed this and laughed and joked. Suddenly the face of the main character changed. He became very tense. He immediately turned to his chat, saying that he wanted to tell them something. People in the chat began to be outraged. The main character gathered his strength before speaking about the end of his career. Suddenly, taking a mug of alcohol, he laughed and said that he was just catching up on the atmosphere. Having emptied his glass of drink, he said to himself that tomorrow he needed to officially announce that he was winding down this business. After some time, he drank 3 bottles of alcohol and began to fall asleep. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw were those same empty bottles, which were illuminated by the rays of the sun. Jin-hyuk lay on the bed in a depressed state. Standing up, he grabbed his aching head and stomach, saying that he needed to quickly post a video about passing the test tower. By pressing the power button on the power supply, the main character turned on the computer. Suddenly, a certain shock appeared in his eyes. He saw a stream called Tower of Challenges actually appear. There were 331,417 people attending the broadcast. He looked at it confused. "I don't know what to say. Has the Tower of Tests really appeared?" he asked himself. After that, he clicked on the login button. Once on the broadcast, he saw that all the people on the street were looking at a huge tower that had appeared in the middle of the city. The camera suddenly turned to the guy who started this broadcast. He shouted that this tower was from the game Tower of Challenges, launched 11 years ago. Immediately the camera focused on the sky, which took on a blood-red color. "It can't be," the main character said to himself, who watched the broadcast in surprise, after which he said that this happens when you first start the Tower of Tests. At that very second, a notification appeared in front of him, which greatly frightened Jin-hyuk. It said that the first stage of updating the new version of the Challenge Tower had been completed. The city was engulfed in darkness and the sky was red. The new message stated that all players must move to the next floor of the tower within 90 days. Exactly the same message appeared in front of all people, no matter where they were. In case of failure, it was written on the next system window. Mothers and their children read in amazement what was written before them. Humanity appeared in the following notice. The chair in the main character's room fell with a crash. Shocked, Jin-hyuk looked at the system screen in front of him. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face. He was confused. "Will be destroyed," the last notice stated. It was again reported that the first phase of the update had been completed. The main character was no longer in the room, only an overturned chair remained. A notice appeared indicating that people's level of adaptability and acceptance of reality was increasing amazingly. "You need to remain calm," Jin-hyuk said, but he himself didn't really live up to his words. Drops of sweat were running down his face, and there was hidden fear in his eyes. As he left, he quickly put on his jacket. In his head, he said that if the Tower of Testing had actually become a reality, then now was not the time to hesitate. Opening the door, he ran out of the apartment like a bullet, saying to himself that he should hurry to the place where he could get this item. Running out onto the landing, he said that the world might be destroyed. Grabbing the handrail, he began to quickly descend, saying that nothing could be done. In one leap he jumped over all the steps, and there was a malicious smile on his face. Jin-hyuk said that his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. Central City. There is panic on the streets. One of the guys was looking on the internet to find out what time and how quickly he could get to Busan. Another of the townspeople shouted that it was impossible to stay in Korea at all. The guy in the yellow jacket, pointing with his hand, said that you can only survive abroad. Immediately the girl, showing everyone her phone, said that there was no point in going because these towers are everywhere. The main character rushed past all the townspeople. He ran to the subway descent. Stopping, he looked down, thinking to himself that now is not the time to run, but the time to move forward. He began to hastily go down the stairs with the thought that in the north of Korea this place was chosen as one of the territories outside the tower, adding that if you look at the countries, there are only 40 of them, and this place is the closest of all. At the top of the sign it said Central Underground. Below there was a beautiful fountain with statues of angels. Once below, a notification appeared in front of the main character, informing him that he had entered the event area. Jin-hyuk was serious. Looking at all the people below, he said that they were all people who played the first part of the Tower of Trials. He walked calmly between all the people who cast quick glances at him. In his head he said that everyone was just watching each other and there was nothing else left to do. Then he realized that the number of items that would soon appear here was limited, and, if he was lucky, there would be about 5 of them. Suddenly the guy behind called out to the main character. Jin-hyuk turned around in surprise. The guy had a wide smile on his face. Recognizing Jin-hyuk, he said that it was a miracle that he really came, because the main character spent all day playing with toys, hiding in the corner of the room. It was Jongsu, BJ partner of Paprika TV and owner of 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, a so-called successful celebrity, and at the same time, a representative of the company of which the main character was a part. Looking at him, Jin-hyuk displeasedly asked if now is not the time for a live broadcast. Pointing to everyone gathered behind him, Jongsu asked if he could see what was happening there. What other broadcast? Having slightly pushed the main character, Jongsu, with a smile on his face, asked what floor he had risen to and why hide this from a colleague with whom he works in the same company. Colleagues, the main character asked himself displeasedly in his head without answering anything to the guy who approached him. Remembering how they did live broadcasts, Jin-hyuk said that in the company created by Jongsu, many BJs were deceived due to an unfair contract, and the more broadcasts BJs did, the deeper they sank into this quagmire, and their protesting voices were mercilessly drowned out by the force of enormous lawlessness, the main character added after a short pause. He remembered one of the BJs crying while doing a live broadcast. He looked at the webcam in the corner of the monitor, when he suddenly grabbed her. Having pulled it out, the guy threw it at the contract. Then Jin-hyuk said that as a result, the colleagues with whom he was so close, all the friends with whom he rose from the very bottom, gradually left the company. Interrupting the main character, Jongsu grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he knew that he was a good player and made delicious mukbang. Jongsu had a kind smile on his face. He said that especially for Jin-hyuk, he was ready to change the terms of the contract to more favorable ones. Jongsu, the main character, coldly addressed his interlocutor. The world has changed. After that, he hit the guy hard in the nose, from which blood immediately sprayed out. Jin-hyuk shouted at him not to throw around words. At that same second, 2 of Jongsu's teeth fell to the floor. He covered his face with his hand, from which blood flowed non-stop. Jongsu fell to the floor, and the main character, looking down at him, said to himself that he even felt better in his soul. Turning away and walking away, he said that gradually he should begin to appear. Particles of magic were flying around the fountain. Suddenly something began to bubble in the water of the fountain. Elsewhere in the fountain, the water also became agitated. At that same second, a huge stream of power burst out of the water. It was a huge tree. Its foliage was lush and green. A strong warm aura emanated from him. As soon as the players saw this, they looked at the mangrove tree in shock. Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly and said that everything was the same as in the Tower of Tests, after which he said that his memory was all right. The message that appeared was that the mangrove of greed continued to grow. Suddenly people saw red fruits appearing on the tree. Seeing them, the main character said, "These deliciously ripening fruits." The fruits were in drops of water, and under the warm aura that barely illuminated them, they seemed magical. Jin-hyuk added that they have an effect that increases the stats of agility, strength, and mana. Suddenly it dawned on him. His view changed. In his head he said that this was all without a doubt very good, but there were only 4 fruits. People around looked at each other. Quite harshly, said the main character. All those present at that very second climbed the tree for 4 fruits. They pushed, fought, kicked, just to get to the fruit. Suddenly a bloody handkerchief fell to the floor. It was Jongsu's handkerchief, who was covered in blood, and said, turning to Jin-hyuk, that if they unite, they will divide the fruit in half and it will be a victory for both. Suddenly he shouted that otherwise the main character would miss the fruit, adding that he was already late. Jin-hyuk looked at Jongsu coldly and did not answer. Turning away, he told him to sit quietly if he didn't know anything. "It's not time yet," he said firmly and with confidence. After these words, the main character smiled widely. People were maliciously eager to get the fruits. Suddenly one of them grabbed the fruit. He tore it off and bit it off greedily. A system window appeared next to him, informing him that his agility had increased by 3. Overjoyed, he waved his arms, shouting that everything worked out. Then Jin-hyuk said to himself that ordinary people don't even know about the existence of a tree with fruits. He saw people climbing up the tree non-stop. The main character added that people who have played only a few times will completely concentrate their attention on eating the fruits. He saw how people, one by one, began to fall from the tree. There was no emotion on his face. He was cool and calm. "And the old people," said the main character, creating intrigue. After that, a malicious smile appeared on his face. Suddenly he continued, enjoying a more perverted and cruel spectacle. A few minutes later, the tree root rushed to attack like a whip. He hit the ground around him with enormous impact force. In horror, people looked at the tree, jumping away. Suddenly one of the guys said that if you eat all the fruits, the tree becomes very dangerous. All those gathered began to leave in horror, passing by the main character, who did not move from his place. He looked at the tree, biding his time. Jiangsu also turned around, preparing to run away. Noticing him, the main character asked if he was really going to give up. Of course, the guy without 2 teeth screamed in horror. Disappointed with the answer, Jinhyuk said that the real reward of the event can only be obtained when all the fruits are eaten. Jiangsu stopped, turning to the main character. He asked, "Is he really telling the truth?" Looking at his interlocutor, Jinhyuk asked why he stayed here if it wasn't true. A bead of sweat ran down Jiangsu's face. Looking at the main character incredulously, he said in his head that he thought why he didn't show any interest in people, after which he said, so that was the reason. When suddenly he smiled madly and said in his head that he could definitely smell the sweet smell. Putting his hands in his pocket and spitting to the side, Jiangsu asked what he was going to do. In the eyes of the main character there was only confidence. He did not doubt anything. Jinhyuk replied, "That you need to get inside." Pointing to the raging tree, he said that if they moved close to each other, they would become easy targets, so be sure to approach the tree from both sides. "Are you really suggesting that we should focus our attention?" Jiangsu asked, interested. "Exactly," the main character answered, putting his hands in his pockets. They both prepared to begin the plan. Suddenly Jinhyuk said, looking at his comrade, that if at least one of them begins to hesitate, then that will all end. Jiangsu immediately replied that the main character should not worry, because this was not his first day in this game either. After a few seconds they moved. "Now," Jinhyuk said, after which he immediately ran in one direction. Jiangsu did not stand aside and also began to run, but only in the other direction. They surrounded the tree from different sides. Suddenly it stretched out huge and long roots. Jinhyuk deftly dodged the first root. Looking towards his comrade, he wanted to know how Jiangsu was doing. Jiangsu stood still with a crazy smile on his face, asking the main character who would listen to him. Then he said, without ceasing to smile an ugly smile, for Jinhyuk to go and become bait himself. The main character at this time easily dodged every root aimed at him. "What a relief," he said to himself. Suddenly a satisfied smile appeared on Jinhyuk's face. "That your character has not changed," he added. A sharp and large tree root was approaching the main character at high speed. He immediately dodged it, almost falling under the attack. At that very second, he said in his head that to those who would become bait. The route that Jinhyuk dodged went towards Jiangsu. "It will be you, standing there," the rather protagonist shouted in his head. At that same second, a sharp root appeared in front of the face of the uncomprehending Jiangsu. He immediately wrapped his legs, immobilizing him. The roots instantly enveloped Jiangsu's entire body. At this time, the main character was getting closer to the tree, not paying attention to the caught one. "Save!" In horror and despair, Jiangsu shouted. "Why do I need this?" the stopped protagonist asked with a malicious smile on his face. Then he said that if he wanted, Jiangsu could report him through that wonderful lawyer. Jiangsu's face became increasingly engulfed by the roots. Tears flowed from his eyes. He shouted that he did not want to die like that. But before he could finish speaking, the roots of the tree squeezed him, turning him into a bloody mess. "Have a nice trip, trash," the main character said to himself as he approached the tree. He has very little left to reach his goal. The roots of the tree again headed towards the main character. "To the left, 22 degrees, Jinhyuk said. His eyes quickly ran around the entire battlefield. He watched all the roots attacking him. The roots were getting closer. Looking in the other direction, he said, "To the right, 35 degrees. In his head, he immediately said that it would be easy to evade. At that very second, the roots surrounded him. Suddenly they collapsed, but Jinhyuk was no longer between them. Having collapsed, they bounced off each other and hit the trunk itself in the very center, breaking it. The roots began to break apart the tree bark even more, and finally, the main character said, "The roots have made a passage to the heart of the tree." It was small, but it beat quickly and was filled with powerful energy. In his head, the main character said that a mangrove tree core appeared. After that, he smiled sarcastically and added that there really wasn't a single bit of error here from what he went through in the game, because he knows the exact trajectory. It's difficult to attack himself. Next to him, he saw a fragment of one of the roots. Immediately, Jinhyuk grabbed him. His eyes glowed bright scarlet. Rising, he looked at the tree and asked how about not boring each other and calmly parting with the tree heart. The tree was raging. The main character, looking at him, said that since this is an event mob, there is no experience from him. At most he can raise the honor level for a day. The tree once again raised its tentacles and roots to attack and defend itself. At that very second it directed them towards the main character. Immediately, a message appeared informing that the mangrove tree of greed was using the blood-sucking vine skill. "Even though I'm an old man, it will be difficult for me to dodge this," Jinhyuk said after seeing the monster's attack. The roots of the tree, shrouded in an ominous aura, flew towards the main character. Jinhyuk became very tense and prepared to defend himself. "However," he said. After that, he turned the blade over in his hand. With a deft blow he repelled the attack of one of the roots, but he passed so close that he scratched the protagonist's cheek. The reflected root hit the ground with enormous destructive force. The following roots, Jinhyuk also accurately reflected. In his head he said that he had the power to twist the trajectory and change it to his heart's content. Suddenly, several roots united into one large root and were preparing to rush towards the main character. At the same second, picking up great speed, the huge hero headed towards Jinhyuk. "There's no need to be scared or worried," the main character said right away. His right eye glowed with bright blue fire. He reflected all the roots aimed at him without taking damage. He skillfully redirected all the roots to another place. They fell elsewhere, breaking through the floor. Carefully and deftly, he moved closer and closer to the tree. There was only one scratch on his face, as well as a contented and wide smile. "After all, I've already been through this many times," he said suddenly. The main character, whose face was covered with black hair, waved his hand in the air. His face began to sweat and he thought he was almost there. Behind a tree with a green crown there was a bright light. A blue butterfly was visible. Many of these insects flew out of the leaves of the tree and rushed upward. Jinhyuk frowned when he realized that they were sleep butterflies. He pressed his hand to his face. While dodging the glowing insects, the main character thought that they release sleeping pollen as a defense mechanism, and the sleeping pollen is inhaled instantly, and if you don't know how to protect yourself, you can instantly fall under this influence. Jinhyuk waved the butterfly away with his hand and thought that the method of defense was very simple. He rushed towards a tall tree and thought that the butterfly would not be dangerous if he simply held his breath. Bright winged insects flew around the tree, inside of which there were red veins. Jinhyuk extended his hand forward and attacked the hollow tree. Then the branches shook. The main character clenched his teeth tightly, raising one hand. He slammed his palm down on the trunk. A shock wave passed through. The space was illuminated. Jinhyuk's black hair flew away from the wind. His face became sweaty and bright red sparkles appeared in his eyes. The roots of a tree rushed towards him from below. The burnt leaves smoldered. The system reported that Jinhyuk was the first to bring down the World Tree of Greed. This tree was cut into two halves. It became pale and dry. The main character opened his mouth. He then smiled and thought that he didn't expect that the grip pattern and timing study he had been repeating so diligently and tediously would come in handy like this. Jinhyuk was once again grateful for everything he had been doing all this time. The system reported that within 24 hours the level of honor would be recorded as an achievement of the main character. The system asked for the player's name. The main character frowned in confusion and thought that this was a system that required personal information to raise the level of honor. The word name was visible on the blue screen, and Jinhyuk came to the conclusion that he would remain anonymous. He looked to the side and thought that he was categorically against the dissemination of his personal information, because it would cause widespread interest if it was revealed that he was an old man. The dark screen said that the face would be hidden by a mosaic and the voice would be altered, and Jinhyuk concluded that the system could not achieve complete anonymity, but it still made a compromise and hid his identity. The main character extended his hand to the tree and said that this is important now. He stuck his hand inside the trunk, trying to find something there. Suddenly a satisfied smile appeared on his face. There was a small jade ball in Jinhyuk's palm. He clenched his hand into a fist, grinning contentedly, and the system reported receiving the core of a tree heart. The main character imagined a red fruit with green leaves and thought that if every year the tree fruit raised strength, agility, and mana by 3 points, then the tree heart would provide at least 12 bonus stats. Jinhyuk imagined a glowing green ball and concluded that with the core it would rise by 4 points if you counted 3 as being given for gaining 1 level. The main character brought the core closer to his face, looking at it carefully, and thought that he did not even believe his eyes, because there could not be an item with such a good profitability, and, moreover, even after 50 floors, nothing better could be found. Jinhyuk popped the jade ball into his mouth. Then he closed his lips and clenched his hand into a fist. A blinding flash appeared in his chest. He frowned and hummed thoughtfully. He then pressed his finger on the screen, wanting to see if the core was absorbed well. The system provided information about the main character, as well as his skills and abilities. Jinhyuk had the first level, but had 12 stats available. The main character grinned and thought that this was the strongest first level. An hour later, headlines appeared online about the first victory against the Mangrove of Greed. The system reported that a video related to this event was posted 10 minutes later. People left a lot of comments. Their opinions were completely different. Jinhyuk imagined people typing on phones and computer keyboards and thought that, except for a few comments at the beginning, everyone was sure that this news was absurd. The system reported that the video was downloaded. On the screen was Jinhyuk, whose face was hidden by a mosaic. He thought that as soon as the video was uploaded online, all doubts disappeared instantly. Netizens left even more comments expressing their admiration. A shot of the main character attacking a tree appeared and Jinhyuk thought that some people were excited and some were not, but people who saw the video had the same reaction. The main character pursed his lips, his gaze looked serious. The user under the name Kingsman introduced himself as director Park Hoshik. He offered the main character to enter into a contract. A user named Black Dragon commented that Jinhyuk would definitely contact him and that he would give him as much money as the main character asks for. Jinhyuk looked at the phone screen, asking if it was really that incredible, and then said that defeating the mangrove tree of greed while being at the first level is not easy. Sitting in his chair, he added that at the same time it was not so surprising. The main character looked to the side and thought that other people had never reached the second part of the tower. He constantly forgot that he should not judge others by himself. Jinhyuk looked at the computer and thought about the mentioned 1 billion, and then remembered that he lived a hard life during which he could hardly even earn enough to eat. There was a video camera on the windowsill, and the main character thought that he was often late on rent. There was fast food on the table. Jinhyuk thought that there were even times when, saving money for food for mukbang, he could go hungry for several days. Jinhyuk was holding a drink in his hand and eating. He thought that if he had been offered this money a day ago, he would have accepted their offer without hesitation. He remembered standing in front of the destroyed tree and thinking that now he was not going to share the information he had, even for $1 or $10 billion. Jinhyuk clenched his hand into a fist and grinned contentedly. He remembered his fight with the tree and thought that the most important thing now was the monopolization of information. Holding the phone in his hands, the main character thought about the next place he would go. He imagined a tall, dark building and thought that while he was busy playing the game, the mana flowing out of the Tower of Trials had filled all areas of Seoul. And if anything had been changed, it would be the relics that were outside the tower and subsequently became sacred. Behind the glass was a long sword, illuminated by 2 small spotlights. The weapons began to evaporate, and the main character thought that the sacred relics, which have abilities from legends, are in the tower, so now Jinhyuk is talking about a replica, or in other words, a duplicate. Looking at his phone, he thought about the place where he could get the most lions. The main character stood in front of the People's Central Museum. A jug, a shield, a sword, and a scroll with hieroglyphs were floating in the air, and Jinhyuk thought that the National People's Museum was a place where many relics were kept, and it was like a kind of treasure warehouse. The protagonist frowned and thought that the problem was that he was not the only one targeting them, and unlike the mangrove tree of greed, which only appeared in 7 places in Seoul, the People's Central Museum was only one, and many would definitely gather from all areas those wishing to obtain relics. He imagined 4 people whose faces were difficult to see, and came to the conclusion that among them there would be old people. Jinhyuk grabbed the doorknob. The system reported that he had entered the event area. The main character opened the door and thought that it was quieter than he expected. He assumed that no one had come yet. Suddenly Jinhyuk clenched his teeth tensely. Putting his hands in his pockets, he thought that, as expected, someone had managed to come first. Someone's burnt corpse could be seen against the charred wall. The main character put his hands in his pockets and thought that the world had changed, so he assumed that people were also changing after him. But the difference between expectation and reality turned out to be significant, and within a day everyone became too fearless. He looked at the stairs and thought that they were targeting the sacred relics that were kept in the halls of the Middle and Modern Ages. Jinhyuk presented the Didoyanjido map, a relic that everyone wants to get their hands on. The main character thought that they did not want to look at the 8 provinces of the Republic of Korea, and since the ancient map is saturated with mana and stores information about the Tower of Trials, everyone wants to possess it. There were marks on the map, and Jinhyuk thought that it described in detail where to find the labyrinth with ruins, and what objects and monsters there were. The main character imagined many human hands reaching up, and thought that there was no information above the 10th floor, but this was enough to light a fire in people's eyes. He thought that everyone only wants this card, but they don't know that the truly valuable sacred treasures are hidden in the clay. A pitcher fell to the floor as someone screamed furiously. Many people were fighting among themselves. There were shrapnel on the floor and bloodstains were visible. Someone opened his mouth wide, deafeningly ordering everyone to freeze. The young man with black hair, who was holding his opponent by the clothes, turned around. The broad-shouldered man crossed his arms and said that whoever moves from now on is considered dead. The young man in the blue t-shirt frowned and told him not to talk nonsense. The young man with a plaster on his cheek said with a grin that no one here would be afraid of such words. Blood dripped from the hammer, and the man listened with a displeased look as he threatened to crush his skull. Suddenly the man clenched his teeth, his eyes turned red, and he hissed angrily that they really didn't understand the words. He clenched his hands into fists and began to scream loudly, tearing the fabric of his clothes. The girl with short hair asked in shock if this man had a personal ability, and the boy with the bandage on his face said that it was dangerous. The man turned into a gray-skinned monster and declared that the card belonged to him. He clenched his jaw angrily, his eyes emitting a red light. The old man in the blue vest closed his eyes and said with a laugh that he could not agree with these words. The man frowned, asking if he was crazy. Janu walked closer to the man and introduced himself. He frowned and yelled loudly so that the old man would already understand the situation and disappear, and that he could wring John's withered neck like a shaking chicken's head. John said with a slight smile that the man was very rude. Then he snapped his finger. With an angry expression on his face, the old man asked whether the man would quickly break his neck or turn him into a coal. Fire appeared on John's finger. The man frowned in shock, suggesting that it was magic. The old man extended his hand forward and released a fiery attack towards the enemy. The man's eyes reflected the flames approaching him. The fire completely engulfed his body, causing him to turn black and scream in pain. All that was left of the man was smoldering flesh. He opened his mouth wide and thick steam came out. John, who put his hands behind his back, turned away and said that this was a disaster brought on by the man's tongue. The old man smiled as Yuri came up behind him. He asked her to get the items and take care of the rest after that. The girl said with a smile that John could rely on her. She touched the small statue of Anubis and said that he would be enough. Yuri's eyes began to emit a purple light. Bright lines appeared around her, and she said that he would deal with anyone who decided to stop them. The man in the wolf mask held a long spear tightly in his hand. A dark silhouette of a creature with sharp fangs and red eyes could be seen. The figurine darkened against the backdrop of a blinding flash. The gold sparkled. Yellow lines were visible on Anubis's body, creating patterns. Yuri crossed her arms, saying human. Whoever moves from his place will be considered an enemy of Anubis. The black-skinned warrior raised his weapon. The girl smiled and offered to cooperate. The young men looked at her in horror. One of them asked why there were so many awakened old people here. Bloody weapons fell to the floor and they screamed that they were giving up the card or anything else. Yuri clapped her hands happily and thanked them. Suddenly a look of surprise appeared on her face. Someone stepped on the fragments. The main character put his hands in his pants pockets and walked around the room. He tilted his head and pointed at the mess. Jinhyuk walked over to the crumpled scrolls and came to the conclusion that these people didn't even have basic antique etiquette. Shaking off the yellowed paper, he said it was a relief that nothing had been torn. The main character bowed his head and fell silent when he heard his name called. Yuri, her eyes burning with rage, asked if it looked like she was joking with him. Anubis stomped his foot, sending dust into the air. The girl with a crazy smile ordered him to kill Jinhyuk. The monster opened its mouth and rushed towards the main character, holding a spear in its hand. Jinhyuk stood motionless. He frowned as the spear blade came in front of him. The main character waved his hand. The weapon fell to the floor behind him. Yuri opened her mouth in surprise. There was a deep crack on the floor behind Jinhyuk. Those around him couldn't believe what he had just done. Two guys looked at him with their mouths open in surprise and discussed what had happened. They did not notice how the guy dodged. Besides, his hands were fine. The main character smiled and thought that these people did not know how much stat he had. He looked at the dark figure of the ancient Egyptian deity and asked Yuri what she was going to do after losing her only weapon. The schoolgirl bowed her head, opened her backpack and said that no one said that she only owned one figurine. She pulled out dark objects from her school bag. A magical glow surrounded the figurines of ancient Egyptian gods. They hovered in the air. The system notified that a replica of a sacred relic called the incarnation of Anubis had awakened. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. He watched what was happening with his mouth open. Sweat flowed down the girl's face. Dark streams of energy surrounded her. She asked Jinhyuk what he thought about it. Yuri stood behind a group of dark creatures. She asked the main character if he still felt the urge to laugh. The guy smiled, called her idea a good one and thought that she had a good level if she was able to maintain 5 of these things with such a small amount of mana. The main character imagined an old man with glowing eyes and thought that there were many experienced players like John. He remembered how the fire engulfed the body of the guy who insulted the man. Yuri looked at him displeased, clenched her teeth and quoted his words. Jinhyuk raised his hand to show the approximate level and said that to be precise, he rates it somewhere between good and acceptable. The girl looked at him with displeasure and said that he was trying to act cool and that she didn't like him. The main character squinted, looked displeasedly at the schoolgirl, opened his mouth and said that in this case it would be better to show her himself. He clutched an old piece of paper in his hands and thought that it was impossible to feel the difference if the skills were too different. Jinhyuk threw a piece of paper into the air and thought that a small demonstration would be enough for Yuri to see everything with her own eyes and understand what he was talking about. A tiger was drawn on the sheet, and streams of magical energy emanated from the raised palm of the protagonist. The system window said that he had injected mana into the Pine Tiger Sacred Religion replica. The guy tilted his head forward and smiled. The system notified the appearance of the ruler of the mountain. The main character extended his hand forward, guiding the tiger that appeared at his side. Yuri's eyes widened in fear. She clenched her teeth and said that this was impossible. The ground shook from the paws of the animal. The tiger's eyes glowed yellow. The system window said that it was an unnamed creature from the Joseon era. The ancient Egyptian creature bared its teeth. Jinhyuk stroked the tiger and asked how dare some jackal show his teeth to the ruler of the mountains. He waved his hand. The main character pointed his finger at his opponents and said that food was served. The tiger opened its mouth and rushed forward. The opponent raised his shield and growled. The ruler of the mountains raised his clawed paw. A horizontal stripe appeared as the tiger cut off the enemy's head with a wave of its paw. The 3 other incarnations of Anubis bared their teeth and raised their spears. The tiger opened his mouth wide and roared. The animal knocked down another opponent. The muzzle of the ruler of the mountains was stained with blood due to the fact that he tore his enemies to pieces. His eyes continued to glow and he moved so fast that the image was blurry. Sweat was running down the girl's face. She couldn't believe what was happening. Yuri froze in front of the black figure and thought that she had heard of different ways to use sacred relics, but had never heard of this method. She raised her head and thought that the mana emanating from the creature felt like her skin was being torn off. A white flash appeared in front of the girl. She realized that she could not win. Yuri fell to her knees. Her eyes were shining with tears. She was upset because she thought that she had obtained the most powerful items, but she was wrong. The guy put his hands in his pockets and walked up to her. The girl thought with irritation about who this man was. Jinhyuk stopped in front of Yuri sitting on the floor. She pressed her hand to her chest. The main character smiled and ordered her to give the item. Sweat ran down the girl's face. She opened her mouth and asked what he was talking about. The main character sat down next to her, looked displeasingly at the schoolgirl and demanded that she give up the Tutankhamun mask. Yuri frowned, clenched her teeth and asked where he was going to use this item, since it was useless in Korea. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes and looked at her intently. He raised his finger and moved it, calling someone to him. A tiger's face appeared in front of Yuri, and she stuttered and said that she would give everything up. An open backpack lay on the ground among the shards of glass. A mask with the face of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh hung in the air. The system reported that a replica of the relic mask of Tutankhamun was received. The main character squeezed the object in his hand and thought that he had easily obtained the second sacred relic. The girl raised one eyebrow and asked if he was targeting Tedunjido's card. Jinhyuk tilted his head and said that it was none of her business, but in reality he just forgot about the card. He stroked the tiger and asked the creature to check everything. The animal bared its teeth when the protagonist said that no one should follow him. Yuri pressed her hand to her chest and looked at the tiger in horror. The ruler of the mountain opened his mouth. Dark streams of power emanated from his paws. The main character watched what was happening over his shoulder and thought with satisfaction that all preparations were completed. He looked at the steps leading up and thought that the time had come. Jinhyuk raised his hand and thought that he should get the strongest skill of the trial tower. There were numbers and letters written on the wall indicating the floor. In a dark room, under protective glass, there was a luminous vase. Sweat was running down the old man's face. He didn't understand how Yuri allowed this to happen. The elderly man and the main character stood nearby. Jinhyuk clenched his fingers into a fist and thought that it was not so easy for John to get here. Continuing to sweat, the man thought about how this guy was able to get past Yuri. The doorway in front of them glowed blue. The guy pressed his hand to his face and said that it looks like this is a level 1 barrier. John closed his eyes and said that it looks like the guy knows about it. He reached out, touched the barrier and said that this was the first time he had seen something like this. The man shook his hand and said that physical impact and magical attack would be useless. Jinhyuk extended his hand towards the barrier. He closed his eyes and thought that he needed to find a place where the flow of magic diverged. Blue smoke emanated from a white ball, inside of which there was some kind of inscription. The main character opened his eyes and mentally said the word Carpo. Without lifting his hand from the barrier, he turned to John and said that he seemed to know how to destroy the barrier, but he had one condition. The man closed his eyes and asked what he meant by condition. Jinhyuk opened his mouth and said that if John Woo continuously applied his flame magic to the barrier, they would be able to weaken it. The guy pointed at himself and said that this would have to be done until he returned with the necessary relics. John rubbed his chin, smiled and said that it turns out he should stand outside and influence the barrier while the main character is inside. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and said that he himself cannot continuously use powerful attack magic that can damage the barrier. Although his proposal sounds dubious, but they have only one way out, because dawn will come soon, so he is ready to give the old man the card and take something else for yourself. John Woo frowned and thought that the worst possible outcome would be that he would receive nothing for his work. The man closed his eyes and asked the main character, and he promised that he would give the card to him. The guy smiled and said that he did not want to become an enemy of a person who possesses high-level magic. The main character narrowed his eyes and looked at Jonah in confusion, who sighed and thought that he had no other options but to trust this man. The man hid his hands behind his back and told the guy that he believed him. The young man looked at the barrier and asked to take care of it. The fire enveloped John's hand. He bowed his head and said that he would do his best. He gritted his teeth with effort and summoned even more magic. He directed a stream of fire at the barrier, preventing them from passing. The shield cracked from contact with the fire. Jinhyuk frowned, shouted that he went and mentally said the word Carpo. He covered his face with his hands and jumped through the barrier. The guy landed on his feet. With sweat running down the man's face, John opened his mouth and told the guy to hurry up. The main character smiled, waved and thought that he planned to try his best. The guy turned away and mentally added that he would do everything his own way. Behind the glass lay a book with ancient hieroglyphs on the cover. Magic sparks came from the traditional Korean outfit. The rectangular object also released magical energy. Jin-hyuk hid his hands in his pockets, looked around and thought that, unlike the lower floor, everything here looks as if no one has been here. He looked at the broken display case. This was the only exception. The system window said that there was a sword engraved with Kyan Lam. The main character imagined a man with a sword and thought that this man took what he wanted, put a protective barrier on the room and left. The guy pursed his lips and thought with disapproval that the man didn't want to take risks, so he just took what he came for and left, despite the fighting people. Jin-hyuk walked up to the broken display case and started counting something. The main character smiled and said that he had found what he needed, rejoicing that the player ahead of him did not suspect that he had taken the second most important relic. On the red pillow lay a bunch of gold coins. The system window said that these were coins from the Lai dynasty. Jin-hyuk took the item in his hands and thought that this was the last element needed to create a unique strong skill. The guy narrowed his eyes. He squeezed the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask, and there was a ceremonial Persian casting mold on the table. He watched with a smile as the golden streams of energy surrounded him. Energy emanated from the eye that lay on the ceremonial Persian uniform. The system notified that a reaction had occurred between the two relics. The guy pulled the thread and thought that if he wants to move forward, he needs to pay the appropriate price. He broke the thread on which the coins were strung. Jin-hyuk waved his hand and the coins began to fall down. The main character put his hands in front of him, protecting himself from the golden streams of power. The system reported that a reaction had occurred between the three relics. The system window said that Jin-hyuk had overcome the disgusting probability percentage and succeeded in unification. Without lowering his hands, the guy smiled. The system notified that a new relic of the Eye of Truth of rank SS had been received. A golden glow surrounded the black eye. In the system window it was said that this relic allows you to open a window of another person's state and distinguish truth from lies 3 times a day. The main character looked at the object hovering above his palm and thought that the Eye of Truth was the best among the 5 eyes existing in the world, but he did not come to the museum that night for this. The system sent a notification that Jin-hyuk completed a hidden quest by combining 3 replicas below Class B to create an SS class item. Blue streams of energy surrounded his legs. The system window said that he had fulfilled the necessary conditions. The guy closed his eyes. The main character imagined white squares and thought that he would copy and collect the abilities that exist in this world, and then use these skills to create stronger ones. Jin-hyuk imagined a flash of light and thought that this would be his weapon to become the strongest in the trial tower. His body was surrounded by blue streams of energy. The system reported that he had received the personal ability of unification and that the memories of the world were in the process of being created. The system window contained information about the protagonist's personal ability. The level of the fusion skill was impossible to measure. It allowed them to copy other players' personal abilities, store them in the world's memories, and then combine them to create top-level abilities. Jin-hyuk's eyes glowed blue. The system advised that the conditions may be changed if difficulties arise that prevent the skill from being copied. Janu continued to attack the barrier with fire and called out to the protagonist. Sweat was flowing down the man's face and body. He asked the guy to hurry up because he was not sure that he could hold out longer. Jin-hyuk turned his head, pursed his lips, and thought about what he had to do to copy the old man's abilities. His eyes glowed yellow. The man released another stream of fire. The conditions for copying the ability appeared in the system window. It said that since John always hides his feelings, in order to get his abilities, the main character must force him to show true emotions. The guy smiled. He looked contentedly at the system window hanging in front of him and thought that he just needed to anger the old man. Using fire magic, Janu asked his ally to hurry up. With his back to him, the protagonist stated that the old man might not use this skill anymore. The man knitted his eyebrows in confusion, never ceasing to release fire from his hands. Looking around, Jin-hyuk arrogantly added that there was no particular need to use magic. The fire cleared. Janu lowered his hands and asked what this meant and why his ally asked him to do this. The barrier blocking the passage began to disappear. The guy cast the Carpo spell, which was a destruction spell in Latin, with the help of which the barrier was broken through more easily. The player narrowed his eyes as he mentally cast the spell. Covering his face with his hands, he crossed the barrier and the wall of fire. In fact, the old man did not contribute in any way to the destruction of the barrier. The man stretched his hands forward, watching the barrier crumble into small particles. The youth thought that the man's mana was almost completely depleted due to the fact that he believed that his endless attack on the barrier would do no good, although it was impossible to break through it. There was a huge map hanging on the wall. The guy was on the safe side, and now he needs to piss off the old man. Looking at the map, he thought that he already knew everything about the tower down to the smallest detail, so a map with information up to the 10th floor would be absolutely useless to him. Smiling slyly, the young man flicked his lighter, deciding that he was not going to give the card to anyone. Jianwoo screamed out of breath, not understanding what his ally wanted to do. With his eyes flashing, the main character recalled what he had said just recently. Taking the lighter to the card, he stated that he did not need it. The fire broke out and engulfed the poster hanging on the wall. With this map, anyone could find out all the information up to the 10th floor, so there were fears that the player's advantage might disappear. The man opened his mouth in shock. The flames completely engulfed the wall. The surest way to maintain an advantage was to avoid the chance of losing it. Raising his tense hands up, the old man shouted angrily, promising to kill and grind into powder the man who burned the map. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The notification announced the fulfillment of the condition. A blue book appeared above the guy's head. A notification informed about the successful copying of the Fire Element B skill. A save button appeared in front of the book. The new notification said that the copied skill was saved in the memories of the world and that it allows you to control fire and increases affinity with the fire element. Looking at the notifications, Jinhyuk thought that the fire element was a good stat for the first copy. Summoning a fiery clot in his hand, Jianwoo declared that the boy would regret what he had done and would pay for it. Smirking, the player asked if the old man knew why he burned the map. The alert announced the activation of the first level fire element. The guy's hands were engulfed in flames. The man widened his eyes in bewilderment. Looking at the guy's gloating grin and the rising flames, he realized that this was definitely the same skill as his own, but his strength was many times more powerful. John thought that this was no mere mortal in front of him if he had such a high level, and if he really didn't need some kind of card. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Squinting, the man wanted to ask something, but the player interrupted him, grinning and saying that if the old man was going to continue to calmly climb the tower, then he needed to obey him well. The young man went down the stairs. Imagining the faces of the people he met along the way, he thought that, counting himself, only 4 old people appeared in the National Central Museum, and that now that the test tower had become a reality, everyone's desire to reduce risks had become clear. The guy stretched his arms up to warm up. He was worried about the desire to be ahead of everyone by doing this. A status window appeared in the air, describing the player's characteristics and personal abilities. The main character crossed his arms contentedly, thinking that he should take possession of as many personal abilities and skills as possible, no matter what. Jinhyuk hovered over Jianwoo, promising to contact him later. Looking down at the old man, he asked him to raise his level with the girl on the bottom floor. The man humbly knitted his eyebrows. The player received a toy with which he could do whatever he wanted for a long time. The girl pursed her lips in fear. The skill book was covered with a blue haze. The player had a long way to go, so the first thing he needed to do was collect the most necessary abilities for him. Walking down the street, he thought that he only had one body, so he did not have the opportunity to monopolize absolutely all ironic destinies. Smiling, the guy decided that he could only get a few. Putting his hands in his pockets, he realized that the coolest and most important destinies would be in his hands. Hearing the sounds of an unhappy stomach, the young man put his hand to his stomach and said that this was his limit. It was time for rice soup, and there was a cafe sign above the glass door. The people inside looked worriedly at something in front of them, not understanding what it was. Their eyes were fixed on the television. The news anchor announced that an incident had occurred at the National Central Museum in which at least 23 people were killed and more than 50 were injured. The man in formal attire added that some of the victims were seriously wounded, so the death toll would continue to rise, and he said that the instigators were allegedly targeting relics kept in the museum. The news showed a destroyed building. Attacks occurred not only in South Korea, but also in the United States, Europe, China, and Japan. The next shot showed the destroyed Louvre. The news anchor stated that similar incidents were happening all over the world. Sitting down at the table, the guy thought that, as expected, players in other countries were also not sitting idle, preparing to conquer the tower. Looking to the side, the journalist suggested watching a CCTV video filmed inside the building. One of the frames showed Yuri standing next to Anubis. In another shot, a man with a blurred face waved his hand. In the third frame, a huge tiger sank its fangs into the body of the enemy. The presenter said that it was hard to believe, but all this happened in reality. One of the cafe visitors, watching what was happening on the screen, asked if an ordinary person could do this, and suggested that this was the guy who had recently appeared in the Trial Tower community. Remembering the video of the destruction of the mangrove tree, he remembered the familiar movements, scratching his temple. The main character thought that there were too many people who began to recognize him, and that he needed to think about how to hide his identity. Looking at the camera, the news anchor announced that the government was investigating the origins of a building of unknown origin called the Test Tower, and that a special department, the Association of the Awoken, had been founded for employees who could now use special abilities. Curling his fingers thoughtfully, Jinhyuk decided that the government had reacted faster than one might have thought. Pouring water into a glass, he thought that, Judging by the fact that they had formed a department of people who had already awakened personal abilities, they had decided to accept what happened in the museum as something inevitable, although, in his opinion, it would take at least a few weeks before such a decision is made. The news anchor offered to meet with the participants and listen to the details. Holding a glass of water in his hands, the guy looked at the TV. A man with a scar on his face appeared on the screen, introducing himself as Sanjin, the head of the Awoken Association. The player frowned when he saw him. The man knitted his eyebrows sternly, saying that the reason he was here was to recruit awakened ones, and that everything would depend on the level of the players. But the government promised that the pay would be that of a 7th grade civil servant, and the minimum annual salary would be 60 million won. Hearing that the people who appeared on the broadcast would be an exception, the guy looked at the TV from under his brows. Maintaining a confident look, Sanjin said that he was ready to put the name of the head of the association on the line. Raising his eyebrows, he promised that if these people joined the association, all their needs would be financed by the government, no matter what they wished for. One of the cafe visitors said that he envied these people, no matter who they were. The girl called the sharp turn in their lives incredible. Smirking, the young man thought that, in the end, he was their target, since they said about the people who appeared on the broadcast. The government considered him a serious threat. Hiding his smile with his hand, the main character thought that he was not going to belong to anyone, no matter what price they offered him. Imagining the head of the association with his hands clasped, he thought that one experienced person had much more value than 100 similar players. And since Sanjin also understood this, the man tried to lure such a person to his side by luring him with a bank check. Looking at the TV screen, the player wondered if the fact that Changjin was entrusted with the position of head of the association meant that he had a pretty good ability. Putting his hand to his chin, Jinhak wondered if the man was invited to this position because of his experience in the test tower, but hoped that he did have a good ability. Smiling, he concluded that he would certainly feel the beauty of copying. The guy looked at the wall clock. The time showed exactly 7 in the evening. The hands on the clock showed different times. When the hour hand points to the new time, the tower of tests will open, stars twinkling above the tower that rushes into the sky. The notification announced that the challenge tower had been opened. Players found themselves in front of a river with floating islands floating above it. The main character stood among them. People urged not to crowd. Someone said that this was completely the same as what they had done before. Smiling, the guy thought that everyone looked so much like newcomers. A bag of coins appeared in the air. A notification said that in honor of entering the tower, 100 coins were given out that could be used inside the tower. Gold coins fell from the sky. Notifications explained that players must film their achievements and upload them publicly to receive 100 coins for every 10,000 views. The commission will vary depending on the level. A blue eye with a plus sign appeared in the air. The notification said that viewing videos by those living outside the tower only counts on the first view, so players need to be careful when choosing videos to watch. The man in the robe spread his arms in front of the army of monsters. The notification said that the live broadcast function can only be used when clearing boss monsters to get to the next floor. The old man in armor looked at his hand. The minotaur let out a loud roar. A skull with the inscription warning appeared in the air. The alert said that if falsification of views and other illegal actions are detected, appropriate measures will be taken. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, realizing something. Residents of the city fixed their gaze on their phone screens. The live broadcast system was a bridge connecting the people rising in the tower and those who lived outside. Viewers watched the video, wanting to see the end of the tower, and thereby increase views. One of the videos depicted pagodas. 900 people watched it. In another video, the warrior stood with his back to the camera. In the third video, the player was about to defeat the dragon with his bare hands, while 1,200 people watched. In front of a huge number of videos, gold coins fell. This system through which famous people could earn money was the most interesting installation of the challenge tower. The people ran forward, planning to first conquer the goblin cave in order to hunt, get their share and have fun. Someone hit the guy with their shoulder. The man pushed him away. The main character thought that everyone was in too much of a hurry. Standing in the middle of people running forward, he assumed that the newcomers wanted to clear this place as quickly as possible and be ahead of everyone. But for him, getting coins was not difficult, because he already knew everything. But the guy was not going to upload the video so as not to share important information, even despite the reward. Looking back, he decided that this could cause him great damage. Satisfied with his hands in his pockets, Jinhak had already decided what he needed to do first. Smiling, the guy thought that this was a slightly different road, different from the others. At that time, after clearing the beginning of the 30th floor of the tower, there was a period when there was no way to advance further. So the player collected hidden parts, searching the lower floors to climb to the next ones. The young man pulled back the lid of the stone box. Using a torch, he searched it. Moving further through the dark dungeon, the guy constantly analyzed every step of the path traveled. The light of the torch illuminated the carved walls of the dungeon. The player managed to find solutions in the ruins alone. His expression suddenly became very tense. Dropping the torch, he realized that his character was worthless from the very beginning. His hand, clenched into a fist, shook with anger. The result of searching all the lower floors was the realization that the character whom the player had been leveling up, having spent several years in suffering, was himself pathetic. A notification popped up asking you to confirm deleting the character. The guy clenched his teeth in disappointment, thinking that he had devoted himself entirely to such absurdity. Time spent on doubt was an unaffordable luxury for him, so he decided to go all the way from the very beginning and confirm the deletion of the character. Blue particles sparkled around his body. With his eyes flashing, the main character decided to definitely reach the end next time. Looking up at the sky, he thought it was 6 years ago. In front of him stood a huge gate strewn with human skulls and bones. A notification said that inside was the Level B Labyrinth of Crete, the feature of which was incredible intricacy, and the presence of traps of various types. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jin-hyuk thought that the foundation for a breakthrough above the 30th floor would be the accumulation of the base, and the key to the essence of the cleanup was in the Livarento's labyrinth. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he didn't expect to have to do this again. By touching the gate, blue runes appeared in front of them. Having opened the gate, the player decided to start walking through the labyrinth. The entrance to the labyrinth appeared in front of him. Ancient Greeks were depicted on the walls. On the floor in front of the entrance to the labyrinth stood a bust of a bull. Seeing a familiar picture and smelling a familiar smell, the guy smiled. White butterflies were flying under the ceiling. One of them flapped its wings and descended. The insect landed on the finger of the player, who was glad to see them. Suddenly he looked back. Seeing a crowd of people in front of him, the young man asked who they were. The girl smiled, stating that they were looking for a place to hunt and, seeing an open labyrinth, decided to go in before it closed. 10 minutes ago, before the invasion of the labyrinth, the squad noticed how someone opened the gate. A guy with red hair said that they followed a man who showed by his appearance that he knew something. Another member of the squad asked why this person immediately went into the labyrinth. They were surprised that the player managed to open the door of the labyrinth without a key. Looking down, the girl offered to follow him. The blonde crossed his arms and protested, saying that they didn't know what type of labyrinth it was or how big it was. Leaning on a tree, the girl said that they need to think with their heads, because they know very well what is most important at the beginning of the Tower of Tests. Looking up, she explained that the player had entered the labyrinth without a key and that the dungeon was on the first level, which meant that its degree of difficulty was not that high. Looking after the man entering the labyrinth, the squad member concluded that this was possible because the labyrinth was located on the first floor. Blowing a bubblegum bubble, another girl asked if this person would obediently share objects with them. Smirking, her ally replied in the negative. Looking at the labyrinth with burning eyes, she declared that the squad would force this player to remain in the dungeon forever. Smiling sweetly, the girl said that her squad saw an open labyrinth and decided to go into it. The other team members stood behind her. The girl stated that it would be better if they entered the maze altogether, because the more people sharing the burden of danger, the better. The main character thought that these guys were confident in their numerical superiority and were trying to outwit him. His eye lit up. A notification announced the activation of the Eye of Truth. Pointing at herself with her hand, the girl said her name and said that she was 22 years old and that earlier she had reached the second floor of the test tower. In the status window that appeared, it was said that Pakana had the skills Contact, Quick Step and Weak Healing. Seeing the inscription Skill Contact, the guy thought that this was a rather interesting ability, allowing one to get closer to an object encountered for the first time in a natural way. The notifications that popped up also suggested that a feature of this skill was the ability to get rid of the feeling of awkwardness, and the condition for copying was being alone with the owner of the ability and for 240 hours. Remembering the woman with demonic wings, the main character thought that Contact would help control her. A guy with red hair standing behind the leader of the squad introduced himself as Kulsik and said that he curled up in the process of passing the first floor. The girl in the lilac sweatshirt introduced herself as Hemin and added that she also only went to the first floor. Blowing up a bubblegum ball, the girl named Jangmina said that she went to the third floor. The blonde introduced himself as Minguk and stated that he had never played the Tower of Challenges. The guy with glasses scratched the back of his head, introducing himself to Kwan and saying that this was also his first trip to the tower. The main character smiled and said his name. Turning away, he thought that the squad could hit him in the back of the head at any moment, so there was no need to remember their names. Pakhana hugged his hand and called him by name. Looking into his eyes, the girl asked which floor in the test tower he had reached. Pressing close to him, the squad leader activated the first level Contact skill. The girl smiled sweetly. Red flowers appeared around them. Turning her back to him and replying that he had risen as far as he could, Jin-hyuk understood how this skill worked and thought that if he did not know about the existence of such an ability, then it would have worked. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, Pakhana asked herself what went wrong, because the effect of Contact should have already manifested itself. Hiding her hands behind her back, she asked her new ally to tell her what types of monsters there were in the labyrinth and what abilities they had. The guy agreed, squinting his eyes in displeasure. Butterflies were flying above him. Looking at the squad, the player stated that this labyrinth changes every time at a certain hour. The team members opened their mouths in surprise. The floor began to shake under their feet. Manga looked around and asked what was going on. Raising her eyebrows in fear, Pakana said that it was just a first-level labyrinth and asked what it was. Stone blocks began to emerge from the walls. One of them appeared right in front of the girl. Someone shouted to her to be careful. A second before the collision, the leader of the squad jumped to the side. Pointing his finger at his friend, Kalsik said that if he stood in one place, he would die and asked him to look up. A huge stone block fell from the ceiling, destroying the dungeon floor. The guys, trying to catch their breath, fell to the ground. The movement of the plate stopped. Dripping with sweat, Pakana looked back. With her hands on her knees, Hyaman said that she didn't see Jangmina. Chalsik gritted his teeth and said that the appearance of such a labyrinth on the first floor is absurd, because everything on the first floor should be the same, except for the ruins. Shaking off the dust, the main character asked if the members of the squad had been to the changing labyrinth at least once. Someone asked how anyone could have visited such a place. Knitting her eyebrows together in frustration, the squad leader said that this was too dangerous for the first level and that they needed to get out of here now. Looking at Hyaman, the girl asked her to find a way out using her ability. Hyaman replied that during the change in the labyrinth, her ability was deactivated, and tears appeared in her eyes. Having widened her eyes in fear, Panhaka realized that they were locked here, not even having the opportunity to find an emergency exit. As Jinhak watched the girls talk, he realized that the group, full of confidence, had only entered the labyrinth because of their ability to navigate, because they thought that knowing about the labyrinth would turn their foray into a trip to the neighborhood supermarket. Looking down, the guy thought that these people were stupid and realized that it was almost time for something to appear. The leader of the squad clenched her teeth in displeasure. Looking at the player facing her, she called out to him. Rushing towards him, Pakana asked why the guy didn't warn them in advance about such an important thing as changing the labyrinth. Pointing her finger at him, the girl said that because of him they almost died and many suffered. Kalsik also pointed his finger at the player and agreed with his friend, saying that only the young man knew about everything. Putting his hands on his belt, Kwanwoo added that because of him, Jangmina ended up on the other side of the walls. The guy sighed. Frowning, the main character asked if he asked the squad to follow him. Pakana opened her mouth in amazement. The player with burning eyes stated that they came here on their own and no one dragged them by force. Manga gritted his teeth angrily, saying that in addition to being locked in the maze, he was in a very bad mood. A weapon materialized in his hand. Holding a sword in his hands, the blonde shouted that he didn't like the player from the moment he first saw him. Furiously knitting his eyebrows, the boy wanted to say something, but a strange sound was heard. The axe hit the wall with a crash. Minguk fell to the ground, dropping his weapon as blood gushed from his body. Holding her hands to her chest, Hyaman fearfully called out to her friend, her mouth open. Kwanwoo asked how this happened. A huge hoof hit the ground. The Minotaur opened its mouth wide and let out a loud roar. The squad watched in fear as the enemy appeared. Weapons appeared in the hands of the guys. A bloody axe was sticking out of the wall. Suddenly he disappeared, leaving a crack on the wall. Taking the axe in his hands, the Minotaur swung it to strike. Raising her eyebrows in shock, Pakana thought that now they would definitely die. The main character jumped out of his seat, ordering the squad to move aside. Putting his hands behind his back, he rushed towards the enemy, leaving the guys behind. The leader of the squad watched him in fear, not understanding what he was doing. Just as the monster was about to strike with his axe, Jinhyuk ran up close to him. The monster hit the ground in front of him with force, throwing shards of tile into the air. The player ended up in the air directly above the enemy's head, a notification announcing that the dodge was successful. Smiling, he thought this was a great opportunity. The wound on his shoulder didn't bother him at all. The notification said that the hidden breach stat had been obtained. In the new notification it was written that this stat reduces the excessive difference in levels in a battle with a strong opponent and, conversely, increases it in a battle with a weak opponent. By grabbing the horn of a monster, the player thought that the difference in levels decreases for every 3 points. The Minotaur clenched his teeth in anger when he noticed him. The guy landed on the floor. This skill allowed him to grow even while remaining at the first level. The monster's eyes lit up. The young man thought that this was the only way that he had learned about through countless trials and errors. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Opening its fanged mouth, the monster again raised the axe above its head. Having dodged the attack, the main character thought that he had already been hit by these attacks tens of thousands of times. The notification reported that the breach stat had been increased by 500s. After another evasion, another similar message appeared. The player's body remembered all the patterns of this monster. Thanks to numerous evasions, identical notifications appeared in the air one after another. The Minotaur once again swung his axe. Jumping at the right moment to dodge, Jinhyuk thought that he was an old man. The breach stat was increased again. Jumping back, away from the enemy, the guy thought that no matter how strong his attacks were, they were of no use if they did not reach their target. The squad members opened their mouths in surprise. Mingak asked if they really wanted to deceive such a person. With her eyes widening in fear, Pakhana thought that it was crazy to plan to kill such a monster and take away the rewards. The Minotaur clenched his teeth furiously. The player smirked, stating that his enemy was swinging the axe very slowly over and over again, but still hoped to hit at least once. The monster bared its fangs and growled. The axe headed towards the enemy. The blade ended up right at the guy's neck, but the way to become stronger in a short time was simple. This method was to take a chance by placing a bet and putting your life on the line. The blade flew past. A small cut appeared on the neck. The reward was given based on the life-threatening danger. The notification said that the player managed to evade a fatal attack at the last second, so the breach stat was increased by 1. Looking at the notifications, the young man thought that getting 1 stat point for a scratch was a good exchange. His fingers were stained with blood. Having dodged the next blow, he thought that the situation would become much more dangerous if he made a slight mistake, so he needed to finish it. Looking at the squad standing by the wall, the main character thought that the secondary characters had decided to leave of their own free will. Grabbing her friend's hand, Hyaman said that she wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. Pakhana asked her to walk, leaning on the wall, because then there would definitely be a way out. Approaching her from behind, the player asked where they were going. The girl looked at him in fear, trying to say something. She opened her mouth in shock when she saw something in front of her. Pointing to the Minotaur, Jinhyuk said that the squad should join the battle if they also want to get stats, because they will be given a hidden stat if the guys dodge attacks. He added that rewards should be shared. The monster swung his huge axe for another blow. Pakhana jumped back. Hyaman put her hand forward in fear. The leader of the squad began to cry, her mouth open in horror. A powerful blow rolled across the entire room, destroying everything in its path. Kalsik ended up on the ground in front of a pool of blood. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. Smiling, the player stated that they could not stand like a pillar and that they needed to dodge and keep their distance. Looking at the Minotaur, he asked him if it was true. Some noise made the monster stop a meter away from his enemy. A stone block next to him appeared from the wall. The labyrinth began to move again. The stone slabs began to be rebuilt. One of the walls that appeared separated the opponents. Waving his hand, the guy promised to see the monster later. The wall closed the passage, leaving the Minotaur alone. The monster clenched his teeth in displeasure, steam coming from his mouth. Opening his mouth, he raised the axe above his head. The sound of the impact shook the entire dungeon. Butterflies were still flying around the ceiling. Pakhana leaned over to catch her breath. Kalsik, sitting next to him, said that they, too, could have died, like Minguk and Hyaman. The girl replied that now the enemy would not be able to pursue them. After introducing a white butterfly, the protagonist said that the pollen from the glowing moths he recently touched was attracting the Minotaur, so it was possible that the monster would continue to search for them. Raising her eyebrows in fear, the squad leader asked why their ally would do something so reckless. Looking at her incomprehensibly, the young man replied that he had to raise his stats. Reaching for the knife lying on the ground, he added that every time the maze changes, there is time to rest and replenish stamina. Waving the knife, Jinhyuk stated that it was fun for him when the monster found him. Looking up at him, Pakhana asked how long her ally would do this. Sticking his index finger at the shocked squad members, the player replied that he was going to leave the maze in a month. Kalsik helped his friend get up. The girl, thinking that this hell could not last a whole month, said that they would go separately. She decided that if they went on their own, the monster would not chase them. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, saying that, most likely, this would be the case. Smiling, he asked which direction the survivors were going to go. The guys walked forward along the corridor, but moving without a landmark is many times more dangerous. Kalsik pursed his lips tightly. Someone asked if their ally knew where the exit was. Touching the tip of the knife, the player replied that he knew more about this labyrinth than anyone else, and accordingly he knew the location of the exit. Frowning with displeasure, Pakhana thought that they had no other choice. Closing her eyes, the girl said that there was nothing more to do, but the guy interrupted her. Waving his finger, he said that in this world you cannot get something for free, because even for the bus fare you have to pay. The knife was a centimeter from the face of the squad leader. Holding a sparkling knife in his hands, the young man ordered to give him all the available coins. The man, holding a shield in his hands, rushed forward with a sword. The goblins jumped back in fear. A powerful blow from the shield threw them aside. The guy with the bandage on his forehead struck with a sword. The video of his battle was paused, and there were a lot of rave reviews underneath it. The video became popular, gaining more than 1 million views, and someone laughed. Smiling, the hero of the video said that this would be enough. The squad members smiled happily. The guy sitting in front of the laptop adjusted his glasses and said that all the headlines on the message board were only about him and that his fierce battle with the goblins brought in 1,000 coins just from views. Putting his finger to his upper lip, the guy with the headband said that it was all thanks to our common efforts and thanked his team. Another member of the squad, summoning blue arrows pointing upward in his hands, said that the audience probably thought that his friend did everything solo. Because they edited the video very well, the guy with glasses said that no one noticed that the swordsman added buffs. Suddenly the guy in the blindfold raised an eyebrow questioningly. Seeing that a user under the nickname Bald Guy left a negative comment, the person at the computer said that he was ruining everything. Putting his hand to his forehead, the guy in the bandage said not to be upset, because life in this world initially assumed its monopolization by outstanding discoverers. The boy with glasses worriedly called his friend. The notification said that a new video had been uploaded to the Walk of Fame. Because of the new video, the squad's video ratings immediately dropped. Approaching the screen, the guy in the blindfold asked why this happened. The preview video, titled "For the First Time in the World, Succeeded in Strengthening an Object Tenfold," showed a shining knife. Looking at the many positive reviews, the young man called it absurd. The number of views exceeded 1 million. 10 minutes ago, the main character crossed his arms over his chest and asked everyone to mind their own business. Waving his hand, he asked the squad to pick moss and prepare a sleeping place, as well as find logs to start a fire. Kalsik agreed and walked away. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, he looked back at his maliciously smiling ally. Looking to the side, Jinhyuk called up the status window and opened the exchange. The message that popped up in front of him said "Welcome to the exchange." Moving his hand over the notification, the guy thought about what he needed to buy. Enchanted tarot cards worth 70 coins appeared in the air. Then a fragment of an old worn bronze key appeared, worth 80 coins. Behind him appeared a piece of a wooden cartwheel worth 300 coins. Then a scroll appeared, a lotto booster worth 10 coins. The player smiled contentedly. These items were no different from garbage that no one would buy. His finger pointed at the purchase confirmation button. The notification thanked for the purchase. The most important thing was the knowledge of how to use these items. Holding his hand over the wave of blue energy, the guy decided to combine the key, tarot cards, and a piece of the wheel. Blue energy surged through his body, a notification announcing that the merger was successful. A wheel of fortune appeared in the air with a picture of fortune in the center. The notice said that this artifact could raise luck to its highest value for 10 minutes, but since it was not completed, the scope of use was limited. The wheel of fortune shone in the air above the young man. Summoning a knife in his hand, he thought that if you do not know the limit of its use, then, to the best of your ability, the luck you receive can be what pushes a person from heaven to earth. Grasping the wheel with his hand, the main character thought that its limit was known to him, because his life remembered everything. The wheel spun in the air. A notification announced that the highest luck value had been reached. Sealed scrolls rained down from the sky. The value of the number of scrolls in the inventory was 10. The enhancement lotto was famous for its worst chance of successful enhancement, but now luck was at its maximum level. The probability of success was 100%. The guy raised his sword to the spinning wheel of fortune. Smiling, he decided to use all the scrolls on the dagger, and a flurry of notifications about the successful enhancement began to pour in. The tip of the dagger began to sparkle. It flashed in the owner's hands, a notification announcing that an old level 10 dagger had been received. The new notification said that the player became the first on the Korean server to succeed in creating a level 10 item, for which he was awarded 5,000 coins. The corresponding achievement appeared on the pedestal. The notification stated that starting tomorrow it will be placed on the Walk of Fame for the whole day. The main character swung his new weapon several times. Placing it on his shoulder, he thought that finally a truly worthwhile thing had fallen into his hands. The 10th day of life in hell, Kalsik and Pakana sat on the floor, hugging their knees. There was a fire made from collected branches on the floor. A moss bed lay nearby. There was no food in the dungeon except mushrooms and moss. The girl watched with disgust as her friend ate fly agaric. She looked away. Jinhyuk was lying on a bed next to the fire. A memory surfaced in her head of how they were attacked by a minotaur who regularly came at a certain time. Pakana remembered how she barely managed to slip under a falling stone block. Because of the changing labyrinth, their life turned into a constant struggle on the brink of death. Imagining her forced ally swinging his sword, the girl was amazed at how easily he took it all. Holding her knees tightly, she said that they would die if this continued. Kalsik agreed, saying that this demon would use them and abandon them at the first opportunity. Anonymous comments began to appear before the eyes of the squad leader, giving advice or simply discussing the situation in the labyrinth. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl asked in a whisper if anyone had found information about this man. Users said that no information could be found because YouTube, personal blog, and all information were blocked, and he did not have a broadcast channel. Seeing this, Pakana lowered her head, thinking that they had chosen terrible people for the support group outside the tower. Frowning, she asked if they had passed on the information to the Elder and what the Raven Guild was saying. The anonymous man replied that nothing was known about this labyrinth and that it would take the guild 3 weeks to find them. Putting her hand to her face in disappointment, the girl thought that 3 weeks was too long. Throwing the last piece of mushroom into his mouth, Kalsik asked what they were saying in the guild. His friend replied that there was no information. Looking at her ally sleeping on the floor, she decided to share her thoughts with her friend. The guy was lying on his side with his back to the fire. Pakahana said that if you kill him and hold out a little longer until the Elder arrives, you can survive and get out of this hell. Knitting her eyebrows decisively, the girl said that the main question was how exactly to get rid of the guy. Kalsik picked up a stone lying on the ground, saying that killing it while he was sleeping was the best solution. Raising his hand, the young man said that few people could live with a broken skull. His girlfriend suddenly stopped him, grabbing his arm. Kalsik looked at her incomprehensibly. The girl said that this man has a reaction speed like a real monster. The main character did not move, lying on a moss bed. The leader of the squad said that they were powerless, because there was a high probability of a counterattack, even if they attacked on the sly. Throwing an incredulous look at her, the guy asked what they should do then, because they could not just tolerate this and continue to suffer. Starting to look for something in her purse, Pakana recalled that her friend was a member of the Black Raven Guild and said that he had given her something in case of danger. The leader of the troop took out from her bag the poisonous sting of a giant immature pumpkin wasp, 1 drop of which could kill 100 trolls. Smiling evilly, she proposed to act in a way that could not be resisted. The main character lowered his eyes in displeasure. In his hands was a wooden board with fried moss and mushrooms. It felt like they were making a survival movie. Taking the mushroom with improvised sticks made from mouse bones, the girl said that she needed to catch a mouse or a moth, then there would be something edible besides mushrooms. Jinhyuk, sitting farthest from the fire, asked to give him some more mushrooms and water. The guys immediately fulfilled his request. Putting more mushrooms on the plate, Kalsik noticed that they still had plenty of this nasty stuff. Throwing a disapproving glance at him, the girl mentally called him weak-willed. The main character put a piece of mushroom in his mouth. Anonymous comments were glad that he swallowed the poison. Pakana smiled contentedly. Kalsik watched him, chewing his portion. The plate of mushrooms fell to the floor. Black liquid gushed out of Kalsik's mouth. The guy grabbed his throat. The veins on his body swelled. Jumping up from her seat, the leader of the squad was frightened to see her friend squirming in unbearable pain. Looking at the player, the girl asked if he knew about the poison. The guy asked the counter whether they really thought that he would mindlessly accept food from their hands. Kalsik's body turned black. The player explained that he changed the plates as soon as they were distracted. Summoning the report button in front of him, the young man said that secretly broadcasting live is definitely illegal. Furrowing her brows, Pakna asked what evidence he had. The anonymous users were surprised that anyone had managed to notice this. Looking at the status window, the main character read that the live broadcast can only be turned on during a boss battle, and if cheating and illegal actions are detected, the perpetrators will be punished. The notification clarifies whether the player wants to file a statement about the discovery of illegal actions. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Jinhyuk said that during the broadcast you need to watch your facial expression. Smiling maliciously, he added that the disappointment on her face was too noticeable. The guy pressed the confirmation button. A notification with the inscription warning sparkled around the frightened Pakna. The notification said that the application had been successfully submitted and all anonymous names had been deleted. The girl pressed her hands to her chest. The live broadcast screen behind her began to disappear. She turned around to look at the screen. The users did not understand what was happening. One by one they were disconnected from the server until there was not a single connected viewer left. Notifications said that these people would not be able to watch the video for a month, and if they violate it again they will be deleted permanently. Seeing that the number of spectators was 0, the girl asked how this happened. A new notice announced that the player's fine had been replaced by a merciless fate. Kalsik's body melted. Pakana turned around, noticing something behind her. The Minotaur walked along the corridor, holding an axe in his hands. The next moment he came around the bend. Seeing the enemies, the monster opened its mouth and let out a battle cry. The monster rushed forward at full speed. Hiding behind the player, the girl asked if he would fight this time. Slapping him on the back, she asked him to tell him where she should hide. The young man turned around, calling her impudent because the girl had recently tried to poison him, and now she was asking for help. Holding her hands to her chest in fear, Pakana stated that he always told them what to do. A plea for help was written on her face, and a notification popped up stating that the conditions for copying the contact skill had been met. The main character gave her an arrogant look and said that he no longer needed her. A skill book materialized above his head. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl said that the guy would regret it. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that her older brother served in the Raven Guild. The thrown axe hit the ground, causing Pakna to jump back. Jinhyuk jumped into the air, ending up above the monster's head. Having fallen to the ground, the girl watched what was happening. The player asked her to carefully look at what the difference was between him and the guild. He swung the sparkling knife. Making a jerk down, the guy hit the Minotaur right in the back of the head. There was a shallow cut on the monster's head. Swinging its fist, the monster hit the wall, causing its enemy to jump back. The player landed on a stone tile, thinking that he was able to deal damage thanks to his breach skill. The powerful tug caused the rocks under his feet to crumble. Rushing forward, the guy concluded that he couldn't just kill the monster. Noticing something, he glanced to the side. The axe flew over him, forcing the player to slide along the ground. To win, it was enough to create the same situation as last time. Looking at the enemy, the young man clenched his teeth. The notification said that the first level fire element was activated. The flames rushed towards the Minotaur, who put his hands in front of him for protection. Breaking through the flames, the monster screamed furiously. Having rushed past, the main character was able to strike at the monster's legs. The Minotaur fell to one knee. The player was behind him and asked the monster not to rage so much. Grasping the knife tighter, he thought that as muscle builds, the meat becomes tougher. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Minotaur lowered his head, steam coming from his mouth. The moment had almost arrived for the monster to use his last card. The monster's eyes lit up. The notification announced that the Guardian of the Labyrinth had activated the 10th level frenzy. The Minotaur straightened his arms and opened his mouth. The muscles in his arms became larger. The hoof pressed through the floor, breaking it into small fragments. Its horns and axe became covered with green energy. The monster bared its fangs and growled furiously. Jinhyuk confidently held the knife in front of him. Pakana clenched her teeth in fear, wondering if it was possible to somehow defeat such an enemy. The monster's eyes lit up with red fire. His mane stood on end. The 10th level frenzy icon appeared. This skill increased strength, attack speed, and movement speed by 30%. An additional ability was an increase in intelligence, allowing you to speak human language. Opening his mouth, the Minotaur declared that he would tear the man into small pieces. Holding an axe in front of him, he added that he would trample him into dust so that he could never encroach on this place again. The knife was enveloped in a purple haze. The guy said that his mana efficiency had improved a lot compared to before. Holding his weapon out in front of him, the player smiled and called on the enemy to attack. The monster swung his axe, wanting to get even with his opponent. The young man was able to block the attack by raising his knife in time. His blade was able to deflect the blow of even such a powerful weapon. The axe slipped, crashing into the ground. The next blow was blocked by a precise swing of the knife. The Minotaur continued to attack, but all his blows were reflected. Watching the battle from the side, Pakana could not believe her eyes. Opening her mouth in surprise, she realized that her ally had stopped dodging and began to take the full power of the blows. The monster swung its axe with renewed vigor. Even if all the guild members were here, they would not be able to defeat a boss-level monster that had activated a level 10 skill. The girl called the guy crazy, a drop of sweat running down her tense face. The blades of the two weapons crossed again. The young man parried the blow. Pakana did not understand how he could smile in such a situation. Frowning, the main character thought that he was stuck. Imagining how he was drowning in a bottomless abyss, Jinhyuk thought that with all his soul he hated the reality in which he felt helpless. The notification said that the player had died. That in reality, that in the game the difficulty was like hell. The notification said that the number the breach stats received were 57. Memories of the battle flashed through his mind. The guy clenched his fist victoriously. A huge tiger burst out from behind him. This world reacted to him. Smiling, the player parried another blow, and a notification about increasing the breach stat popped up. Thanks to the knife, he managed to avoid being hit. The axe made a hole in the stone slab. The Minotaur raised one eyebrow in confusion. Stone fragments rose into the air. The young man put a knife in front of him and rushed to attack. Thanks to his lightning-fast strikes, the monster's body was covered with wounds from the knife. The main character rushed forward decisively, his knife covered in purple energy. Raising his fist, the monster declared that his opponent was only capable of tricks. Declaring that there was not even a scratch left on him, the monster aimed his fist at the enemy. A bright flash appeared in front of him. A shockwave swept across the room. The player landed on the stone floor. The monster's fist stopped right in front of his face. The notification said that the Labyrinth Guard's level 10 frenzy time had expired. Looking at the immobilized enemy, Jinhyuk stated that 5 minutes had passed. The Minotaur clenched his teeth in irritation. The demon with horns was shrouded in flames. Frenzy was capable of exerting its maximum strength in 5 minutes, but after that there would be a penalty where the user would fall into a state of suspended animation for 24 hours. A corresponding notification popped up warning of a penalty. The Minotaur fell to the ground, causing a status window. The guy said that he had 50 breach stat points, which could reduce the difference of 19 levels. Smiling, he thought that over the next few days he would reach 100 points. Pakana looked out from behind the stone, asking if the battle was over. The player replied that the rage was over, but they managed to get rid of the monster only for a while. Hearing that the monster would appear again if the labyrinth changed and a day passed, the girl opened her mouth in horror. Sticking 2 fingers forward, the young man declared that there were still 20 days left. 20 days later, the stone floor of the dungeon was destroyed. The Minotaur raised his axe over his head. The young man easily dodged a sharp cutting blow from the right. The notification reported an increase in the breach stat. Jumping up, he avoided the lower blow. A notification appeared saying that the number of breach stats received was equal to 100. Furiously opening its fanged mouth, the monster rushed to attack. The enemy's fist slammed into his chin, the Minotaur becoming weaker with each point he gained. Throwing the enemy back, the young man said that it was all because of his mood. His foot pinned the bull's horn to the floor. Towering over the defeated monster, the main character declared that the time had come for them to part. Smiling, he looked back. Looking at Pakana, Jinhuk said that he needed to decide how to deal with her. The girl, pressing her hand to her chest, asked what it meant to deal with her. Hearing that from now on the player was gathering interns into the company of old men, Pakana opened her mouth in surprise. Squinting, the guy asked if she really wasn't interested. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl shouted that she was very interested in such an offer because she had long wanted to join something like this. The player praised her for her determination. Approaching her, he asked to tell her how the girl could be useful for the company in the future. Putting her hand to her chest, Pakana replied that her personal contact ability would definitely be useful in managing the company. Thinking that he had already mastered this ability, the guy raised his eyebrows questioningly. The girl replied that she would never betray him. Taking a step forward, the young man asked what other proposals there would be. Hovering over his ally, he called her a complete disappointment. Hearing that the main character was ready to make a verdict, Pakana began to cry, begging him to give her more time. Smiling evilly, the player stated that there were no interns who had joined the company of old men. Raising her eyebrows in fear, the girl shouted that she would give him Braham's ring. Clutching his leg, she asked for her life and stated that her older brother had made a deal with China and provided ginseng to Koryo as payment. Looking at her from under his brows, Jinhuk wondered how Braham's ring could have fallen into the hands of the Black Crow Guild. In the center of the golden ring, a red gem sparkled. It was one of the best items that can be obtained on the first floor. The ring increased movement speed, resistance to magic, and allowed it to restrain the mana of monsters. The guy's eye sparkled. Thanks to the Eye of Truth, it became clear that the girl's words were true. The corresponding notifications reported this. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the player congratulated her on gaining the status of an intern in the company of old men. Holding out 3 fingers in front of him, he said that the interns were not paid and that the interns should arrive whenever and wherever they were called. Hearing that the contract remained to be signed, Pakana widened her eyes in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about. The notification announced the reading of the memories of the world, and the powers of the contact and fire element skills appeared in the guy's hands. A plus sign appeared between the skill icons. A notification indicated that the merging of 2 skills had begun. A ball of blue energy appeared in the player's hand. He stated that it would be a little hot. The notification said that the soul brand skill had been obtained. The young man put his hand on the girl's shoulder. She asked in fear if this was really a contract. Raising his hand over her, shrouded in energy, the protagonist asked if Pakana really thought that she would just need to put a stamp on a piece of paper. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The player congratulated her on joining the Black Enterprise. The notice stated that the soul brand was carved on the intern's face, and a woman's scream was heard in the depths of the labyrinth. An icon for the soul brand skill appeared. The description said that the object on which the mark was placed was obliged to obey the orders of the owner of the skill. If the rules were violated, the object's body would ignite. The gates of the labyrinth opened. The notice said that the first floor maze had been completed for the first time. The girl fell on the grass, rejoicing that she managed to survive. The notification said that players would be on the honor list for 1 day and would receive 5,000 coins. Looking at the notification, Pakana was surprised by such a reward for all the torment. Hearing the young man calling her, she looked back. Putting his hand in front of her, the main character ordered to give all the money. The coins flew into his status window. Now he had more than 10,000 coins, and there was most likely no player with more money yet. Pointing his finger at the intern, Jinhuk ordered Braham's ring to be brought within 3 days. The girl objected, saying that 3 days was too little. Gathering blue energy in his hand, the guy stated that the time had been reduced to 2 days. A burn in the shape of a human palm appeared on Pakana's face, and she promised to bring the ring. The news was broadcast on a huge screen on the roof of the building. A man in an official suit announced that in a week, the strongest guild in Korea, Tangun, plans to defeat the boss of the third floor. Emblems of different guilds appeared. The Tangun Guild was the leading guild of the country, raising its stakes in the international competition to conquer the tower. The characters walked down the street past the screen. The news anchor asked if there were any statements from the Chinese. Knitting his eyebrows in confusion, the man said that it was better to try to capture the tower on his own rather than wait for help from another country because the Tangun Guild was able to cope without outside support. Watching what was happening on the screen, the player wondered if these people would regret their decision to go after the boss of the third floor. Imagining the tower, he realized that they were in such a hurry because they wanted to get as many resources as possible. Presenting the map of the tower, the young man decided that there was no need to go to the third or even the second floor because only 90 days were given to each floor. A message appeared about moving to the next level. Many monsters appeared in front of the player. In his opinion, the guild would not be able to cope with completing the floor due to the constantly increasing level of difficulty, and humanity would not have a second chance. The light was on in the window of the apartment building. The main character decided to begin by collecting all the information about the events of the last month. There were bags of garbage in front of the front door. Holding the phone in his hands, Jin-hyuk wanted to turn to informants whose information could be trusted in order to find reliable information among the gossip. A tab called Community Challenge Towers appeared on the phone screen. The site had a user search function. The main character was sitting at a table in a cafe. A guy with blonde hair introduced himself as Teeman and said his nickname was Bald Head. His strangely dressed avatar was holding a Molotov cocktail in his hand. The girl with black hair hit her chest and introduced herself as Manhwa. Her nickname was Firefist, and her avatar was a children's inflatable ring and boxing gloves. Jin-hyuk opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that these guys with whom he played together 2 years ago were not at all similar to their characters. Imagining himself surrounded by avatars of his old friends, the guy thought that this was not how the first group should have been created. The notification announced the use of the Eye of Truth skill. Teeman smiled. All the information was displayed in his status window, including personal skills. The Machine King's ability icon appeared. This magic was quite powerful and had no serious drawbacks, so it was useful in large-scale battles. Yeonwha took a sip from her plastic cup, her status window describing her stats and abilities. A sign of the Taekwondo Master skill appeared, which helped fight in close combat. The main character realized that the guys were hunting together because they had the same level. He smiled, thinking that they got along well before. The notification that popped up said that the player would only be able to copy abilities if they reached the 20th floor together. Pointing his hand at his ally, Teeman said that it was his turn. Distracted from his thoughts, the young man introduced himself, saying his name. Putting his hand to his mouth in embarrassment, he added that his nickname was Captain Boar, and thought to himself that he created this nickname 11 years ago. Sitting down at the table, Jin-hyuk said that he was 27 years old and that he streamed Paprika TV. Teeman's mouth opened in surprise. He was surprised that his friend was a streamer and said that he also sometimes watched Paprika. Smiling, the player replied that he had already stopped streaming. With a wave of his hand, the interlocutor said that they could relax, because they had been playing together for many years. Manhwa, sitting next to him, agreed with him. The thought flashed through the guy's head that his friends were too sociable. He remembered the smiling Jongsu who wanted to use him. An image of Pak Hana with burning eyes, who was about to betray him, appeared in his head. Sitting at the table with his old comrades, the young man thought that for the first time he felt comfortable after communicating with many hypocrites. In front of the hologram of the earth there was a chessboard. From his friends the player managed to learn what happened while he was in the labyrinth, for example, how the main guilds of the world developed. He also learned about streaming trends. The man opened a window in front of him to record videos. People in robes hid their faces behind black masks. The main character learned about the appearance of a group of miners who created a certain factory and were engaged in kidnapping people. Teeman raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if his friend had really been missing for the last month. Hearing an affirmative answer, the young man clarified whether his friend had taken the test. After scooping ice cream into a spoon, the main character asked what kind of dough we were talking about. There was a taxi and a traffic jam on the highway. Looking back from the front seat, Teeman explained that a stream of players poured into the tower when it first appeared, but from the second floor the number of deaths increased. The tower rushed high into the sky. The association set a restriction due to which only those who passed the test could climb to the second floor. Pointing to the barcode on her wrist, Manhwa added that the association issues a verification code to everyone. Remembering the face of the head of the association, Jin-hyuk thought that Sanjin was gathering people with powerful abilities under the guise of reducing the number of casualties. Smirking slyly, he decided to use the system created by the association for his own benefit. There was a screen with the earth depicted on it hanging on the skyscraper, and the taxi stopped at the entrance to the building. The symbol of the association appeared. After its creation, players who received a grade below F lost the opportunity to go to the second floor, and the dossier was stamped failed. People cheered as they stood in front of the man with the sword. Players with high scores immediately began to receive offers from the top guilds in the country, so 3 types of people gathered at the testing site. The first were those who desperately wanted to get the right to enter the tower. The guy clasped his hands, hoping to get a good rank. The girl bit her thumb, expecting to get at least E rank. The second were those who met players with high ranks, reporters prepared to do the interview, wondering which guild would take the A-rank player this time and wanting to do a special report. The man with the camera noticed something in front of him. The journalists opened their mouths in surprise. The third were those who wanted to show their right to enter to the whole world. Pakana from the Black Crow Guild and her brother Hajin, a rising star of the guild, passed along the road. A man walked behind them, camera flashes shining right in his face. Gait from the guild father of wrestling sternly knitted his eyebrows. The journalist asked the cameraman not to miss a single frame. Taking off his sunglasses, the man asked where the crowd came from. Hajin looked at him and explained that many people want to get rich quickly or gain fame. Frowning with displeasure, the man said that he did not have time and asked the guy to clear the way because reporters were waiting for him. His eyes lit up. Guide said that he came here for the sake of the young guys from Black Crow, so they need to try. Raising her eyebrows tensely, Pakana asked him not to worry and promised to do everything necessary. Hajin agreed with his sister. Security guards began to push the crowd aside to make way for the celebrities. Among the crowd stood the main character along with his friends. The guard pointed his finger at him and ordered him to get out of the way. Pointing to himself, Jinhak asked why he needed to move if he had his number and was waiting in line. Hajin pushed the guard away, accusing him of not doing his job well. Pointing a finger at the guy, the Black Crow Guild member said that he was making a big mistake by not moving. Hearing a voice from the crowd that said that he was opposing Hajin himself, the player realized that it was his trainee's brother, but did not even move, putting his hands in his pockets. Due to the use of the Eye of Truth skill, his eyes lit up. Hajin looked at him blankly and asked why the young man was staring at him. All the characteristics were displayed in his status window. The notification said that in order to copy his personal ability, the player needed to raise the target's interest to the maximum, and to copy one of the skills it was necessary to raise hostility to the maximum. With his eyes widened, the guy realized that he could provoke the copy target to gain his skill. While Hajin was trying to prove his point, Pakana approached them. Seeing her boss, the girl opened her mouth in fear. Her brother turned around, explaining that the man didn't want to leave. The main character grabbed him by the index finger. The next moment the finger was broken. Hajin immediately grabbed his swollen red finger, whining in pain. Jinhak calmly drank the water, not worrying about anything. Hajin's eyes lit up and he removed his hand, which was immediately enveloped in strong magic. All the people around were in shock. They called for everyone to run to the scene of the clash and look at what was happening. Janek, noticing something was wrong, looked at his opponent in surprise. At that same second, he grabbed the open bottle of water tighter. Hajin was already heading towards the main character when suddenly water got into his face and eyes. He threw a strong slash, but Jinhyuk was no longer there. All that was left was the bottle, which flew towards the attacker, when suddenly he received a strong blow to his leg, causing his stance to buckle. Within a second, Hajin fell to the floor with a loud cry, holding his knee. Not far from him, with his back turned, stood the main character. Everyone around was in shock. No one understood what happened. Among the uncomprehending crowd was Hana. She looked at Jinhyuk in horror. Drops of sweat were running down her face, and there was fear in her eyes. She asked herself why the main character was here. Quite suddenly it was heard from the crowd. It was Gait, who was holding his hands on his chest with displeasure. Jinhyuk looked at Gait emotionlessly. He immediately tried to use the level 1 Eye of Truth skill. At the same second, an error appeared with the inscription, Failure. Immediately another error appeared, informing that the use of the skill was impossible due to the difference in levels. There was rage on Gait's face. Gritting his teeth in anger, he advanced on the main character. His eyes burned with a bright, warm flame. This guy's level was reported to be above 20. As soon as Gait approached the main character, he looked up at him and said that he didn't know that Hajin had a nanny. Then Gait calmly replied that this requires an eye and an eye, but nothing, Kajin is quite a useful fellow. Immediately Jinhyuk tensed. Frowning his brows, he asked if what Hajin supplied to China was ginseng from the Goryeo dynasty. Hearing this, Gait became furious, gritting his teeth and asking how he knew. All the people and reporters around heard this and did not understand what they were talking about. With his arms outstretched, Jinhyuk nonchalantly replied, "Does it matter how he found out?" and then asked if Gait would ask the right question. A malicious smile appeared on his face, and there was a certain idea in his eyes. For example, how to get rid of side effects, Jinhyuk suggested the question. Gait said rather sharply. A message immediately appeared informing that Gait was using the 3rd level dungeon skill. Walls began to appear around Jinhyuk and the enraged Giddy. Hyung, Teeman shouted, throwing himself into the closing walls. Veins appeared on Gait's forehead with anger, and fire burned in his eyes. It exuded strong magical energy. Jinhyuk, Younghwa immediately shouted when she saw that the dungeon had closed. Is this really a protective wall? The main character asked in surprise, touching the impenetrable wall. Gait did not answer the question, but simply asked if Jinhyuk was really asking for 10 dungeons, after which he asked if then the main character could prove that he was not lying. Then Jinhyuk began to explain that the edible item needed to restore stamina and mana was ginseng from the Goryeo dynasty, after which he, imagining the exhausted magician, said that if you simply eat ginseng, a side effect will occur, magical poisoning. After that, he raised 3 fingers and said that the guys were probably suffering about this right now, but 3 objects could help with this. These were Carasian juice, moonstone, and most importantly, mandrake root. After which he said that he thought that the guys were now looking for the mandrake root. After thinking a little and throwing out his hand, he said that he would tell him where he was, after which he asked if Gait now believed him. Drops of sweat were running down Gait's face, and it was clear from his face that he was very excited. He said to himself that everything he said coincided with the words of the scouts and researchers. Well, I agree, the main character asked with a malicious smile on his face. After thinking a little, Gait replied that he would believe Jinhyuk. But, he suddenly said, sharply holding out the knife that appeared in his hand. I'm warning you, no tricks, Gait said in an angry and threatening voice, adding that otherwise it wouldn't seem like much. He clenched his teeth in anger and said to himself that the main character had asked for as many as 10 of the most valuable dungeons and this was an excessively high fee. He held the blade shrouded in strong magic in front of Jinhyuk's face and said in his head that he needed to end everything here. Suddenly fear and shock appeared in his eyes. Jinhyuk smiled madly, his eyes glowing with a bright purple flame. Looking at his opponent, he said that it seemed that Gait had not yet understood. Both our deal and your life, the main character continued to say. In my hands, he added, raising the blade, which was shrouded in strong, terrifying magic. And at this time one of the guards broke through the floor. Jinhyuk's comrades were surrounded, but they successfully defended themselves. Get away, Yenba shouted furiously, adding that unless, of course, they want to die. There was a raging fire in her eyes. Suddenly a notification appeared saying that the level 3 dungeon skill had been cancelled. The magic has dissipated. The guys went in different directions. The main character, with a smile on his face, shouted to Inui to calm down the girl. Are you okay? The guy's voice was immediately heard. They immediately ran up to him, shouting that he had been kidnapped just like that, and they would kill everyone, he said. Waving his hands, the main character said that everything was fine. Pointing to the departing Gait, Jinhyuk told them not to worry because he and Gait had found a common language. At that same second, Hajin rushed to the enraged Gait in a rage and asked if he would really just let the main character go. Bowing, Hajin, with a drop of sweat on his face, said that if he gave him a chance, he would come up with a good plan. At that same second, he received a strong blow to the neck from Gait. Raising him with one hand high above the ground, he told him to understand that Jinhyuk is stronger than everyone, after which he said that if Hajin does something like this again, he will greatly regret it. The guy was already out of breath, veins stood out on his neck, and saliva was flowing from his mouth. I understand, Hajin said in a trembling voice and out of breath. Throwing the guy on the floor, Gait and his guys left. Hajin asked himself in horror what happened in that dungeon. A fire immediately lit up in his eyes, he was angrier than before. In his head he screamed that no one could humiliate him, which means he would kill him. It was immediately reported that by raising hostility to the maximum, you can copy one of the skills. A notification immediately appeared that the conditions were met, which means Jinhyuk copied the stealth skill. It was reported that stealth is a passive ability, difficulty in obtaining, description, breathing, and pulse can be controlled. The next message states that the copied skill is saved in the memories of the world. Jinhyuk, with a malicious and at the same time satisfied smile on his face, looked at the enraged Hajin. After that, he began to walk away while the people around him admired him. In the table rating, Hana was in first place with scores of 1,755. The main character said in surprise, folding his arms over his chest, did the trainee really drink mountain ginseng? Suddenly a voice was heard inviting the next person into the office. With a blade in his hands, he entered the office and saw a crystal with a man standing next to it. He said that the test is simple, you need to hit the magic stone, objects, skills, you can use everything. The hidden power of the stone is revealed during the attack. The guy saw the blade in the hands of the main character and asked if he would really only use it. Jinhyuk immediately extended his hand with the blade in front of him and said that this would be enough. Okay, the guy said, putting his hand to his chin and looking at something on the tablet, after which he added that the main character would start as soon as he was ready. Suddenly the guy noticed that the main character approached a stone larger than the one he was supposed to hit. He immediately turned to Jinhyuk, after which he said that the stone he approached was a mid-level stone, and pointed to the stone that was needed and told him to go to the entry-level stone. A flame flashed in the eyes of the main character. The guy was enveloped in the strong aura of the protagonist. He looked at Jinhyuk in horror and shock and said that ordinary players could not even activate a mid-level stone. The stone fell with a crash onto the floor, divided into two halves. The guy added that it was impossible to break the middle stone in half. The result of the main character immediately appeared on his tablet, showing that Jinhyuk's rank was as shocked by such results. The guy shouted that he needed to report this to his superiors. Jinhyuk suddenly said not so quickly. Taking the guy's tablet, he told him to report back in a week. Immediately the guy asked in confusion whether he was really asking to postpone the report. There was a terrifying power in Jinhyuk's eyes. He said that this was for personal reasons, and in a week the guy can report wherever he wants. But, the guy mumbled, not knowing what to say. Then the main character straightened up, took out a blade and, playing with it, said that he knew several worldly wisdoms. One of them, the law is far away, but the fist is nearby. In horror, the guy screamed that it was true. The door from the office opened. The main character, standing against the wall with his hands folded on his chest, asked Hana passing by, but they quickly overtook her. Suddenly the girl extended her hand to the main character, which contained a ring. It was Braham's ring. Difficulty of obtaining a magic resistance +10, movement speed +5%, ability suppression +20, description, suppresses the monster's magical abilities. Taking the ring in his hand, he turned around with a satisfied face and was about to leave. Hana immediately screamed, pointing to her face to remove the brand from her because she kept her promise. As he left, Jinhyuk waved his hand and said that he would look at her behavior. Why suddenly surprised voices were heard. These were his comrades. Teeman, with a drop of sweat on his face, asked in confusion whether the main character really had an F rank. Then Manhwa, in an equally confused voice, said that she thought that the main character would have a higher rank than them. It was day outside. The sun was shining. The voices of the protagonist's company were heard from the huge building. Jinhyuk replied that this was just a temporary result, after which he said that he needed to take a repeat test in a week. They left the building. A taxi immediately pulled up to the guys. Manhwa, walking to the car, said that the second test was in the dungeon, after which she asked the main character how it would pass. Jinhyuk, getting into the car, said that he needed information, after which he added that there was no need to worry about him because he would write later, and let the guys go to the tower. After sitting in the car and buckling down, the main character folded his arms across his chest and said to himself that the first test determines the rank based on magical power, and the one who passes this test moves on to the second. He introduced the huge monsters and orcs located in the dungeon, after which he said that the task was simple. He needed to go through one of the dungeons of the tower. There were no restrictions on difficulty. You could choose any opponents, even goblins or orcs. At the same moment, he imagined a completely different place. In the hall that he presented, a beautiful girl with beautiful wings was sitting. Jinhyuk said that the place where he would go is the ancient ruins on the first floor, after which he added that neither in the 11 years that they played the tower, nor now that it appeared in reality, no one was able to pass this forbidden zone. When was the last time I was here? He asked himself, finding himself in a new dungeon. He had a satisfied smile on his face and a huge backpack behind his back. They came to the abodes of the fallen, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a can of soda hitting him in the head. They immediately shouted at him to tell Jinhyuk to drag his suitcases. Mountain ruins, first floor of the Tower of Challenges. Warkug was very beautiful. Waterfalls flowed and rocks flew in the air. In his head, Jinhyuk said that with an F rank, he couldn't go there alone because the guild guarding these ruins wouldn't let him through. They marched forward in a huge expedition. He added that the best option was to go as a porter. Suddenly, one of the team turned to Jinhyuk and asked how he got here. The main character looked coldly at the questioner. He smiled and said that he needed a lot of money to survive. To this the stranger smiled back and said that everyone needs money. Suddenly, he showed a picture of his family on his phone and said that he was here to feed his wife and children. Jinhyuk's face changed at that very second. He immediately realized that this man was one of the suicide players. They moved further and further. The traveler said that both of them with rank F should be extremely careful. Where they point, that's where we go, because the equipment doesn't work inside and the ambulance won't come. Don't worry, the main character said with a confident and warm smile on his face, after which he added that those who are here will at least return home unharmed. Yes, the stranger asked, a little confused, turning to the main character. Cold sweat broke out on his face. The sky was blue. The sun illuminated the mountains and the earth. The stranger suddenly laughed and thanked Jinhyuk for his kind words, after which he praised him for being braver than the others. It was reported that the quest for the raid group was beginning. A scroll appeared indicating a raid. It was reported that this is a raid on the capture of ruins, Difficulty S, conditions, kill the boss of the location, free the prince who is deep in the ruins, reward, relic of your choice. We are there, it was heard from up front. Then everyone threw their huge backpacks onto the ground. The leader's voice said that everyone was doing well, so now they can rest while they wait for the raid group. Jinhyuk put down his backpack and looked at the huge temple in front of them. The golden chest was a special reward. The notification that appeared announced a special reward for the first conqueror of the tower. Special, the main character asked himself in surprise, looking at the notification that appeared in front of his face. Is it really only me who can see this? He asked himself. The next notice was about receiving the award. The hero now has stats for plus 10 points of luck and plus 10 points of adaptability. The next message said that the luck and adaptability stats had been increased by 10. Frozen was also obtained. The lock under the frozen emblem was opened. It has been reported that Cold Heart is the ability to remain calm even in a critical situation, but may have trouble showing emotions. It was also reported that the passive skill Monopolization was obtained. The lock under the Monopolization emblem was opened. It was reported that if Jinhyuk completed the quest alone, the reward for completing it would be the highest possible. This, the main character said in confusion. Suddenly a crazy smile appeared on his face, and madness was also visible in his eyes. He asked himself how cool this was. He put his hand to his mouth and thought. Jinhyuk presented several chests behind him with various rewards. He said to himself that even though there were an incredible number of awards in the tower, to receive at least one was great luck. With such passiveness, I don't even need luck, he joyfully said to himself. While he was thinking, a bright light suddenly shone in the center of the temple. It illuminated everything around. After a few seconds, barely visible figures appeared in it. It was a raiding party. One of the guys was loudly indignant, saying that he couldn't get used to teleportation, after which he asked what the others were doing. More soldiers appeared behind him. One of them reported that all 50 people were alive. Ordinary workers looked with some horror and distrust at the arriving raid group. It was immediately reported that the Eye of Truth of the first level was being used. We are moving forward, the leader shouted, adding that they will form the formation on the move. The raid group is in the vanguard. It was reported that this guy's name was Jeonghwan, age 29, level 14. Ability, Relief. Jinhyuk was informed that the condition for copying the ability was to gain Jeonghwan's trust during the raid. The main character's eyes exuded strong magical power. Damn, he said, biting his lip in worry. He looked at Jeonghwan, who was gathering a squad, and then said that gaining trust would be difficult. Wait a minute, he suddenly said. His eyes showed that he had something in mind. Jeonghwan didn't even realize that the main character was watching him so closely. In his head, Jinhyuk was asking himself if the guild leader of the top 10 was only at such a low level. He stood with his arms crossed and watched, saying in his head that he would not be noticed. Destroyed temple. There was devastation everywhere, nothing was whole. The roots of the trees have already sprouted everywhere. A mage from the squad, stopping in front of pitch darkness, turned to everyone and told everyone to follow her, because if someone gets lost, no one will save him. It was reported that the lamp skill of the first level is activated. The staff in the woman's hand glowed bright red. Strong magic was released from the staff, lighting up part of the corridor. The corpses and bones of other raiders and monsters appeared in it. Ordinary workers, going inside, were very frightened. Looking around, they asked if these were ruins. The guys walked past monsters that had long been killed by the raid group. Well, there was a massacre here, said a passing worker. They walked further and further. Looking around, they said that the atmosphere here was very scary. Suddenly Jeonghwan and his troops discovered what they had come for, after which he called all the workers to come to them. There was no positive emotion on Jinhyuk's face. He looked at the squad leader with contempt. It's strange, the main character said in his head, asking afterwards if there really were any losses, although they endured so many monsters. Remembering how Jeonghwan had just recently shouted about formation on the move, he said that guy's strategy seemed rather strange. Suddenly, the main character's thoughts were interrupted by a strong blow on the shoulder from another porter, who angrily told Jinhyuk to go and distribute water. Then the main character remembered that he was just a porter. He smiled evilly, and veins stood out on his face. The man who hit him on the shoulder pointed his finger in the other direction, saying that here they could handle it themselves, telling the main character to help the foreigners. Foreigners, the main character asked himself in surprise in his head, looking at the guys in gold-colored armor, when suddenly he saw a strange sign on the shoulder of one of them. After thinking a little, he remembered that these were warriors of the Sion Guild. Suddenly he saw one of the soldiers in white robes and armor, which was unlike the others. Jinhyuk smiled mockingly, saying in his head that they were such fragile creatures, and then asked himself if it was worth making friends with someone. After a while, he handed over a mug of cold water. The knight in white robes looked at the main character in surprise. Jinhyuk said that the knight did a good job. The warrior thanked him. It was reported that level 1 communication was being activated. Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly when he learned about this. It was immediately reported that there was little interest in him. Suddenly the knight began to take off his helmet. Taking it off completely, it was a beautiful girl with brown hair. What Jin-hyuk saw shocked him. He understood everything immediately. She was the youngest daughter of the Laurentia family of aristocrats from Europe. She is a versatile player associated with divine power, with offensive, defensive, and healing skills. The girl looked incredibly heroic. She held the sword confidently in her hands. Jin-hyuk continued talking in his head. She, the hero who saved Amsterdam from chaos, is one of the most famous players in Europe. She is the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Laurentia. Looking at how Teresa greedily drank all the water from the glass, he said in his head that it was now clear why there were no losses, adding that Teresa showed herself best in battles with the undead and other evil spirits. But, he suddenly said, after which his eyes glowed with a bright flame. He added that many want to go higher, and Teresa is here, although there is now a raid on the boss of the 3rd floor. It was reported that the level 1 Eye of Truth was being used. The girl, holding an empty mug in her hand, blushed because she was refreshed. Suddenly an error appeared saying that using the skill was impossible due to the difference in levels. Is she really higher than the 20th level? The main character asked himself in surprise. Suddenly, another message appeared on top of the error, informing that the luck and adaptability stats compensated for the difference in levels. The Eye of Truth of the 2nd level was immediately used. Cool, Jin-hyuk shouted joyfully in his head. It was reported that the main character can view the status of the target. Looking at the system screen in front of him, he said with a satisfied smile on his face that now he could appreciate everything. After looking at the girl's stats, he saw that her age was 22, level 29, and her special ability was the protection of heaven. Teresa was incredibly beautiful. There was no anger or greed in her blue eyes, only love and kindness. The conditions for copying were that Teresa is one of the top 100 players in the world, and if the main character rescues her from a dangerous situation, he will be able to copy one of the abilities or skills. Well, numbers, Jin-hyuk said in shock, looking at her characteristics on the system screen, after which he added that now it's clear why everyone admires Teresa. Suddenly, at one of the points, he noticed a quest to choose a profession. It was then that he understood why the girl went to these ruins. At that same second, Teresa, with a wide and kind smile on her face, handed the empty mug to the main character and, thanking him, said that she had quenched her thirst. Taking the empty mug, Jin-hyuk smiled kindly and said to himself that it was he who needed to thank her. Ability, which is highly valued by warriors, Jin-hyuk continued to say to himself. He understood that now he had a chance to receive the patronage of heaven. Jin-hyuk only had to find out what situation could be dangerous for this paladin and how he could save it. Suddenly the temple began to shake violently and collapse. The warriors called for their leader. He ran as fast as he could towards the soldiers. He was terrified, there was fear and bewilderment in his eyes. What he saw left him speechless. Trouble, said one of the soldiers. Sentinels, he said slowly. Already dead? The girl continued, sitting next to the corpse of one of the guys on their team. Further down the corridor there were more corpses. Ruin guardians were reported to be keeping an eye out for trespassers. A huge mechanism flying in the air looked at the entire raid squad. Remaining time is 10 minutes. Unknown cubes, shrouded in strong magic, began to appear around the guard. It has been reported that the ruin's security system sleeping bomb activates when intruders appear and summons guards when activated. In his head, the main character said that if you don't touch her, nothing will happen. At this moment, Chongwon grabbed his head in horror and panic, shouting to the entire audience who turned on this monster. It's late, only 10 minutes left, Jin-hyuk said to himself. Veins appeared on Youngwon's face. The leader's face was illuminated by the light from the guard. There was fear and the reflection of a monster in his eyes. In his head, Jeongwon said that fighting the guards with their strength would be suicide, adding that at least half, even more, would die. After that, he began to wonder what if they evacuated the civilians in 10 minutes. It's impossible, Jeongwon suddenly thought. This word seemed to be endowed with magic that forbade him to make the right decision. There was madness in the leader's head. He screamed to himself that he couldn't stop even before he started, adding that he worked so hard to become the head of the guild, so he couldn't stop now. We continue the raid, Chongwon said firmly. The terrified soldiers ran up to the commander, saying that they had not even gone halfway, so the guards would attack from all sides. Drops of cold sweat ran down Youngwon's face. Gritting his teeth, he ordered the soldiers to shut up and follow him, adding that he would take responsibility for everything. Even without a second team there is a chance for success, he said. Pointing to Teresa, he said that they had her. At this time, one of the soldiers ran up to a gathering of guys resting nearby and told them that the guards had woken up. One of the vacationers indifferently said that the one who reported about everything was worried, explaining that such a huge guild as Parhi would not act without countermeasures. True, the informer asked in surprise. Of course, the archer said, jumping up from his seat, adding that loners like them just need to obey the head, after which he said that most likely, the guild had probably already destroyed all the guards. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared behind him. A second later, the archer was turned into a bloody mess. The remaining frightened guys stood in a circle, preparing to defend themselves. We are in a very bad situation, the informer realized. Huge magical armor appeared around the guys, the main forces of the raid group. We are preparing for battle, Chongwon shouted, after which he added that the tanks are forward and the bearers are back. Quickly, he shouted, ordering the porters to distribute buffs to the tanks and the healers to get ready. People immediately began to rush from side to side, following the commander's orders. Taking a stance and raising his shield in front of him, he suddenly began to glow. It was reported that Youngwon would activate level 3 steel defense. It was also reported that Jiangwon had activated level 2 combat concentration. Tanks began to gather next to him, on which buffs began to take effect. The mage behind them took off, a magic circle appeared below her, and the staff she raised above her began to glow. It was reported that this girl had activated the second level angel song. The stats of all warriors have increased. They're getting closer, Youngwon shouted, ordering everyone to stay in formation. At that same second, huge armor jumped onto the line. A blow from a huge axe struck the commander's shield. He was able to contain it. Then the guard stood up. Leader, it was suddenly heard from far away. It was those three guys resting to the side. They were very exhausted defending themselves from the guards. The informer shouted, asking for reinforcements because they could no longer cope. The mage girl pointed at the guys, saying that they needed to help the solo players. At that same second, Youngwon ordered the girl to shut up and concentrate on the battle. The commander understood that in any case there would be casualties. Beads of sweat ran down his face. There was rage in his eyes, and his teeth were clenched from tension. In his head he was screaming that there was no time to think about solo players. The solo players were very scared. They held on with all their strength. Jiangwon explained that, unlike guild players who act coherently, solo players are immediately lost in such battles. They heard it, but, said one of the solo players, lowering his head in disappointment. He realized that they had been abandoned. Tears flowed from his eyes. He screamed, begging for help. Suddenly, quick steps were heard. Teresa soared above the guards, swinging a sword shrouded in powerful magic. It was reported that the 4th level cross skill was activated. There was a warm flash from the ceiling. At that same second, all the guards were struck by Teresa's strong, well-aimed and quick blows. The girl's eyes burned with a bright blue fire. The desperate guy suddenly saw the light. Teresa, he shouted joyfully, looking at his savior. A bead of sweat ran down Teresa's face. There was composure and calm in her eyes. In her head, she analyzed that 2 guards had passed through the raid team's positions. The non-combat units were in danger. She immediately rushed to the defense of the soldiers. Teresa understood that she needed to hurry up and cover the rear. In the rearguard, there was devastation in the hall. Many of the porters were dead. One of the workers was sitting on the floor, saying that they were in trouble. Blood was pouring from his mouth. One of the guards swung a huge axe at him. Suddenly, cuts ran down the guard's arms and legs. "What are you talking about, uncle?" The voice of the main character was heard. At that same second, the guard fell apart into many pieces, out of action. In front of the man, who was already ready to die, stood Jin-hyuk, who, with a smile on his face and a blade in his hand, said that he had already said that he would return home alive. Jin-hyuk, from behind, a man suddenly shouted. A huge hand of a guard was flying towards the main character from behind. Jin-hyuk avoided her without an iota of fear. It was reported that the level 1 fire element was being activated. At that same second, the protagonist's hand caught fire. He smiled madly and shouted, "What else?" Throwing his hand forward, a strong stream of fire was released from it, which was directed towards the hand. All that was left of her was fragments, although the fingers on her hand were twitching. Jin-hyuk, shaking off his hand, turned away and said that he would not finish off, let others do it, after which he said that he needed to remain at the 1st level so he could not kill. "Where did you get such strength?" asked the surviving man, holding his wounds. Scratching his head, Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he was just lucky. In his head, he wondered who woke up the high-level guards of the ruins, because there was no point. The old man looked at his savior in shock, in no hurry to get up. Suddenly, Teresa grabbed the man. A second later, he was already standing 10 meters away from the main character. Teresa stood with her back to the main character and said that she thought Jin-hyuk was a good person, but he turned out to be threatening the man with a knife. Suddenly, she said that perhaps it was he who woke up the guards. There was anger and contempt in her eyes. Turning to the main character and raising her shield, she said that Jin-hyuk was arrested. The main character was very confused when he heard the accusations. At the same second, a strong blow from a girl's sword flashed next to him. The main character barely managed to dodge. She turned to face Jin-hyuk, telling him not to move because she didn't want to hurt anyone. After thinking a little, the guy said that there was a misunderstanding. The girl again struck a strong blow, but missed. She shouted that she would listen to him later. In his head, the main character said that it seemed that Teresa was too angry and was not listening to him at all. He understood that he no longer had a choice. Teresa swung her shield at the protagonist again, wanting to deal a strong blow. She threw a strong punch, but missed again, so Jin-hyuk pushed with force. Teresa flew into the floor with enormous force, breaking a crater. There were stones on her face. She lay exhausted in the hole, holding back the pain. Jin-hyuk put a blade to the girl's face, saying that he would not be a guard. Teresa looked in horror at the main character, whose eyes glowed with a bright blue light, and there was calmness and composure on his face. Jin-hyuk said that if he had to, he would kill with his own hands. Mrs. Teresa, Mr. Jin-hyuk, the rescued man suddenly started screaming. With his arms outstretched, he ran up to the enemies and shouted that Jin-hyuk had saved him. Hearing this, Teresa was speechless. After a while, the man left, and non-stop apologies were heard in the hall. The girl bowed to the main character, apologizing. Jin-hyuk asked her to stop, saying that his actions really seemed suspicious. He began to leave, and Teresa followed him, asking why the main character was hiding his identity. For what reason, Jin-hyuk wondered, calmly walking forward. The same as you, he answered after thinking. After that, he said that Teresa invited the Sion Guild as a cover, after which he added that the girl wanted to secretly obtain the contract of St. Peter for the quest to choose a profession. After thinking a little, he admitted that he also needed one item, the receipt of which no one should know. Teresa was shocked by what she just heard. Drops of cold sweat ran down her face. She asked herself in her head how the main character knew about everything. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he knows all the strategies for passing these ruins, so Teresa will help him with her skills, and the items they need are in one place. Turning to the girl, he asked with warmth in his voice if she would join forces with him. Teresa looked at the main character in confusion, wondering what to answer. The guards were defeated. In the crowd of vacationers, the commander shouted, saying that it was impossible. Throwing his arms forward, he furiously shouted that they should move forward in coordination, and then asked if they really wanted to go alone. Teresa, standing in front of him, with her hand to her chest, explained that according to their map there were only 20 kilometers left. The strategy was known to everyone. Nothing would change if it didn't exist, after which she said that, in addition, according to the agreement before the battle with Boss, all squad leaders have the same rights. Hearing this, Youngwon broke out in a cold sweat and didn't know what to answer. Teresa stood silently opposite him, waiting for an answer. Exhaling heavily, he hit himself on the forehead and allowed the girl to separate from the group, after which he said that she should return before they reached the boss's room. Joyful Teresa, clasping her hands, said that she would join them before the battle began. Remembering something, she asked to take one porter with her. Then Youngwon began to walk away, waving the girl away, telling her to do whatever she wanted. Hearing this, happiness and joy appeared in Teresa's eyes. "This is a one-way ticket," the voice of the workers was heard. The porters stood in a huge crowd, praying that they would not be chosen to march with Teresa. Suddenly the main character raised his hand. Coming out of the crowd, he said with a serious face that he was ready to go. Immediately all the workers threw themselves on his shoulders, begging the guy not to follow the lead of youth and to stay with everyone. In his head, Jin-hyuk said that no matter what he said, the workers still wouldn't understand. "Uncle," he said suddenly. The main character stopped. A strong, terrifying aura emanated from him. In his head, he asked if it had ever happened to him that when he was young, he was struck by an idea. The porters immediately released the guy, not understanding what he was talking about. At that very second, Jin-hyuk turned to the workers and, clutching his heart, shouted that love was burning inside him now, even if he lost his life because of his weakness. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Jin-hyuk and Teresa started to leave. The porters looked at the guy, saying that he was such a romantic. Exhaling heavily, the main character said that he was tired. Next to him walked Teresa, looking at the main character. After a while they came out into a hall full of monsters. They walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. Teresa pointed to the crypt, surrounded by a magical barrier, and said that the Treaty of St. Peter was in that sarcophagus. "Yes, I noticed that too," Jin-hyuk answered immediately. Looking at the girl, he calmly asked her if she understood that she needed to remove the protection. "Yes, I know," she answered immediately. Suddenly a warning flashed in front of them. Teresa looked in shock at the system window in front of her, in which it was written that the master of the abode of the fallen was watching them. Reading the same thing on his screen, Jin-hyuk was calm, rubbing his chin. In his head he said that this was definitely about the boss, after which he thoughtfully said that the boss had never been interested in the players, and now he decided to show himself. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the girl's face. Pointing to the warning, she stammered and asked if the main character saw the same thing, after which she said that it was definitely from the boss, but what did these words mean? Did he really see us as enemies? Teresa asked in confusion and fear, to which Jinhyuk immediately replied that this was not so. Pointing his finger at himself, he said that the boss was a sign of him. The girl looked at her friend in shock and asked herself in her head where such confidence came from. Turning to Jinhyuk, Teresa decided to ask if he really knew the way through. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character replied that he had known him for a long time. Then, the girl said slowly and shyly. Jinhyuk was unhappy waiting for his companion's question. Then what should I do? She asked, putting her hand to her chest. There was fear in her eyes, but she was still ready to do anything. There were many dangerous monsters walking below, protecting the grave. Suddenly, Teresa jumped from the balcony. She landed among the monsters. The monsters immediately paid attention to her. Teresa was reported to be activating a level 5 battle song. For 10 minutes, all stats increased threefold. There was a powerful and terrifying aura around the girl. Her eyes glowed with a bright blue light. She was ready for a fight. What happened a few minutes ago was that the main character said with a smile on his face that her task was simple, saying that Teresa must attract the attention of the undead. The monsters quickly rushed towards Teresa, who was already preparing to defend herself. She recalled the words of the main character, who said that if the girl released her divine energy, raising her hand with the sword, Teresa began to gather all her strength. Then all the attention will be only on you, the main character said in her memoirs. Suddenly she opened her eyes. They were filled with enormous power. The sword in her hands was shrouded in a strong aura. It was reported that the power of a level 5 saint was being activated. A few seconds later, a huge light was heard, illuminating everything around. Its source was Teresa herself. At that same second, all the monsters rushed at the girl. A glowing blade immediately appeared in front of the face of one of the monsters. She immediately cut it down and started working on the others. She handled everyone without much effort. An endless crowd of monsters ran towards Teresa, ready to kill everyone. Immediately, the main character's foot stepped on the head of one of the monsters. Jinhyuk jumped from head to head, realizing that all the undead were now directed at Teresa. He jumped further and further, moving towards the sarcophagus. In his head, he said that thanks to the control from his companion, he would not enter and increase his level. Suddenly, he felt incredibly strong and ominous magic. The huge sarcophagus exploded at that very second. A huge skeleton emerged from it, shrouded in strong and terrifying magic. It was reported that elite undead had appeared and special dead had risen. The floor was on fire, and the main character was covered with debris. A few seconds later, Jinhyuk stood up from the rubble. There was a satisfied smile on his face. In his head, he said happily, the mini-boss had finally appeared. At that same second, a huge guard sword appeared from behind a column of smoke. Noticing him in time, the main character deftly dodged without receiving damage. As he dodged the sword, he said in his head that Durahan shouldn't have been here or the conditions had changed because of Teresa. He immediately began to run away from the guards who surrounded him. A few seconds later, he jumped on the guard, starting to attack him, and at this time the lick used strong magic, destroying everything around him. The main character understood that it would be easy to deal with him. Then he added that you need to be careful with flying monsters. At that same second, the lick raised the staff in his hand above himself and began to accumulate enormous power in the weapon. After a few seconds, he pointed his staff at Jinhyuk, about to release strong magic at him. Black lightning bolts of black magic were released from the staff. Noticing them, the main character smiled contentedly and began to dodge. The lightning passed right next to his face, but without hitting him, it rushed towards the protective barrier of the crypt. Upon reaching it, the barrier cracked. In his head, Jinhyuk said that in general, such a defense would not be difficult to deal with. A few seconds later, the barrier shattered into pieces. It was reported that the 5th level magical defense had been destroyed. The lick didn't know what to do because he was the one who destroyed the barrier. Without wasting any time, Jinhyuk ran towards the lick. A blade appeared in his hand, shrouded in powerful, terrifying magic. And there was a crazy smile on his face. He ran through all the guards blocking his path, cutting them down. He looked with contempt and hatred at the severed parts of the guards. Looking at Teresa, who was constantly slashing at the monsters around her, he said that it looked like she would be done soon too. There is only you left, skeleton, said the main character, looking at the lick, who, apparently, was confused. At that same second, with one powerful and sharp blow, he was cut into 2 parts. Surprised, Jinhyuk looked at what happened to the lick. I finally found you, came the stranger's voice. A foot stepped on the monster's crushed skull. At that very second he was crushed with force. The one who reads all the movements of monsters like an open book was suddenly said by a stranger. It was a small guy with a sword in his hand. He said that he was sure that the main character would come here. Long time no see, he said, extending his hand with the blade towards Jinhyuk. This guy's eyes glowed bright blue. You, the main character, answered in confusion, looking at the guy. Not recognizing the stranger, Jinhyuk shouted, asking who he was, to which the guy with the sword replied that the main character should remember him. When suddenly veins appeared on his face from anger, he angrily asked if he really didn't recognize him. "You don't recognize me?" the stranger shouted again, pointing his sword at the main character. The Eye of Truth has been reported to be used. Lightning oozed from the main character. It has been reported that stat effects compensate for the difference in levels. The player's status opens. The guy did not lower his sword, aimed at the main character. This guy's name was Yusung, age 28, level 29, ability Sword Song. It was reported that the copying conditions are such that Yusung believes that he is the best swordsman, so Jinhyuk needs to defeat him in a sword fight, breaking the guy's self-confidence. Looking at Yusung's sword, he recognized that the iron sword was from the Qianlong dynasty, when suddenly he remembered that this was the same item that had disappeared from the museum. He imagined Yusung stealing that sword and then said in his head, what if it was that guy? Afterwards, he remembered the times when Challenge Tower was a virtual game. That's when Yusung lost to him. It was after this defeat. The next moment when Yusung came to him was on a completely different floor where Jinhyuk defeated the next boss. Wherever he was, the main character said, Yusung challenged him again and again. This warrior is eager to fight. Pointing his finger at Yusung, the main character recognized him as that same stalker. The guy himself was very angry. Gritting his teeth, he angrily said that Jinhyuk didn't recognize him because the game became a reality, after which he asked if the main character really underestimated him that much. Putting his hand to his face, Jinhyuk tiredly asked if it was Yusung again, adding that he constantly challenges him to fight just to play. This time it will be different, Yusung said, holding the sword in front of him. He was very angry and said that they are both at the very beginning of their journey, so Jinhyuk has no advantage now. The main character turned away and coldly said, what if Yusung wants to fight, then he won't stop him, when he suddenly asked if he could handle it. At this time, his partner ran up to him from behind. Pointing his finger at her, Jinhyuk said that she wouldn't just stand by and watch. Teresa ran at all speeds to her comrade. Exhaling angrily, with hatred in his eyes, Yusung said that his opponent had an interesting partner, when suddenly he shouted that he would not allow anyone to interfere with them. Suddenly it was reported that Yusung was using the level 5 battlefield selection skill. Yusung's blade was shrouded in strong magical power. The guy pointed his blade at the floor. Hitting the floor with force, a huge blast wave was heard. The main character stood next to a broken grave with things. In the very corner there was a small glow, from which strong magic emanated. The space began to change. Teresa called out to her comrade, who was reaching into the grave for light. Jinhyuk took out a small ball from the sarcophagus. With a satisfied smile on his face, he looked at Teresa and said that they would meet again. Within a second, he and Yusung disappeared. They both found themselves in some kind of space. Raising his blade and taking a stance, Yusung shouted that now nothing would hinder them anymore, after which he challenged the main character to a fight. It was reported that Yusung would activate the 5th level duel. All of Yusung's stats increased by 10%. The main character just stood there, waiting for the fight to start. It was reported that all of his stats were reduced by 10%. Yusung advanced towards Jinhyuk. The main character himself looked at the approaching opponent and said to himself that Yusung's special skills, choosing the battlefield and the duel, had significantly weakened him. That is why the situation has become extremely unfavorable. It has also been reported that special conditions for the synthesis skill are activated. In the message that appeared, it was written that when the situation for copying is unfavorable, the conditions are adjusted in accordance with the changing situation. Copying conditions can be met after obtaining the skill. Stretching his hand out in front of him, he pointed his finger at his opponent. The main character was shrouded in strong magic. Suddenly, he said that he was copying Yusung's unique ability. It has been reported that the unique ability Sword Song is being copied. Right there in the notification it was written, Song of the Sword, Jinhyuk's skills as a swordsman are enhanced by 200%. The body itself uses sword fighting techniques and also significantly enhances the player's perception. Behind Jinhyuk, the protagonist's strong skill began to be used. There was a smile on his face. It has been reported that the copied ability is retained in the memories of the world. You're ignoring me again, Yusung shouted furiously. He immediately ran towards his opponent, shouting at him not to relax. A blade appeared in Jinhan's hand. At that same second, a fierce battle began. Every blow was repelled. The main character struck. An enraged Yusung, parrying his opponent's blows, shouted, asking what he was counting on, adding why he was fighting at medium range, using only a dagger. Jinhyun had a sly smile on his face. Inflicting and repelling blows, Oo replied that it seemed to him that this was enough, because fighting with swords was also interesting. Hearing this, Yusung's rage awakened. He pulled his sword behind his back and shouted that Jinhyun was still underestimating him. After that, he pointed his sword at the main character. It was reported that Yusung would activate the 6th level Sword Soul skill. At that same second, waving his sword, which was filled with enormous strong magic, he sent a shockwave towards the enemy. Easily dodging, the main character asked if he was trying too hard, adding that Yusung was just using the highest techniques in a fight with a newcomer. Hearing this, Yusung sent his opponent away and shouted that Jinhan was no longer a beginner. It's a pity that the main character once said to himself, after which he rushed towards his opponent. He understood that if the enemy continued to parry the attacks, the dagger would come to an end. "So it's time," he said. After these words, he took out the sphere that he had previously taken from the grave. For a skill that can withstand a sword, he added to the previous sentence. Immediately after this, he placed the ball on the blade of his blade. After that, he said that he was combining the sword song and the demon soul. Suddenly the ball disappeared, being absorbed into the blade. Synthesis was reported to be taking place. In the next window that appeared, it was written that the ability sword song and the item demon soul were combined. The light that appeared from the synthesis blinded everything around. Because of this, Yusung had to close his eyes. There was a fire in the eyes of the main character. The notification that appeared stated that Jinhan had received the unique ability Sword Graveyard. In the window that appeared, a description of the skill was written. All the owner's skills are enhanced by 500%, the body uses only the most effective sword techniques, perception is at maximum, one of the abilities required to obtain the title Demonic Swordsman. The glow faded, and then the main character extended his hand with the blade to the side. There was not an iota of fear on his face. It has been reported that the unique ability Sword Graveyard will be activated. It was immediately reported that the skill Knight of the Dark Moon of the first level was activated. A huge force spread through the protagonist's hand. In his head, he said that the ability so far produces barely a tenth of its total power. He understood that he did not have enough mana to control this power, so he needed to increase its supply as soon as possible. Yusung stopped. He didn't understand what was happening. A huge strong magical wave flew next to him. Cold beads of sweat ran down his face. He didn't dare move. In his head, Yusung only asked himself what kind of incredible power this was, after which he added that this is the most convenient battlefield for him. He tries not to fight at the distance familiar to his opponent in order to maximize favorable conditions. Yusung was furious, causing him to bite his lip and veins to appear on his forehead and cheek. He screamed to himself why he couldn't win. He remembered how many times he died in the game. And out of the game, he said. Yusung recalled how he collected many articles and photographs in the room in order to reach the main character. Because of his anger, he broke his virtual reality glasses. He kept saying that he did everything to defeat Jinhak. Throwing his head up and spreading his arms, he shouted, asking why he could not surpass the main character. "I will not put up with this," he shouted again, after which he sent many strong blows towards his opponent. Noticing them, Jinhak stood up. His eyes burned with a bright violet flame. Yusung's punches were right in front of his face. At that very second, he repelled them, cutting them with his blade. Did he really parry these attacks too? Yusung shouted in shock, looking at his opponent's results. Suddenly the main character appeared behind Yusung. With a malicious smile on his face, Jinhak said that he had already fought with someone who was much stronger and faster than Yusung, but now he was tired of it. Immediately after these words, he raised his blade, shrouded in terrifying magic, above his head. And within a second he struck a strong blow at Yusung, who managed to block it with his sword. Due to such strong pressure, he lost his balance and began to fall. His sword began to crack due to the enormous strength of the protagonist's blade. With a deft movement, Yusung's sword was knocked out of his owner's hands. Jinhyuk had a crazy smile on his face. The sword landed 10 meters from its owner and stuck into the floor. After lowering the blade, the main character said that it seemed like he had won again, after which he added that he didn't even remember how many times he had won against Yusung. "This is the 138th time," Yusung answered, standing on one knee and bowing his head. "Kill me?" he suddenly asked. Hearing this, Jinhyuk smiled contentedly. Suddenly he said that next time, it would be his 139th victory. Hearing this, Yusung was shocked. Waving his hand on his face, the main character told the defeated man that he himself knows that the Tower of Tests is no joke, because even the strongest players sometimes die here due to negligence. "But we need strong players," he added. After that, he extended his hand to Yusung and said that people as persistent as him are needed even more. Hearing this, the guy looked at the outstretched hand. A strong player, he asked himself. In his head, Jinhyuk said that he needed to wait 60 days to copy the player's abilities again. In reality, he smiled, looking at his opponent, but in his heart he laughed insidiously, saying that there was no need to waste energy on searching if there was an excellent target to copy. Yusung took the main character's hand, rising from his knees. It was reported that the first level communication ability is activated. Standing up, Yusung immediately turned around and began to leave, saying that he accepted defeat, after which he added that next time the outcome would be different. Hearing this, Jinhyuk laughed. He said that he would wait. It has been reported that the effect of the battlefield selection skill has been cancelled. The space began to break down. Before everything finally breaks down, Yusung said that he still doesn't know the main character's name. "Why do you need to know my name?" Jin-hyuk immediately asked. Pulling the sword out of the stone, he said that then he would call the main character as before. As before, the main character asked himself in surprise. Suddenly he understood. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, Yusung turned around and called the main character by his in-game name. Not only he heard this, but also Teresa, who was a little confused by this. A scream was heard in the dark room. Someone called out to Jiangwen. There was a system screen hanging in front of the hooded guy. He looked at the leader and asked if they hadn't killed all the monsters. Chongwen asked what he was talking about. The guy pointed his finger at the screen and said that the scanning artifact had lodged something, although there shouldn't have been anything left there. The red dot moved quickly. Youngwon realized that someone was moving in their direction. The squad members looked fearfully at something ahead. A monster in armor approached them. It was an iron golem. A man with long blonde hair sat on a golem. Youngwon frowned. From the stranger's appearance, he guessed that this was a high vampire. The man put his hands behind his back and went down to them. He bowed, greeted the guests, and said that his name was Baluz. The vampire smiled and said that he was accompanying the lord, the owner of these ruins, and also his blood relative. Chongwen pointed his sword at Baluz, opened his mouth and asked why he came, because it's unlikely that he just went out for a walk. The vampire looked with hostility at the swords pointed at him and said that he had a proposal to the leader of the group. He held out his finger to the blade and said that he was giving them a choice. The first option was to simply follow him without arguing. The vampire pressed the tip of the sword, blood flowing down his fingers. A scarlet stream fell to the floor. The system reported the activation of a bloody plague of an unknown level. Red streams of magical energy wrapped around people's bodies. Youngwon opened his mouth, sweat running down his face. Magical currents engulfed the bodies of his team members. They screamed, not understanding what was happening to their bodies. A dark human silhouette was inside a red cocoon. The guy opened his mouth and looked to the side in fear. Baluz raised his hand, smiled, and said that if the leader chooses the second option, then only half of the squad will go with him, and he will eat the rest. Magic sparks illuminated the stone object. Kneeling down, Teresa cast a spell. Jin-hyuk sat next to her. The system reported that the power of a level 5 saint was being used. The girl closed her eyes. The crystal hovered in front of her. The blue stone was decorated with silver patterns. The system window said that this is an icy tear, which, when absorbed, enhances magic, but if purification is not applied, it can seriously harm the player. The system reported this. That mana is increased by 12. The main character looked at his palms. He could not believe that he was able to get an icy tear, which is usually difficult to get, along with the Demon Soul Stone, and thanks to the holy power, Teresa had already received 12 stats. He gave the girl a thumbs up when she asked if everything worked out and said he was happy with the result. Her eyes widened in surprise as the system window appeared in front of her. A system for notifying that an invitation has been received from the owner of the monastery. In the system window it was said that if Teresa wants to save the members of her group, then she needs to go to the farthest room. The reward for this will be a meeting with the owner of the monastery. The system also notified that upon accepting the invitation, all monsters and traps will be deactivated. Her eyes glowed blue. A drop of sweat rolled down her face. She opened her mouth and said that the entire squad had been taken hostage. The girl could not believe that someone could kidnap an entire group. Jin-hyuk pursed his lips as he watched Teresa lower her head and say that she needed to act quickly to save anyone. She clenched her hand into a fist. Something was bothering her. Teresa imagined a woman with black wings and wondered if he could defeat the Lord. The girl imagined a dark figure with red eyes opposite her and thought that they might fall into a trap prepared for them. Teresa opened her mouth and said that without a raid group they could not defeat the Lord, and thought about whether the outcome could have been different if she had stayed with the squad. The girl imagined a multicolored symbol with a cross in the center and thought that she joined the party as a paladin simply because she wanted to protect other players. But perhaps she made the wrong choice. Yusun closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The guy leaned forward and said he would go because it had nothing to do with him. As he passed the girl, he said that he thought she was having a hard time making a decision, so he would like to give her some advice. Yusun looked displeased at the guy standing with his back to them and said that Jin-hyuk doesn't have a drop of honor. He's simply selfish and in general he hates him. The young man frowned, clenched his teeth, and said that he could only guarantee one thing. The main character smiled and crossed his arms over his chest. Yusun said that if anyone could defeat the Lord, it was only him. Teresa pursed her lips and looked ahead in confusion. The swordsman went further and said that he was leaving. The girl clenched her teeth. She smiled and thanked Yusun for the advice. Teresa clenched her hand into a fist and told Jin-hyuk that she was going to accept the invitation of the owner of the monastery. The main character put his hands on his hips, warned that his services were expensive, and asked if she was sure that she could do it. The girl continued to clench her fingers into a fist, opened her mouth and said with determination that she was ready to pay as much as necessary for his help. Jin-hyuk smiled and thought that she would go there anyway. He slammed his fist against hers and said he agreed. The system reported that 2 players accepted the quest. The system window said that the monsters were hibernating. They approached the steps that led to huge doors. A drop of sweat rolled down Teresa's face. He thought that there were some unreal volumes of mana here. She opened her mouth and looked fearfully at the main character, who said that she did not need to be afraid because now they had an idea of the enemy's strength. Jin-hyuk put his hand in his pants pocket and said that in battle the strongest does not always win. Teresa assumed that he had a plan. The guy clenched his teeth, bowed his head and answered that he did. The doors began to open, revealing a red glow behind them. The girl pressed her hand to her chest. The shadow of the doors fell on her. Jin-hyuk said that no matter what happens, she must trust him and believe in him. They found themselves in a room with red flags, red carpeted steps leading to the throne. The main character and Teresa walked forward. Baluz narrowed his eyes slyly and pursed his lips. It was difficult for him to hide his glee. Jin-hyuk walked a little ahead of the girl. Someone said that they had finally arrived. On the throne sat a girl with silver hair. This was the Lord, also known as Alice von Ataraxia. She pressed her hand to her face, turned her head and said that she was tired of waiting for them. The main character calmly looked forward and asked if people were safe. The Lord snapped her fingers and invited him to see for himself. The system reported that a measurement gap was being applied. Tied up people appeared in front of Jin-hyuk. The guy's eyes turned yellow, and sweat rolled down Teresa's face. The dark-haired man's eyes and mouth were covered with black cloth. The main character recognized him as Hajin. The young man's eyes lit up when he suggested that Hajin had awakened the guards. 2 people froze in the middle of the red carpet. Lord said that she invited them here because of the smell that comes from Jin-hyuk. The woman crossed her legs and said it was the sweetest smell she had ever smelled. She smiled, put a finger to her lips and said that she liked the smell of his blood. The Lord stuck out her tongue and said that this sweet smell, which was incomparable to the smell of other people, excited her. The main character opened his mouth and looked at her with disgust. Nothing like this had ever happened before. The Lord smiled and said that she felt his anxiety. Jin-hyuk bowed his head, pressed his finger to his forehead and said that a person cannot be calm when a vampire talks about blood. The woman smiled and said that he had nothing to worry about. She eats delicious things very slowly, so he can live another 60 years. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He opened his mouth, thanked her for her concern, said that he did not want to live like an expensive dinner and thought that Lord's words meant that she wanted to insert a tube down his throat and keep him with her. A red beam appeared next to him. There was a hole in the carpet behind the main character. Blood was coming from a wound on his cheek. The vampire said that his opinion did not matter. She pointed her index finger at him and said he had no choice. Smoke was coming from a hole in the carpet. Jin-hyuk bowed his head and hid his hand behind his back. Teresa asked if he was okay with concern in her voice. The guy leaned forward, gritted his teeth and said he had something else to offer. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when the main character dropped to one knee and told Lord that he could give her something sweeter than blood. The vampire narrowed her eyes and left. She leaned forward, waved her hand, and said that for them there was nothing more important than blood, so that no matter what he offered her, her opinion would not change. The guy smiled and asked if she was sure of her words. He imagined lions with spikes and asked if she would refuse if he offered them freedom. The Scarlet Lord's eyes widened in surprise. The other vampires bared their teeth and growled, outraged by his words. Someone raised his hand to stop the angry crowd. The woman put her hand on her hip, opened her mouth and said that Jin-hyuk would regret it if he didn't back up his words with action. The guy lowered his head and said that he would not have come here if he was not ready to answer for his words. The Lord opened her mouth and allowed him to speak. The guy raised his hand, summoned some purple object and said his name. He brought the object to his face and said that he was the representative of the mains in the tower. The main character put on a mask with a purple symbol and vowed to free the Lord. 2 pairs of red eyes glowed on the red mask. Main were those who, because of money, revenge, or personal beliefs, renounced humanity. Jin-hyuk imagined a man next to the tower and thought that the mains were preventing the players from climbing the tower. The half-naked man threw his sword over his shoulder. The mains helped the monsters located in the labyrinths and ruins. The Lord pressed her finger to her chin, pursed her lips, and said that she had heard of the Mana, but she doubted that the guy was one of them. The main character in a black mask raised his head and said that he had established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor. He imagined a low building among the mountains and a red dome with a strange symbol and said that there they told him how to deceive the barrier that covered the ruins. Teresa looked at the guy's back in confusion, thinking about what it all meant and why he said that he was Main. The vampires in black hoods were heatedly discussing something. The girl did not understand why everyone was excited when they found out about the temple. The main character bowed when the Lord said that since he knew about the temple, it was not a bluff, but she was not ready to believe him. Red splashes of blood rose at her feet. She said that she didn't care whether he was Maine or not, but the vampires had been locked in this place for centuries, so it was all just idle chatter. Scarlet streams similar to blood changed shape. Lord said that she did not like talkers. A lot of weapons appeared behind the vampire. She said that she did not believe the talkers. The system reported that the bloody sphere was activating. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that she was sorry that everything had turned out this way because his blood smelled so delicious. The Lord waved her hand and the weapon flew forward. She wished Jinhyuk death. Red sharp objects were approaching the guy. Teresa covered him with herself and her shield. A hexagon appeared, in the center of which there was a cross. The system notified that the power of the saint was activated. The huge cross shone brightly, surrounded by smaller crosses. The weapon collided with the golden protective dome. The cloak behind Teresa developed. She told Jinhyuk not to go out. Sweat ran down the girl's face. She clenched her teeth and said that she hoped that divine power would cope with this attack. The system notified that the connected shield was activated. Many weapons hovered in front of the barrier. Teresa opened her mouth with effort, trying to hold the shield. The Lord closed her eyes, laughed and said that it was funny to see how hard a girl would work to counter a normal attack. Her smile became smaller. The vampire clenched her teeth and said that she greatly hated everything holy. The system notified that a bloody explosion had been activated. The Lord raised her hand. A red ball and a stream of energy appeared above her. She said that she would destroy them with one blow. Teresa raised her head. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. She realized that she could not hold out for long. The girl smiled, remembering that Jinhyuk asked her to trust him and have faith in him. A black and purple blade whistled through the air. Teresa had a dagger sticking out of her chest. Tears flowed from her eyes and blood came from her mouth. The main character stood behind her. The girl looked at him in confusion and whispered his name. The Lord froze, thoughtfully watching what was happening. Blood sprayed. Teresa fell to the floor. Jinhyuk stood next to her with a dagger in his hands. He asked if the vampire would believe him if he could prove that his words were not a bluff. The main character looked at the woman standing near the throne. She said that she liked how he betrayed the comrade who protected him, but she needed more evidence. Teresa grabbed the hem of his trousers. With the last of her strength, the bleeding paladin raised her head and said that they promised to save the squad members. The guy in the mask was watching her. She asked if this was his plan. He raised his hand with the dagger and swung it. Blood spattered the shield. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. The Lord smiled contentedly. She opened her mouth wide, laughed, said that she was convinced that he was on her side and said that she would give him the opportunity to explain himself. The main character bowed. Something red flashed in his hand. He said that he had prepared a special spell that would allow her to overcome the barrier. A ring was clamped between his hands. The system window said that this was a Braham ring. Jinhyuk said that if you put the Lord's soul in the ring for a while, you can deceive the barrier. The woman in the black dress said that this was the first time she had heard of soul sealing. The main character continued to stand with his head bowed. He imagined his eyes glowing red and thought about the reason why he was giving up all the experience points. The guy imagined how many system windows appeared around him and thought that for the same reason he remained on the first level. He imagined how he jumped over a crowd of fighting monsters. He was holding back because of the skill of moving souls. The main character knelt down on one knee and extended his hand. This special skill could only be activated by a level 1 player. The system notified that Jinhyuk met the criteria. A purple hexagon appeared, inside of which there was a white ghost. The system reported the activation of the magic circle for moving souls. Glowing circles and symbols appeared around the guy. The system window stated that recharging would only occur after 365 days and that only one soul could be sealed at a time. The system sent a warning that the skill will only work after receiving the subject's consent. Jinhyuk spread his hands to the sides and told the Lord that in a minute this magic circle will disappear forever, but if she gives her consent, the spell will work. The blonde woman froze in indecision. The main character was waiting for her decision. The other vampires watched with their mouths open. They were surprised that this circle was using it in such a way. A blue beam touched Beluza's forehead. The Lord turned to him. The woman pursed her lips and, using a mental connection, said that it was difficult for her to trust this person and asked to kill him and destroy the circle if Jinhyuk did anything suspicious. Beluz closed his eyes, indicating that he understood the order. The Lord began to walk down the steps, thinking that although it was difficult for her to trust her life to this guy, she had been imprisoned for several thousand years, so if she didn't try now, she might never be able to get out of the dungeon. She stepped to the edge of the circle. The leader of the vampires pointed her finger at the main character and said that she was asking for the last time whether she could trust him. The main character bowed, extended his palm to her and said that if she trusted him, she would not regret it. Their fingers touched. The system notified that Jinhyuk had activated the first level communication skill and that the subject was slightly interested in the main character. The woman opened her mouth, said her full name and said that she allowed her soul to be moved. The ring with the red stone began to glow. The system reported that the soul of the Lord, known as Alice, is moving into the ring of Braham. Blue smoke enveloped the woman's body. Blue smoke rose above the ring with the red stone. The woman said it was quite cozy here. The main character picked up the ring from the floor and said that he was glad. He looked at the item in his hands and told Lord that this was now her new home. The system notified that the ability to protect heaven was activated. Teresa moved her hand. The armored paladin stood up, standing behind Jin-hyuk. His mask began to disappear. He turned his head and congratulated the girl on her return. There was a golden cross in the dark blue hexagon. In the system window it was said that the patronage of heaven allows one to return the deceased to life, but instant death did not allow this to be done, and it took 240 hours to recharge. The girl stood bent over and pressed her hand to her shoulder. She raised her head and smiled widely. Teresa lowered her head, keeping her hand on her shoulder. She smiled when the main character congratulated her on her return. Jin-hyuk, whose face was hidden by a purple glow, looked at the ring, from which indignant cries were heard, and thought that he no longer needed it. He put the artifact in his pants pocket. Jin-hyuk then took the purple sword, and Teresa said that she had a lot of questions, but it was better to ask them later. There were enemies in front of them, and Jin-hyuk said that now was not the right time or place. Baluz gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and called Teresa and the main character stupid people. He raised his hands above his head and shouted loudly, asking if they thought they would live after betraying his master. The system reported that the 13th level blood wave was being activated. Streams of dark red energy appeared around Teresa and Jin-hyuk. The main character raised his burning hand, and the system notified that the 5th level fire element was being activated. The next second there was an explosion, causing wind. Jin-hyuk waved his weapon, looking at the fire that filled the space. Without looking at the girl, he told her about the team members. Teresa approached the tied-up warriors who were sitting on the floor. The system reported that the girl was using the 4th level cross. With a quick movement of her hand, she cut the ropes on the body of the black-haired youth. He looked at Teresa with a smile and asked her what was wrong with the vampires. While Jin-hyuk stood surrounded by enemies, the girl said that he was facing the vampires alone. Baluz tilted his head and asked with an angry expression how the man was able to reflect his magic. Jin-hyuk, holding the bright sword tightly in his hand, replied that the vampire's magic and his fire extinguished each other. His eyes began to emit a purple glow as he added that the vampires lost even when their mistress was imprisoned. An inscription appeared on the dark screen that Jin-hyuk was activating a unique ability called Sword Graveyard. The system then reported that Baluz was activating a level 9 dark martial art. The white-haired vampire gritted his teeth tightly and extended his hand in front of him, shouting that he would kill Jin-hyuk with his sword if he could not do it with magic. The vampires rushed forward as Baluz ordered them to break the ring and free their lord. Youngwon opened his mouth wide, saying Teresa's name. Then he furrowed his thin black eyebrows. The vampires fell to the floor. Jin-hyuk and Baluz stood opposite each other, and the black-haired youth asked who the main character was. The girl thought with a smile that Jin-hyuk didn't want to reveal his identity if he was still wearing a mask, and replied that they met completely by chance, so she doesn't know much about him. Bellis also fell to the floor and Jin-hyuk turned away from him. He approached Teresa, who said that she had died for the first time, and at the hands of an ally, the main character replied that they still managed. The girl lowered her head and agreed with these words with a smile. A tear rolled down her cheek. The mask on Jin-hyuk's face began to disappear and his eyes were now visible. Teresa closed her eyes and with a warm smile thanked the main character for keeping them all alive. The system reported that Jin-hyuk saved the life of the owner of a unique ability called Protection of Heaven. Then messages appeared on blue screens stating that the conditions had been met and that the main character had successfully copied this ability. The system reported saving. Then a notification appeared that the ability was being stored in the world's memories. A golden cross could be seen inside the pentagon. The system provided information about the Heaven's Favor ability. When Jin-hyuk asked why Teresa was crying, the girl punched him in the chest, saying that she didn't know. The girl remembered how the main character pressed the dark screen and asked if he knew that she would be resurrected, and Jin-hyuk silently turned away. There were red tapestries hanging in the room, and the main character said that he was glad that Teresa survived. He pulled back the red curtain and invited the girl to finally take the relics and leave. Youngwon put his hand on his chest and introduced himself with a smile, and then said that the rights to the relics obtained during this raid belonged to the guild. The main character, whose face was hidden behind a black mask, asked if the young man was asking for relics after he saved his life. Youngwon explained with a smile that they would pay for the relics with money or something else, so Jin-hyuk would not be left out. The protagonist frowned, thinking that after defeat, this leader was still acting overconfident. He then pointed his finger to the side, saying that the guild could take the relics. As Youngwon walked past him, Jin-hyuk warned them not to complain if the result didn't satisfy them. The young man stopped smiling and turned around in bewilderment. On the floor lay a fragment of Merlin's staff. The black-haired youth's eyes turned red and he reached for the relic with a smile, thinking that although most of the raid group was hostage, they would be able to restore their authority by bringing back good loot. Youngwon's fingers almost touched the staff. Suddenly he pulled his hand back and closed his eyes, screaming in pain. A bright red mark appeared on his palm. Jin-hyuk, who stood with his back to the young man, thought that this was a curse that lay on Merlin's staff. He looked to the side and thought that if Alice completely disappeared, then this relic would become safe, but Alice was now trapped in the ring. Youngwon raised his hands, asking what was happening to him. Teresa put her hand to her mouth, looking at the young man in shock. Jin-hyuk put his hand on her shoulder and turned her around while the black-haired boy screamed loudly. It was night. A tall dark tower was visible. Someone asked the head of the department whether they were standing at the entrance to the tower in vain. Ihyun, with a tired look, said that she was not sure that the guy's words could be trusted. The man opened a pack of cigarettes and replied that he just needed to wait a little. Taechun raised the cigarette to his mouth and added that they received the message, so they should at least get something. The blue-haired girl frowned and said that the experts had reported that the raid would last at least 3 weeks. The man looked down, remembering Jin-hyuk and his words and the imminent completion of the capture of the ruins. He was worried that the main character was not a member of the party. Taechun flicked his lighter. The system reported that the ruins called the Abode of the Fallen had been cleared. The man opened his mouth in shock and dropped his cigarette. A crowd of people emerged from a bright blue portal. The black-haired boy and girl next to him looked tired. People raised microphones and cameras, congratulating them for clearing the ruins and asking what strategy they used. Opposite the bald man stood a crowd in which many flashes were visible. The guild members covered the face of Jeonghyun, who had lost not only his hair but also his eyelashes and eyebrows. The man in the suit opened his mouth in shock. Taechun and Ihyun stood in front of the crowd, asking what happened inside there. Teresa said with a wide smile that the ruins were not cleared by the Chongwon raid. People took pictures of the girl on their phones. Someone in blue pants and black sneakers took a step forward. Teresa looked at the main character and said that he managed it almost alone. Jin-hyuk's face was hidden behind a black mask, and the girl added that the others were just watching from the sidelines. Ihyun, with a bead of sweat appearing on her face, asked if she should call the association leader, and Taechun smiled, saying that was a good idea. The young man with bandages on his head clenched his teeth tightly. Then he turned around and walked away. People were moving away. White clouds swirled in the blue sky. A commentator with the nickname Truth asked who the man in the mask was. Water was pouring from the kettle into the plastic packaging. There were various news articles about how a strong player single-handedly cleared the ruins. Holding the chopsticks in his mouth, Jin-hyuk thought that people had written a lot of things. As he picked up the instant noodles, he thought that he knew this would get dark for discussion, but it was still too much. He was glad that his face was hidden behind the mask. While chewing his food, the main character remembered Teresa and thought that she had promised to keep everything a secret, so he didn't have to worry. There were chopsticks and instant noodles on the table. Jin-hyuk looked at the ring with a smile and thought it was time to talk to the locked vampire. The main character narrowed his eyes when Alice asked how he dared to put it in a dark and smelly pocket. The girl frowned angrily, asking if Jin-hyuk didn't know who she was. With a malicious smile, the main character shook the ring, and Alice asked what kind of earthquake it was. The main character began to wave his hand, and the vampire screamed that she was dizzy. Jin-hyuk looked at the ring with a smile and asked if Alice had come to her senses. The girl lay on her back, saying that vampires never forget an insult. The main character narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and Alice ordered him to stop. He waved his hand and said that she still hadn't realized anything, so he would have to explain. The girl opened her red eyes wide and screamed that she was going to throw up. With a crazy smile and burning eyes, Jin-hyuk began to rotate his hand in the air. Alice screamed loudly as her white hair flew around. A red light was visible. 3 hours later, the ring was on the table and Alice was begging it to stop. The main character raised his hand to the artifact, which began to emit a red glow, and ordered the vampire to leave. The system reported that Jin-hyuk was releasing the power from the Braham ring. Alice sat on the floor, resting her hands on it. She then smiled widely and said that it was finally time for revenge. Suddenly the vampire looked at Jin-hyuk, who was several times larger than her. She looked at herself in horror, asking what it was, and the main character explained that he had pulled out and materialized only a part of Alice. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, and he added that now she can still be called a mini version of Alice because she can use barely 1% of her powers. Jin-hyuk smiled and thought that she was still stronger than an ordinary vampire, even though he imposed a limitation. Alice fell to the floor and covered her face with her hands. The main character looked at her and informed her that what he said in the ruins was not a lie. The vampire, with tears streaming from her eyes, told him to shut up because she did not want such freedom. Jin-hyuk grinned and said that he would give Alice the true freedom she craves. The vampire opened her red eyes. She looked at the main character and asked what this meant. He crossed his arms and said that he would destroy everyone who betrayed Alice if she helped him, and return her place as head of the Ataraxia clan. The system reported that a new video was uploaded to the honor roll. Alice stood half-turned. Jinhyuk held his sword out in front of him as someone said that during a raid that was supposed to fail, a masked player turned the tables. Netizens wrote comments saying they were nervous while watching the video. Jinhyuk raised his burning hand. Commentators wrote that his actions did not look like a newcomer. There was an explosion. Someone wrote that the main character's magic and technique were at an incredible level. Jinhyuk's sword blade shone as did his eyes. They also suggested that this is the same guy from the video about the tree. Other commentators wrote that everyone should recognize the main character. Jinhyuk stood with a lot of camera flashes around him, and another viewer wrote that he is the country's new hero. A user with the nickname All the Girls in the Country asked if all the guilds wanted to get the main character. These comments were visible on the screen. Jinhyuk raised his head and said that many guilds have absolutely no money. Standing in front of a tall building, he concluded that this seemed to be true. The main character looked at the mask in his hand with a grin and thought that he was not going to get involved in the affairs of the guilds or the showdowns between them. He didn't care about them. There was a huge explosion and Jinhyuk thought that they wanted to kill him. He kicked the fragment and decided that he was not going to forgive it. In front of the main character stood a huge crowd of men in black suits. He raised his hand, creating a fireball. When his palm became covered in fire, he thought he would tear them to shreds. On the top floor of the building, a man sat with his hand on his face. The young man rested his head on the floor, gritting his teeth, while Gongsu said that Jinhyuk should have died in these runes. The man slammed his fist on the table, shouting that his subordinate had woken up the guards and had achieved nothing in the end. Gongsu frowned and shouted loudly that because of some fool they couldn't handle, their guild would lose its reputation and might cease to exist altogether. The head of the Black Crow Guild kicked Hajin, who let out a painful sigh. Two guards in black glasses and suits stood at the white door. From the fiery explosion, Hajin flew into the air. A man in black sneakers entered the room. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, asking Gongsu if he was the master of this guild. Gongsu grabbed the arm of the chair and ordered his subordinate to grab Jinhyuk. Hajin sat down on the floor, thinking that this was his only opportunity to restore honor in the face of the head. Then he jumped up, thinking that he would be called Super Hands again. Suddenly, the main character removed the mask from his face and greeted the man with a smile. He then punched Hajin in the face. He flew into the wall. Gongsu put his hand forward and shouted that because of Jinhyuk they lost positions in the association. He asked if the main character thought that he could just walk around here. Jinhyuk sat down in the chair and said that this is not what Gongsu should worry about. The man frowned. His hand reached for the sword, which lay on the stand. The system reported that Gongsu was activating a level 5 flash sword. He jumped onto the table, stretching his arms out to the sides and looking at Jinhyuk. Gongsu frowned in confusion, thinking about the main character being so relaxed even though a sharp sword would pierce him right away. He brought the blade to Jinhyuk's head, deciding that he should die. The man opened his mouth in shock when something hit his sword. He frowned and broke out in sweat, looking at the fragment of the sword, and realized that it was a saber. The main character grinned contentedly. He reached into the bag of checkers and said that they were convenient to throw. Jinhyuk put his feet on the table. With a smile, he invited Gons to start a conversation. A huge level 25 scarab suddenly jumped out at them. Alice screamed in horror that the monster was very nasty. "Alice, stand behind me," the main character said, waving his hand. A moment later, Jinhyuk was surrounded by a crowd of scarabs. Without thinking twice, he extended his hand forward. It was reported that the unique ability Heaven's Favor was activated. A giant flash illuminated everything around. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion. A very bright light came down from the ceiling to the ground. It illuminated every monster around the main character. The monster's physical defense decreased by 30%. Immediately, Jinhyuk turned to Alice, who was hovering next to him, and told her to show her strength. The angry girl raised her fist and asked why a noble vampire should fight such nasty monsters. A crazy smile appeared on the main character's face at that very second. He began to twirl his finger, around which magic began to accumulate. What? He asked, looking at the vampire, who was very scared. At that same second, she put her hands in front of her, in front of which a magic circle immediately appeared and strong magic was released. It was reported that Alice was activating bloodbinds of an unknown level. Blood began to envelop the scarabs. By completely enveloping the scarabs, they created huge drops of blood containing the monsters. "Great," said the main character, smiling and preparing to attack. It has been reported that the power surge stat is applied. 100 stats, the difference is reduced by 33 levels. In 1 second, Jinhyuk cut through all the huge drops of blood, destroying all the monsters. Notifications immediately started pouring in that the main character had raised his level by several points. Stopping, he lowered the blade, which was covered in the black blood of monsters, and said that it was very difficult for him to hold back, adding that while he remained at the first level, he had accumulated so much stress. At the same second, a new crowd of scarab monsters surrounded Jinhyuk. The unique ability Sword Graveyard is activated. The main character stood up again. A powerful and terrifying aura appeared around him. He smiled madly, and incredible power oozed from his eyes. He shouted that he was very happy about the appearance of monsters. Clear day. The sun illuminated everything around. Olympus Guild. There were members of the guild in the meeting room. Folding his hand, the head of the Titan Guild, exhaling heavily, said that it seems that almost everyone is assembled, so it's time to start. Looking at everyone present, Frederick said that everyone already knew that the 8th raid on the 4th floor ended in failure. He stretched his fingers first on one hand, then on the other, saying that out of 100 people, divided into 15 detachments, only 9 returned alive. He remembered the powerful boss of the 3rd floor, and then said that although the boss is very ordinary, he summons thousands of statues, so he needs a way to defeat them. Damn, one of those present hit the table with a loud scream. It was Tenwei, the head of the China Guild. Sticking his hand in front of him and gritting his teeth in anger, he said that they could not cope even with the use of a divine artifact, after which he asked how Frederick would order to get rid of these statues. Immediately Maria, the head of the Olympus Guild, calmly replied that the 2nd and 3rd floors were completed too quickly and good players had too little time to level up. Teresa stood behind her. A dissatisfied Jinho sat next to her with his arms crossed over his chest. Maria continued to say if only there were more players above level 15. That's right, Jinho, the head of the 3rd squad of the Tengan Guild, immediately answered. Suddenly, with a frown, he decided to ask if it was because they were having problems because guilds like China were monopolizing dungeons for control of magic crystals. Tenwei immediately reacted with displeasure to this and indignantly asked if he was really challenging him. What did I say wrong? Jinho asked in response. At that very second they started shouting at each other. Their faces were several centimeters away. Tenwei shouted that they were just passing through the tower for the sake of humanity, adding that he would not tolerate insults. Do you think this excuse will help? Jinho shouted furiously. Frederick watched all this. When he got tired of this, he asked the guys to stop, adding that the only thing they were missing was civil strife. We have gathered to solve another problem, he said calmly, while those who had quarreled looked at him angrily. Jinho sank back into his chair, folding his arms across his chest. Maria, also holding her hands on her chest, asked if Frederick had any thoughts. Yesterday, he said, clutching his head, a message arrived from Maine. Having gathered his strength, he continued that if they fulfill one condition, then they will help them. Maria, Tenwei, and Jinho were shocked when they heard this. Drops of cold sweat appeared on their faces. There was silence in the meeting room for several seconds. Suddenly everyone started screaming, furiously asking whether to cooperate with them. After all, they are all on the international wanted list. They cannot work with such non-entities as Maine. Teresa, standing behind Maria, simply listened to all this without interfering. A bead of sweat ran down her cheek. She herself said in her head that everyone present is afraid to interact with Maine, adding that this is not surprising because the influence of the guilds is already higher than the influence of the government. At one point she calmed down and simply listened to the indignant screams of the heads. She continued to reflect that the greater the influence, the more important moral character becomes, adding that they must act with this in mind. The source of light in this room was a bright chandelier from above. Suddenly the aura in the hall changed to a more sinister one, and the light from the chandelier began to fade. Non-entities, a voice was heard. It's somehow unpleasant to hear this, the stranger said. All the light from the room was absorbed by the fireplace from which this voice came. Everyone looked in that direction in horror. Suddenly the fire in the fireplace flared up even more. He was unusual. The normal flames were mixed with black fire. Pride is a good thing, said the voice. At that same second, a man wearing a dark cape appeared in the hall, from behind which only his thick gray beard was visible. In his hands he had a staff, at the end of which there was a skull. He looked at those present, asking if they understood that they would not be able to cope only on their own. The terrifying aura emanating from the old man filled the entire room. All the heads immediately jumped up from their seats, backing away. Jinho was furious. He shouted how the damn Maine dared to come here. He was incredibly angry and pierced the table with his fingers. Grabbing it, Jinho swung it and ran at the old man, shouting that if he himself had come here, he would kill him. Jinho threw the table at Maine, but Tenwei suddenly appeared in front of him. He cut the table into two with his sword, after which he pointed the weapon at the old man and said that for the first time he agreed with Jinho. The old man did not move. He laughed and said, "These heads are just hotheads," adding that after hearing the proposal, they will change their minds. "Help us," he said in an intimidatingly harsh voice, after which he smiled madly, adding that they could cope with the boss of the 3rd floor. Jinho was furious at this. He was ready to tear the old man apart. He could barely restrain himself, shouting that this was all nonsense, because if they united, they wouldn't even have 100 people, after which he asked how he could cope with a huge army. The old man, holding his hands on the staff, calmly answered that such a quantity could be created. At that same second, the old man was enveloped in incredible magical power. It has been reported that the skill Black Cemetery Guardian is used. Suddenly, Frederick looked out the window and saw that something had started to happen on the street. At that same second, a skeleton hand appeared from the ground. A huge horde of the dead began to emerge from the ground. The old man said that this is all thanks to the wars that have died down long ago, because of this there are a lot of useful corpses here, adding that among the main there are many strong ones, for example, necromancers. Cold sweat ran down the face of Frederick, who saw all this. Necromancer, he spoke quietly and slowly, but summoned such a quantity. Hordes of the dead stood on the walls of the building. Frederick immediately turned his head and looked at the staff in the old man's hands and asked in shock if it was all because of this artifact. The old man was surprised and asked if the head really knew about him. Picking up the staff, the old man began to examine it, proudly announcing that it can only be created by collecting 99 items. This is the Staff of Greed. Tenwei looked at the old man intensely, when suddenly, exhaling, he said quietly, a combination of the necromancer and the Staff of Greed. There is a chance to deal with the boss of the third floor, he humbly admitted, lowering his sword. At that same second, Maria shouted that Tenwei was even talking, because this was Mana. We know, Jinho answered, standing 5 meters from the old man, adding that now the right decision would be to kill him right now. There was no more rage and anger on his face. He humbly said that if the public does not know about the agreement, then the game is worth the candle. Even you, Jinho, Maria shouted furiously, to which he furiously asked if they had any other choice now. Teresa watched all this from the side, in her hand was a sword and shield. How did it all turn out this way, she asked herself. Everyone went crazy, she added in her head. She silently watched everything that was happening, not understanding anything. She imagined the image of the main character in her head, and then said to herself that if Jinhyuk had been here, then nothing like this would have happened. What should I do? She asked herself, abandoning her imagination. She continued to hear how the heads argued among themselves and could not come to a common decision. Suddenly, a notification appeared informing that there was a request for a video call from the outside. Seeing the notification in front of her, Teresa was very surprised. The system window asked whether to accept the request from Jinhyuk. Teresa answered the call immediately. Jinhyuk, the girl shouted joyfully when she saw the main character appear on the screen, asking the girl how she was doing. When suddenly he heard screams in the hall. What is this strange situation? He asked, seeing nothing. Suddenly the old man heard the voice of the main character. Turning his head sharply towards the girl, he asked her who he was, adding that since he had given his voice, then let him show his face. Switch to conference mode. As you wish, said the main character. He disappeared in Teresa's face. A huge screen appeared in the middle of the hall, with Jinhyuk's face hidden on it. Maria recognized him. Looking at the closed face of the main character, she screamed, was this really the unknown person who had cleared the first floor dungeon? Remembering his image, the image of a guy who possessed enormous power, Maria explained that this was an incredible player who cleared the dungeon alone, unknown to anyone, and large guilds from all over the world wanted to get this player. And now this super rookie is right in front of them. The heads of the guilds crowded around the screen. It was reported that they made such efforts to contact the main character. All the heads smiled madly and confusedly, and drops of sweat ran down their faces. That is why everyone concerned's mouth went dry with joy due to the unexpected appearance. Interesting, the old man said, smiling madly, after which he added that he also heard about Jinhyuk, about the player who cleared the first floor dungeon. He stroked his beard with interest and asked if the main character knew that this time there would be a capture of the boss of an absoluteness of another level. Hearing this, Jinhyuk asked if it was possible for a necromancer to defeat the boss. Of course, the old man answered immediately. Outside the window was a terrifyingly huge army of the dead. The old man said that so many summoned people thought that it would be enough, after which he added that even the heads of the guilds agreed. True, the main character asked sarcastically. Are you sure you can handle this fake staff? Jinhyuk suddenly asked with a mockery. Hearing this, Teresa was surprised, and the old man shouted in rage, how dare he. Then the main character said, the heart of a saint and the prison uniform anointed with oil. It was without these two items that the old man created the staff. Listening to this, everyone gathered in the hall was shocked. Suddenly Frederick asked, looking at the closed face of the main character, if he had evidence. After thinking for a while, Jinhyuk replied by pointing to the staff, that the real Staff of Greed has a red stone under its skull, and the open floors do not have some of the materials needed to create a real staff. After that, he pointed to the summoned dead, who were missing an arm or leg somewhere. Jinhyuk said that the dead were too weak, and such soldiers could not even last a quarter of a day in the boss's room. I think that if there is danger, the old man will simply abandon you, running away with the loot, like a typical swindler. After these words, all the guild heads were opposed to the old man. The necromancer himself did not know what to say. Suddenly, through clenched teeth, he said that the main character was impudent. At that same second, power enveloped the old man. He immediately waved his staff, dissolving and shouting at the end that they would still regret that they did not accept his offer, after which he added that they would not be as calm the next time they met. "I will keep an eye on you," he said finally. After these words, he disappeared, leaving behind only smoke, and the dead collapsed from loss of strength. The sun shone again, illuminating everything around. Seeing the scattered dead, Frederick was very scared. "What to do now?" he asked, without leaving the window. "Leave it to me," the main character immediately replied. All the heads glanced at the screen in which Jin-hyuk said that no one would have to cooperate with Manami because he was taking responsibility for the operation. Frederick approached the screen and asked in surprise if the main character really wanted to say that he could cope alone. "Yes, that's true," Jin-hyuk answered without a drop of doubt in his voice. Doubt and fear were visible in Frederick's face. In his head he said that even if the main character does not succeed, he will at least be closer to them. There was some excitement on Maria's face. Unlike the deal with Manami, this one has no serious disadvantages. Frederick continued talking to himself. Tenwei smiled contentedly, realizing that they had a good opportunity. Jinho had a crazy smile on his face. They all understood that such a good moment should not be missed. At that same second, putting his hand to his chest, Tenwei asked Jin-hyuk what kind of payment would suit him. He was immediately interrupted by Maria, who with a malicious smile on her face said that Olympus would fully finance the main character. Friedrich interrupted her, calmly saying that Titan would provide financial support. Behind him stood Jinho, who raised his fist and said that the main character may not want money, which is why he is ready to provide everything necessary. "I don't need anything," Jin-hyuk interrupted the guild leaders. He calmly added, in addition, that the heads would restrict the entry of other players so that he could go through alone. "I don't need a reward," he said firmly. Confused, Maria thoughtfully asked why Jin-hyuk needed all this. "This makes one doubtful," Tenwei added, looking at the screen with some disbelief, after which he asked what the reason was. "The reason," the main character said thoughtfully, scratching his cheek. After thinking, he replied that he was simply doing what was necessary, when he suddenly added that this was also for the sake of his dear colleague. Hearing this, Teresa blushed with embarrassment. Behind the screen, the main character pinched his leg to restrain himself. He didn't like so much senseless pathos. Teresa smiled warmly with a slight blush on her cheeks from Jin-hyuk's pleasant words. "I'm delighted," Jinho shouted loudly, causing smoke to come out of his mouth. The main character looked at Jinho's face, who said contentedly that as a representative of the guild, he had nothing to add because Jin-hyuk's words deeply touched him. "Good atmosphere," the main character said to himself. There was a camera next to him, which notified that a video was being recorded. All the heads moved away from the screen and began to discuss something. At this time, Teresa was left alone with the main character. In his head, Jin-hyuk said that ordinary players would ask for good payment, but here it is worth thinking about the prospects. Behind the mask, the main character had a crazy smile on his face. He said to himself that a player who sacrifices rewards for the sake of his comrades, after which he added that thanks to these words he could get much more than he would have been paid. He also understood that he could not conflict with the guilds, so he would upload a video, editing the moment with Main. Immediately after these thoughts, he ended the video call. Having opened his characteristics, the main character saw that his level was already 12th. He was pleased with the results, so he had a satisfied smile on his face. Jin-hyuk said to himself that he had only been in the spawning ground for a day, and was already level 12th, adding that everything was going even better than he expected. When suddenly he was called from behind. He immediately turned his head in the direction of the scream. Evil Alice shouted at him, saying that he couldn't leave everything to her. At this time, mountains of scarab corpses lay behind her. Then Jin-hyuk, turning to her, said that since she has the strength to argue, she will not die. "Do you really think this is the norm?" she shouted. When tears suddenly appeared in her eyes, Alice immediately began to wipe them away with a handkerchief, saying that they did not have equal cooperation, but slavery. Dissatisfied, Jin-hyuk put his hands on his hips and said that this was an unfounded accusation. A few seconds later, he opened a store in front of him and, choosing an order, said that he just wanted to buy the girl mana replenishment. "I'm sorry, but that's not enough," the vampire replied. "Not enough?" the main character asked in surprise, turning to the girl. Alice looked at the floor and said emotionlessly that this alone would not restore her strength, adding that if the mana ran out, how then would she help the main character? When suddenly she raised her head. There was a crazy smile on her face. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and there was bloodlust in his eyes. She extended her hands towards Jin-hyuk, saying that she should restore her mana the traditional way. The frightened protagonist, waving his hand, told Alice to calm down. In a second she was next to Jin-hyuk's beckoning neck. Cold sweat appeared all over his face. There was a bite. "Yummy," shouted a joyful and happy Alice, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. Jin-hyuk, holding his neck with displeasure, asked himself how much the vampire drank of his blood. Satisfied, Alice behind him said that she had replenished her mana, and then asked him what they would do now. The main character again approached the screen with the store and said that first he needed to stock up. The main character's basket contained a strengthening pill, an incomprehensible cube, an ability counter, a sticky glue, a forest web, and a two-headed ogre's snot. Having purchased all this, a notification appeared thanking you for your purchase. Alice immediately flew up to the main character and said that he had bought some strange rubbish. Jin-hyuk immediately told her with a kind smile on his face that although it may seem so, even trash is sometimes useful. Alice, the main character, suddenly turned to his companion. They stood in front of a huge hole in the ground. Jin-hyuk said that from now on they will have a lot to do. Alice sat on his shoulder. The main character looked at the girl with a smile on his face and said that they must clear the minus floor in a day. Hang in there, he added. After these words, he jumped headfirst into the hole. He flew down with a calm smile on his face, and Alice, holding on to Jin-hyuk's jacket, screamed that he didn't even know the depth. How could he even jump like that? Do I know the depth? The main character asked himself in his head. Opening his eyes, he looked at his approach to the ground and said that he had already jumped here more than 100 times, so he knew everything for sure. Alice, now, Jin-hyuk said with a satisfied smile on his face and purposefulness in his eyes. Alice didn't understand at all what he was talking about. It was reported that reverse gravity of an unknown level was being activated. It was Alice's ability to soften her fall. The main character carefully stood on the ground, and Alice, falling on all fours, breathed heavily and said that Jin-hyuk was too reckless. Suddenly he felt something. At the same second, the 4th level fire element skill was activated. The main character lit a torch in the destroyed hall. It's okay, he said. Huge worms with sharp teeth began to appear from everywhere. We came to the right place, Jin-hyuk said. Huge beetles and cockroaches crawled out of all corners. Insects were descending from the sky. Looking at them, the main character said that such weak insects could not defeat him, and then asked if you could come out yourself. He asked this from a huge monster sitting on a throne in front of him in the form of a huge statue. So you know about me? Suddenly an ominous voice was heard. Of course I know, Jin-hyuk answered with a satisfied smile on his face. The statue's eyes lit up, the monster's face distorted into a mad grin. It was the hound that roamed the desert, Anubis. The statue tilted its head towards the main character and said that Jin-hyuk was the first person to come down here, so he wanted to have fun first, but the main character brought his death closer. There was not an ounce of fear on Jin-hyuk's face. With his hands in his pockets, he said that he didn't come here to chat. And you are ridiculous, said Anubis. Immediately after that, he laughed, asking if he really thought that the Magnificent he would personally fight Jin-hyuk. Alice immediately covered the body of her comrade with hers, saying that Anubis is very dangerous, so she will try to deal with him and let the main character himself leave. Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly. In his head he said that Alice seemed to care about him. Don't worry and just watch, he said as he walked past her, heading towards Anubis. Confused and frightened, Alice stretched out her hands, asking him to moderate his ardor. Then Jin-hyuk told the girl that he would show which person she entered into an agreement with. He was heading towards a huge evil monster. Interesting, Anubis replied, holding out his hand with a weapon. It has been reported that Anubis activates the personal ability Judgment of Anubis. He screamed loudly, and his staff in his hand was shrouded in strong magic. Anubis asked whether Jin-hyuk learned about him from this vampire or not. The first question has been asked. A girl from magic appeared behind the main character, in front of whom there were scales. Jin-hyuk said in his head that Anubis always uses this ability on the enemy, and when he answers all the boss's questions, the absolute judgment of Anubis's judgment is activated. A notice immediately appeared in which it was written that the copying conditions were such that it was necessary to destroy the embodiment of Anubis, the container of his consciousness, by driving him crazy. Having learned about the conditions, the main character said to himself that if he pisses off Anubis, he will receive the power thanks to which he will be able to ask questions, so there is no need to answer the questions precisely, a short answer is enough. After that, Jin-hyuk smiled and answered Anubis's first question, right? Otherwise how would he have known about this place? The subject answered the question. Of course, Anubis answered with a terrifying grin, after which he asked if he had come here for the hive. Second question asked. Of course, the main character answered, showing a hand sign, without thinking, adding that on the black market they would give a lot of money for him. The subject answered the question. A heart appeared above one of the magical scales. It slowly dropped onto the scales. Then I'll ask the last question, Anubis said, after which he asked if the main character had come to his territory and thought that he could stay alive. After asking this question, he leaned over Jin-hyuk. The third question has been asked. Showing a dislike with his hand, the main character with a confident smile on his face said that if he couldn't win, All he could do was throw away all his things and die. The subject answered the question. At that same second, sharp stakes imbued with strong magic appeared around him. All conditions are met. The Court of Anubis is activated. A huge magical crocodile swallowed the main character and reduced all his stats by 50%. It was also reported that all abilities and skills are sealed for 1 minute. Then Anubis, raising his staff, summoned a huge mantis and with a crazy smile on his face said that he would now need to present it for sentencing. It was reported that Anubis chooses the representative. It was an unusual mantis. It was also imbued with strong magic, which is why its appearance changed. I present him to you, Anubis said solemnly. Alice looked at this in horror because she couldn't stand bugs. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face. A huge black mantis with enormous power appeared in front of them. His name was Zayant. He was many times larger than the main character. Anubis said that it would be Zayant who would pass judgment on him. How do you like my representative? Anubis asked Jinhyuk. The huge monster crackled and buzzed. Impressive, the main character answered, and at this time a weapon began to appear in his hand. A record player appeared in his hand, which he immediately put on the floor, saying that it would still be enough for him. It was a mini gramophone. It plays the selected music once and also cannot be turned off until the music ends. Anubis was confused. Looking at the gramophone, he asked the main character if this was human music, and then asked if he wanted to darken the mind of the representative. Reason, asked the main character, taking the blade in his hand and closing his eyes. Music, he said quietly. At that very second, Zayant ran towards Jinhyuk. She needs to give herself entirely, the main character added. After these words, he grabbed his head with one hand and raised the other with a wedge, preparing to dance. Immediately the sounds of cello playing were heard. Jinhyuk said that he found the perfect music through trial and error. The mantis struck sharply, but the main character easily dodged it, moving to the beat. He continued to say that it was a rhythm that fit perfectly with Zayant's attack patterns. Immediately the sounds of trumpet playing were heard. As always, following the rhythm, he spoke. He dodged every unpredictable attack from Zayant perfectly. He controlled this battle. In his head he said that escaping from an attack using music is not luck, it is an exact calculation. Seeing what the main character was doing, he was shocked that he even opened his mouth. Drops of sweat were already running down Jinhyuk's face. He was tired. When suddenly he said in his head, then about now. It was reported that 1 minute had passed, which meant that the main character could now use his skills. The time limit is up, Jinhyuk said. Immediately after this, he landed many hard and fast strikes on Zayant. The sword cemetery skill is activated. Blood sprayed from the mantis's head. A second later, green blood also sprayed from the mantis's paws. Anubis shouted in shock, asking if the protagonist really thought he could defeat his representative. He was very angry, which is why he said through clenched teeth that Zayant recovers in seconds, and if Jinhyuk spends all his strength, then the end will come. Yes, the main character answered the words of Anubis, after which he added that right now he cannot kill this praying mantis. After these words, he turned to the boss, raised his blade, and with a satisfied smile on his face said that he could make him no longer want to live. At that same second, the representative's paws began to be cut off one after another. The mantis screamed in pain, coughing up blood. Alice looked in surprise at what the main character was doing and said in her head that she knew, of course, that he was so strong, but not so much. Suddenly a crazy smile appeared on her face, and she said to herself that it was possible if it was him. She raised her head, her cheeks flushed and her eyes filled with hope. Then he will help me take revenge, she continued joyfully. The bloody mantis fell to the floor. His paws were scattered all over the hall. An enraged Anubis shouted at the main character to fight and not run away. The representative trembled exhaustedly. Proud warrior, chosen by God, representative. Jinhyuk walked towards the mantis, passing through the remains of it. He dispelled the blade in his hand. In his head, he said that the last stage is that it destroys his, the great warrior, faith in his own invincibility, humiliation and provocation. After that, he sat on the head of the dead mantis. At that same second, the mantis rose from the ground, completely restored. After that, he put his battle claw to his neck, and he cut off his own head. The representative of Anubis was defeated. Horror and fear enveloped Anubis. Did he commit suicide? The boss asked himself. The main character was informed that his level had increased. The mantis's head fell not far from Jinhyuk. A notification appeared stating that after studying the magical tome of the Duchy of Peltaris, you can learn ice magic. He put his finger on the ice card and said that this could only be seen on the middle floors of the tower. Madness took possession of him. He gained enormous strength and power. It was reported that he had obtained the level 1 ice creation skill. The first level ice creation skill was immediately used. The main character closed the ice book in his hands. Immediately, many pieces of ice appeared around him. Anubis was very angry. He said in full tension that he recognized that Jinhyuk was not an ordinary person. after which he asked if he really thought of winning him by betting this ice. "What are you talking about?" asked the main character, who was enveloped in strong and powerful magic, after which he continued that Anubis cannot even attack directly, because he himself is holed up on the 42nd floor. Suddenly Anubis humbly lowered his head and asked if Jinhyuk understood that he was incarnating before, then why was he challenging him? "Reason," said the main character slowly. "Well," cheerfully, throwing out his hands, he continued mockingly. You say merrily, Anubis shouted furiously. Fury and enormous power enveloped the boss. "Am I really nothing more than some kind of entertainment for you?" he shouted furiously. Disrespect, Anubis did not calm down. At the same second, a huge hive of bees appeared. The hive skill is a huge beehive in which countless insects live. It was reported that Anubis was liberating the hive. "Kill this impudent man," Anubis furiously ordered the monsters. At that same second, all the monsters that were aimed at the main character were killed by ice balls. "An incredible amount," Jinhyuk said mockingly. He extended his hand forward, which became covered with strong ice magic. At that same second, the protagonist's hand caught fire. The monsters surrounded him, but he stood in position, preparing to attack and defend. It was reported that Jinhyuk combined the fire element and ice creation skills. With their hands clasped together, the merging of skills began. A few seconds later there was a strong glow. All the monsters were absorbed by a bright glow that covered absolutely the entire room. The merger was reported to be successful. The next notification said that the main character had received the AA level daylight skill. The monsters were ready to attack the main character, who was absorbed by a bright cold light. The system notified about the activation of the first level daylight skill. 6 rays of light appeared. The light became brighter. A powerful light stream attacked the insects. The wasps looked at the light anxiously. A dark blue hexagon with a white sun inside appeared. The system window said that the daylight skill allows you to compress and release magical power, has high power and limits the enemy's field of vision, which gives a great advantage in battle. The main character closed his eyes and held the object in his hands with all his might. Anubis pressed his paw to his muzzle and thought that he needed to change his battle tactics. He raised his hand. Purple smoke appeared above his paw. The system reported that Anubis was activating the chosen creature. A creature with a yellow shell and glowing eyes appeared. The system reported that a particularly strong individual had arisen in the hive. The insect's eyes were red. It flew forward rapidly. Jinhyuk stretched his hand forward. Crystals appeared next to his fingers. The system reported that he had used level 1 ice creation. His attack left holes in the insect's body. Anubis thought that it would be too easy. From the body of one wasp another appeared. The creatures chosen by the ancient Egyptian deity do not die, but multiply. 4 insects flew towards the main character. Surrounded by ice crystals, the guy raised his head and looked at the approaching wasps. Anubis thought that no matter how skilled the main character used, it would not matter. Jinhyuk squeezed a small object in his fingers, smiled and said that it had finally happened. The system reported that the enhancement pill increases the size of the object tenfold. The guy waved his hand. The white beam hit one of the wasps. The insect fell. The main character jumped up, hunting for others. The system reported that the effect of the pill would appear in 1 minute. The wasps fell to the ground. Jinhyuk jumped onto the back of one of the insects. He grabbed the insect's antennae. The main character wrapped his legs around the wasp's head and controlled it. Anubis opened his mouth, asked what they were doing and ordered them to kill the guy immediately. Jinhyuk rode a wasp as he flew towards the hive, thinking that their ability to multiply rather than die would drive any opponent to despair. There were many insects behind him. One of the wasps hit the other with its sting. The main character thought that in the terrible absurd conditions the enemy could not sensibly assess the situation. A blue cube appeared around a ball of insects. The system reported that an incomprehensible cube had been activated. In the system window there were the names of the items: ability counter, sticky glue, forest cobweb, snot of a 2-headed ogre. Jinhyuk put his palm in front of him. The system window began to glow. The system reported that 4 objects were combining, strengthening an incomprehensible cube. Glowing rays touched the surface of the cube. Flashes were heard. The main character stood on one knee, pressed his palm to the ground and thought that thanks to endless repetitions he could understand the tactics and then correctly assess the situation. Insects fought against the walls of the trap and flames appeared outside. Jinhyuk smiled and snapped his fingers. The system notified that the 5th level fire element had been activated. The main character flared up inside the cube. It was an unusual decision that the main character came to. The system window said that the enhancement pill was starting to take effect. The wasps began to grow, then there was an explosion. There were many system alerts that the enhancement pill had dropped out. There were a lot of pills at the bottom of the cube. The main character thought that in order to become an equal opponent for the boss with a huge army, the maximum number of these pills was needed. Many system windows appeared in front of Jinhyuk with a message that the level had increased. Looking at them, the guy thought that thanks to the endlessly multiplying monsters, He received not only a lot of experience points, but also valuable items. Anubis clenched his teeth, sweat running down his muzzle. He could not understand what was happening. The main character smiled broadly. Behind him was a blue cube and a web. Anubis realized that he had prepared the items for unification in advance, learned the features of the hive, and created a trap. The guy's eyes glowed. He put his hands in his pockets and looked up. The ancient Egyptian god realized that he had succumbed to his provocations. Anubis slammed his hand on the armrest. His face contorted with rage. He raised his hand and cursed. God clenched his fingers into a fist. The system reported that Anubis had destroyed the hive. The fragments scattered in different directions. The main character clenched his teeth and, looking at the fragments, said that he was just getting the hang of it. Anubis frowned in irritation and asked how the man dared treat him with disrespect. God leaned forward and began kicking the floor, repeating the word disrespect. Anubis pointed his staff at the guy and said that he must survive and rise to him. Jinhak smiled and said that there was no need to shout like that, because he himself planned to do so. God smiled bloodthirstily and said that she would punish him for his disrespect. His eyes went dark. The system reported that the Anubis container had been destroyed. The system window said that the conditions were met. The main character smiled, and a square with the inscription saved appeared behind him. In the system window there was information that to activate the Judgment Anubis skill, you need to ask 3 questions, after which the enemy's strength is reduced by 50% and all skills and abilities will be blocked for 1 minute. A purple hexagon appeared with an ancient Egyptian symbol inside. The system reported that the skill can be used on one person only once, and if abused, punishment from the Egyptian gods awaits. The main character presented a fresco on which there was a creature with a bird's head and a human body. The system reported that the gods of Egypt were showing interest in him. He also presented an image with green skin. The system reported that some gods were experiencing hostility. Jinhak squinted, sighed heavily, and said that the local gods are quite picky. Lord's eyes were widened in surprise and she asked what happened here. The main character stood with his back to her and said that Anubis was tired. The characteristics of the player Jinhak were written in the system window. The Lord sat on his shoulder, studying the information. The guy thought that for the first time he was able to rise to so many levels in this place. 3 system windows appeared with a message that strength, agility, and endurance had been increased. The main character thought that he would pump up all his skills since he did not know what awaited him in the future. His eyes widened in surprise when the request for a video call came through. The guy in the dark shirt looked at the main character with displeasure when he asked why Yusung was calling him. Jinhak raised his hand when Yusung began to ask about where he was and why this place was not familiar to him. The protagonist said that it was none of his business and repeated the question about the reason for the call. A bead of sweat ran down his face when the guy on the screen said he had a proposition for him. Yusung introduced several people and said that in 24 hours, a martial arts tournament would begin at the Awakened Association, to which players of rank AA and above, including himself, were invited. Sweat flowed down Jinhyuk's cheek. He looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment and said that the association decided to hold the tournament despite more important things, such as the boss of the 3rd floor. Yusung frowned and asked the protagonist to take part in the tournament so that they could fight. The protagonist asked why he should waste his precious time on such nonsense and mentally added that his decision might change if the guy had new skills that he could copy. Continuing to frown, the guy in the dark shirt said that Jinhyuk couldn't refuse. The main character looked interestedly at the screen in front of him. Yusung showed a black card with gold designs and said that he had a pass to the black market. Someone tapped a brown object on the stand. The blonde man said the item was sold. The auction host waved his hands. According to Yusung's explanation, the black market was not a place where players could buy something with coins. The knight crossed his arms and smiled. This was a secret market where invited participants could purchase items exclusively for real money. The main character leaned back in his chair and thought that the Tower of Trials had become a reality and now people began to hold such auctions. And he just needed items to pass the boss of the 3rd floor, so perhaps he could buy a lot of good things at the secret auction for the rich. The guy looked at the system window and was surprised that his actions were already being discussed. He presented a website that posted a video of the upcoming raid. It was uploaded to a new channel by Unknown, and it featured the Unknown Masked Man, Teresa, and the leaders of the other guilds. There were 4 people in the still image from the video. Since Jinhyuk edited the moment from Maine, no one spoke badly about the guilds. And in any case, it was unprofitable to conflict with large guilds. There was a man in a mask on the screen. People in the comments admired him and asked to show his face. The main character imagined himself with a dagger on his shoulder and thought that people reacted predictably, showing interest in the masked player, who confidently declared in front of the heads of other guilds that he would go on a raid alone. There were red numbers in the corner of the screen. The main character was pleased that the video had 50 million views and expected to receive 50 coins for it, taking into account a commission of 90%. He smiled, looking at the screen, and thought that although the commission was simply incredible, the amount was still not bad. Jin-hyuk yawned and told himself that this was all clear. The guy was sitting on the podium among other people. He couldn't wait for the tournament to end. In the arena, opponents crossed swords. The dark-haired girl blew a pink bubble. The tournament organizers selected 24 players of rank AA and above. What was happening was filmed because after several failed raids on the third floor, the Association of Awakened and large guilds wanted to show the population the strength and greatness of the best players. The main character pursed his lips and thought that a show was happening before his eyes and that it was a good way to defuse the situation. He remembered how Yusung showed him the black card and said that he would give him the pass to the black market right away if Jin-hyuk agreed to the fight. The guy closed his eyes, raised his hand and said that he had not yet reached the rank of AA, so he could not participate in the tournament. Yusung on the other side of the screen ignored him and said that the winner of the tournament would be able to choose a replica relic from the National Museum. With a serious expression on his face, the guy on the screen said that the winner could invite a player who did not participate in the tournament to fight with him. The main character felt anxious. He pointed at the screen and shouted that this time he would defeat him in front of everyone. The guy smiled, waved his sword, told his friend that this was his limit and offered to surrender. His opponent replied that he was deliberately fighting half-heartedly so as not to harm him. He raised his head. Anubis stood behind them. The tournament participants could not believe that the summoning had happened. The players scattered screaming. Other participants in the tournament were caught in the fire. There was a fire burning above Janu's palm. Someone said that these two were not bad either. Guild representatives in black suits sat on the podium and discussed which player they should recruit. A blonde man, the head of the Black Fortune Guild, named Dokpyo, said that he only liked one. The man pursed his lips and thought that the guy in black clothes was gorgeous. Yusung swung his sword. Watching him, Dokpyo thought that he had control of the battle, a wide view and most importantly many types of attacks. He remembered how the assistant opened a suitcase with gold. The head of the guild invited the guy to join them, but he refused, saying that he was not interested. The man frowned in irritation and thought that it was the first person who refused to join his guild. This ambitious guy was different from the rest. Blonde Dokpyo thought that he couldn't watch the tournament anymore because he was too nervous. Another man adjusted his glasses and said that if he had participated in the tournament, he would have dealt with everyone present and forced the one who refused to join the guild to bend the knee. The man took off his glasses and asked the head of the guild if he was right. His name was Doan. He had the rank of AA and was a member of the Black Luck Guild. He put his glasses back on. Dokpyo said that he should think less about the tournament and focus on the interview because he was invested in for a reason. The player replied that he had nothing to worry about because he knew how to shine in front of the cameras. Doan opened his mouth wide and yawned. The head of the guild thought that the guy had every opportunity to rise to the S rank in a couple of years and that if everyone knew that he had raised a rising star, then the prestige of the guild would greatly increase. The fight in the arena continued. The guy in the green hat turned around. The long-haired girl arched her back and screamed in pain. Yuri put her hands in front of her, protecting herself from the air currents. Janu fell to the ground and screamed from the pain in his back. Yusung held a sword in front of him. The host announced that they had a winner. There was a live broadcast of the tournament on the phone screen. Someone was surprised that the winner had been announced and asked to let him watch. The two girls watched the video and discussed Yusung's appearance. The interview with the winner was broadcast on the big screen. The guy said that instead of a line he was choosing the right to choose an opponent. People in the square were discussing his choice. Someone suggested that he wanted to fight a master from some guild. Yusung raised his sword. People were eager to find out who he would challenge to a duel. The guy pointed his sword in the direction of the podium and demanded that the enemy come out. Doan smiled widely and said that he approved of this choice. He froze in confusion. The guild leader put his hand on his back, demanded that he sit down quickly and said that Yusung did not choose him. The dark-haired guy frowned. Dokpyo drew his ward's attention to the fact that the tip of the sword and his gaze were directed slightly above them. The dark guy looked at the arena in confusion. He did not understand why the winner of the tournament did not choose them, because no one except him and Dokpyo could become a worthy opponent to him. Behind Doan, someone slammed his hands on his knees and muttered something irritably. Jin-hyuk stood up and told Yusung that he was good at annoying people. The guy lowered his sword. People could not believe that he chose an unknown player. Kwanwoo opened his mouth and began to quickly type something on his laptop. Another man asked him to punch the main character through the bases. Information about Jin-hyuk appeared on the screen. People were surprised that he was an F-rank player. The main character jumped into the arena. Watching him, Dokpyo thought that if Yusung challenged an AA rank player, the fight would be spectacular, but for some reason he chose an unknown guy with a low rank, but there is no benefit to be gained from this. The blonde man frowned and assumed that the winner of the tournament just wanted to publicly mock the weak. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and asked Yusung to give up if he lost this time too, because it was time to learn to admit defeat. The opponent frowned and asked how he could be so sure of his loss after seeing him win the tournament. The main character gave him a thumbs up and said that he had definitely become stronger and asked if he had trained hard. The swordsman clenched his teeth and said that, without stopping for a second, she did everything to catch up with him. Yusung waved his sword and said that in order to get a pass to the black market, Jinhyuk must fight at full strength. The system notified that the player was using the sword soul skill. Blue streaks appeared when the guy activated the second stance sword soul technique. He gritted his teeth and activated the blazing swordsman soul technique. The main character tiredly closed his eyes and thought that Yusung had taken up his task again. He raised his hand, summoning fire magic, and said that he was ready to fight. Jinhyuk spread his arms to the sides and shouted that Yusung was a stalker. White clouds floated across the blue sky above the city. The beam pierced the roof of the building. The blue sky was visible through the hole. There were blocks of ice in the arena. The guy was surrounded by smoke. There were holes in the swordsman's clothes. He annoyedly asked how many skills his opponent had. Exhausted, the guy fell to the ground. The main character got down on one knee and began to look for something in Yusung's pockets. He believed that he was simply taking what was his since the enemy promised to give it back. He clutched the black and gold card and said that he would gladly take advantage of the invitation to the black market. People in the stands were discussing the battle that had taken place. Jinhyuk used a huge ice projectile and with some kind of beam smashed the ceiling. The audience doubted that there was a person in front of them. The main character sat down in front of Yuri and John and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl pressed her hand to her chest. The old man said that this was their first meeting after the museum. The guy smiled, said that their first meeting was a little rough and suggested leaving everything in the past. John and Yuri were told that they don't want to be his enemies. Jinhyuk squatted down and said that since they decided to live peacefully, he wanted to ask for Yuri's phone number. He handed her the phone and said that if she didn't want to, then she didn't have to do it. The girl thought that in that case she would refuse. He opened his mouth and said that everything is not so simple. The main character turned the phone towards her and said that Yuri should be confident that she can cope with the consequences. She squeezed the black phone in her hands and thought that this was a request only in words, but in reality it was blackmail. The people in the stands screamed in fear. Someone jumped down behind Jinhyuk and said that it was amazing. He didn't expect an F-rank player to be able to win. The main character's eyes turned yellow. The system reported that the Eye of Truth of the second level was activated. The system window contained player Doan's data. The guy waved his hands and said that he did not expect to see such a show. The system notified that in order to copy the giant's hand skill, it is necessary to unravel the hidden intention of this person. Jinhyuk squinted and thought about how the system determined the intentions and desires of the object every time. He believed that this was beyond the capabilities of artificial intelligence. Doan raised his hand and said that there was no need to look at him so hostilely. Because he didn't come to fight, the main character asked why he came in that case. The guy smiled and said that they have the same field of activity and most likely they will see each other often. He extended his hand to the main character and said that he was showing common courtesy to his colleague. Jinhyuk smiled and activated the third level Eye of Truth. The system reported that Doan's words were lies. The guy continued to smile broadly and hold out his palm. The main character thought that behind such a calm expression of face, anger, rage, and hatred were hidden. He was also embarrassed by the reporters. He imagined the blonde man and thought that the guildmaster Dark Fortune was waiting for something. The main character introduced the giant and thought that Dokpyo wanted his guild member to defeat the newcomer who defeated the winner of the tournament in front of reporters in order to draw attention to himself. Jinhyuk smiled and thought that they were like an open book to him. The system notified that he had figured out Doan's hidden intentions and that the copying conditions had been met. A golden hexagon appeared. The system reported that the giant's hand skill had been acquired. In the system window it was said that the giant's hand increases the grip strength and makes it possible to lift objects that weigh 10 times more than it does. The main character presented a machine with prizes and thought that when the challenge tower was a game, it was not possible to copy this skill, because there were few users who had it. But now that the game has become a reality, skills that others have difficulty obtaining are just waiting to be. He collected them. His eyes turned purple. He said that it was unusual to hear his colleague call him and asked if it could be considered that this greeting came from the head of the Black Luck Guild. Doan opened his mouth and said that Jinhyuk doesn't seem to be in the guild, so they would be happy for him to join. The guys smiled broadly at each other. The main character asked if they would give him a deposit if he decided to join. Doan replied that he only needed to name the amount. They shook hands. The dark guy tensed. The main character looked at him with displeasure and asked if he really thought that he could defeat him with sheer force alone. Doan smiled brightly. He stuck out his tongue and said that it goes without saying that the system sent an alert that Doan had activated the level 5 giant's arm. The guy opened his mouth wide and said it was obvious. They continued to stand holding hands. A purple silhouette of a woman with scales appeared behind him. The system reported that Anubis's court was activated. Doan could not understand why his skill did not work. The guy frowned. He got down on one knee and screamed in pain. Jin-hyuk said he had to admit he was holding up well. The main character's eyes became their normal color. He said that Do-eun seemed confident in his strength, asked if he was ashamed to writhe in pain like that and why he forgot about his pride. Purple discharges surrounded their hands. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. Golden lines appeared between them. Do-eun asked Jin-hyuk to stop. The main character hit the guy in the stomach and called him wretched. Something came out of his mouth. The strong blow sent Do-eun flying backwards. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that this was because he pretended to want to make friends. He squinted and looked at the red smoke. A pit appeared in the arena. The eyes of the main character turned yellow. The system reported that the Eye of Truth was activated. Red smoke came from the hand of the head of the Black Luck Guild. He was outraged by it. That Jin-hyuk dared to beat one of his best players and said that he put in a lot of effort for this day. The system window contained information about the player Dokpyo. The system reported that in order to copy the ability to the energy of bloody rage, the main character must break the man's pride. The guy pressed his hand to his chest and said that he understood that the head of the guild was angry, but he should have behaved more restrainedly. Dokpyo's face contorted with rage. He assumed that Jin-hyuk was scared. The main character looked at his palm and said that he simply did not plan to defeat the guildmaster yet. The man's eyes were black. He jumped up and called the protagonist's names. The system reported that the energy of bloody rage was being activated. The man extended his hand forward and shouted that it was impossible to defeat the guildmaster. Jin-hyuk raised his hand. The system notified that he was using the daylight ability. The spectators covered their eyes with their hands, protecting themselves from the blinding light. They could not see what was happening in the arena. A dagger appeared in the protagonist's hand. Dokpyo clenched his fingers into a fist. The system notified that the power surge stat was being activated. The system window said that 99 points were used. The difference in level was reduced by 33. The man winced and thought that Jin-hyuk reflected his energy, although this was impossible. He imagined the white and gold armor and thought that in the raid of the boss of the second floor, the Divine Warrior, he was the leader of the Vanguard, and therefore a guy with an F rank could not even entertain the thought of competing with him. Dokpyo opened his mouth wide and told Jin-hyuk that he was just being ridiculous. The guy turned his head. Someone told them to stop. The body of the guild leader was enveloped in green smoke. The system announced that the 4th level arbiter was activating. The main character pursed his lips. Someone said that in a tournament that most of the population is watching, they must show that they deserve people's trust. Someone came down to the arena. There was green smoke coming from the man's hand. It was the head of the association, Sanjin. Jin-hyuk squinted and thought that in front of him was the head of the unification of all awakened Koreas. The man with the scar on his face looked at them disapprovingly. Dokpyo pointed at the guy and told the leader that he came on time because Jin-hyuk had just beaten up his guild player. The man turned his head when Sanjin said that they were at a tournament, not a show, so there was no need to worry about getting hurt. He approached Jin-hyuk, introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet them. He remembered sitting at the table in his office and said that, to be honest, 20 minutes ago he had no idea about the guy's existence. But the director in charge of the tournament contacted him urgently. A man sitting in the stands was talking on the phone. He told the head of the association that he had to come as soon as possible, because something incredible was happening in the arena. Sanjin introduced the man with glasses and said that he rechecked his test results due to the fact that there were many inconsistencies and found out that Jin-hyuk influenced the examiner. He looked closely at the main character and called his name. The association representatives bowed, congratulated him on receiving Korea's 16th S rank, and apologized for the association's mistake in giving him the wrong rank. Spectators jumped up in the stands upon hearing the news. People ran into the arena, eager to see the special player. Do-eun continued to lie on the ground unconscious. Dokpyo gritted his teeth and thought about what was happening, because this tournament was supposed to glorify the Guild of Black Luck, but it simply trampled them. He opened his mouth and asked them to wait when he decided he had to take control of the situation. The man grabbed the reporter's hand and said that he had to report that their guild was planning an attack on the boss of the 3rd floor. The reporter's jacket remained in Dokpyo's hands. He said that they would talk about this another time and asked him to contact the editor. The man froze with someone else's jacket in his hands. The journalist was filming Jin-hyuk. Dokpyo's eyes turned black with anger. He turned around and walked away from the crowd. The system reported that the conditions for copying the Dokpyo skill were met. A red hexagon appeared. The system reported that it had received a unique ability, the energy of bloody rage. A news site was open on the screen. There was a photo of the main character smiling. The comments discussed Do-eun's loss. Jin-hyuk smiled. Looking at the phone, he was pleased with the public's reaction. He remembered Sanjin raising his finger and saying that as an apology, the association would provide him with a plane to fly to Las Vegas. The guy leaned back in his chair and said that everyone wants to have a high rank because the attitude towards such players is radically different. The plane took off into the sky. A flight attendant approached the main character. She placed the food in front of him. Jin-hyuk was delighted with the level of service in first class. He tasted the food. The main character closed his eyes and smiled blissfully. The Lord called him. The blonde guy was chatting with the flight attendant. The vampire asked the main character to pay attention to him. The man was surrounded by smoke. Lord said there was a strange smell coming from him. His blood smelled so bad that she didn't even want to taste it. Jin-hyuk looked to the side and asked what she was complaining about. The vampire said that this was not a joke and that guy was not an ordinary person. His eyes turned yellow. He thought that if the Lord, who considers people to be mere bags of blood, speaks like this, then something is really wrong with that person. The system notified that the Eye of Truth of the 3rd level was activated. His eyes widened in surprise. In the system window there were characteristics of a player named Alex Judro. The guy waved his hand. The system said that depending on the degree of closeness with the object, you can copy one of the skills, but for the maximum degree of closeness you need to join the Mana Association. The main character pursed his lips and thought that he couldn't even imagine that guy was one of the Mana because he walked around with such a calm face. Alex walked past Jin-hyuk. He pointed his finger at the main character and asked if he was the same player from Korea who received S rank. Jin-hyuk imagined a man in a black mask and thought that Alex had boarded the plane on purpose and assumed that after the news came out, not only large guilds were interested in him. The guy smiled and said that he had recently changed his rank to S. The suspicious man said that he was amazing at the tournament. Alex handed over his business card and introduced himself. He gave us a thumbs up, said it must be fate, and suggested they have a drink together to pass the time on such a long journey. The main character took the black business card, decided to play along and said that he was right. There was a bottle of alcohol on the table. Taking out expensive cognac, Alex began to talk about himself. They sat opposite each other. The new acquaintance told Jin-hyuk about his cosmetics business and the difficulties he had to endure after the appearance of the test tower. The main character closed his eyes, smiled and thought if this man knew that he knew who he was. The blonde guy smiled back. He raised his glass and said that to be completely honest, he didn't come to Korea for the cosmetics business. Alex tilted his head and said that he wanted to expand his business and start doing business with the awakened ones to keep up with the times. The guy raised the glass to his mouth and said that he had a problem. Jin-hyuk asked him to tell him more about it. Alex put the glass on the table and asked if the main character had heard about the masked player. The interlocutor realized that he was talking about the unknown. Jin-hyuk raised his glass and said that he seemed to have seen a video in which the unknown suggested attacking the boss of the 3rd floor and asked Alex how he was related to him. Main smiled and said that they also wanted to take part in the raid on the boss of the 3rd floor, but the masked player got in their way, so an unpleasant situation arose. Alex narrowed his eyes and said that despite the fact that the unknown said that he was doing this to protect his comrades, he refused them, saying that he needed to do something alone, so they should not interfere with him. They continued to sit opposite each other. Jin-hyuk suggested that Alex personally knew the unknown person. The man said that it could be said that way. The main character smiled falsely and said that the unknown person turned out to be greedy. The interlocutor agreed with him. Jin-hyuk was delighted with his ability to lie with a calm expression. The man put an ice cube into a glass. He poured himself more cognac and said that the main character would provide them with invaluable help if he went with them to the 3rd floor to the room. The guy raised his hand, expressed surprise at the invitation and said that the unknown was going to fight the boss alone. Alex handed him a bottle and said that S-rank players are given the right to freedom of action, so that no one will touch them and they will be able to get items from the 3rd floor. The main character closed his eyes, thought that even the large guilds allowed the unknown to go through the floor alone and agreed to block the entrance to the boss's room and assumed that the main wanted to get there with his help. He opened his eyes and said that Alex's request was too serious because he had just received rank S and his new acquaintance wanted him to go against large guilds. The man smiled and said that he was a businessman and that he not only asked a lot but also offered a lot. A vial appeared above his palm. Main said that there is a medicine that helps with incurable diseases and even with cardiac arrest. His eyes lit up and he showed the main character a bottle of elixir. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. He took the bottle in his hands, said that his interlocutor's offer interested him and thought about how the Mana Association was able to get such a rare thing. Alex hid his hand under his jacket and said that many people wanted this elixir, but he was ready to give it to a new acquaintance as an advance. He put the contract on the table and asked Jin-hyuk to sign it. The system reported that Main would activate the contract with the 6th level dead man. The main character's eyes turned yellow. Main Alex said that such a chance is rare. The main character extended his hand to a piece of paper and thought that visually this agreement was no different from ordinary ones. He imagined a dagger surrounded by smoke and thought that the violator of the terms of the contract would be overtaken by a mortal curse. But if he didn't sign anything, then there was nothing to worry about. The guy closed his eyes and said that he could not sign this because he was very reasonable and was not ready to confront large guilds. Alex raised one eyebrow, said that it seemed that the valuable elixir was not enough, expressed regret about his decision and said that he was counting on him. Jin-hyuk clutched the bottle to himself when Main said that now he had better forget about the elixir. The man looked at him irritably and asked what he was doing. The main character showed the bottle and repeated his words that he is very reasonable. Jin-hyuk's eyes glowed purple and he said that he is also very greedy and always gets what he wants. Alex clenched his teeth and said that he was talking nonsense. Passengers inside the plane began to shake. The man grabbed the armrest of his chair, thought about what the main character was going to do with so much mana and assumed that he intended to blow up the plane. The board lit up. The pilot reported that the plane had encountered sudden turbulence and asked all passengers to take their seats and fasten their seat belts. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes, asked if Alex heard the alert and said that he should return to his seat. The man clenched his teeth and asked if he really knew from the very beginning which association he belonged to. The main character replied that he guessed and praised Main for her good game. Alex opened his mouth, said that he did not advise him to irritate them and that the unknown would make him pay the appropriate price for this situation. Jin-hyuk turned his head and said that Main had a good sense of humor and that it was stupid to claim that he was on the same side as Unknown after they were kicked out of the Olympus meeting. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He was wondering who this guy really was and whether he knew the Unknown. He put his hand on the armrest and thought that it might just be a bluff and that the big guilds could share information with him after he was given the S rank. The guy waved the vial and said that it was possible to share information about the Unknown if Alex behaved well. The plane was landing. Jin-hyuk suggested we meet another time. The plane's wheels touched the ground. The signs were shining with lights. There were many light bulbs on the ceiling. A Ferris wheel could be seen in the distance. There was an advertisement on the wall. The girl opened her mouth and asked incredulously if this was a city of people. The Lord walked next to Jin-hyuk. She said that she liked it here. The main character asked her to be quiet and threatened to send her to the ring if she did not listen. He imagined the blonde-haired Main and thought that as gratitude for the fact that the Lord had smelled Main, he released her from the ring. With his current amount of mana, her height was 150 centimeters. Golden rectangles appeared. The main character evoked memories of the world. A red hexagon appeared. The main character united the Eye of Truth and the energy of Bloody Rage. Another red hexagon appeared. The system reported that the merger was successful and he received the Greedy Look skill. In the system window, it was said that the Greedy Gaze allows you not only to view the status of any player, but also to share vision and read thoughts. The system reported that due to the characteristics of the Blood Devil energy, the personality of the skill owner can be changed if used frequently. In addition, the separation of vision and mind reading can only be used on players with a lower level. The protagonist imagined a blue hexagon and thought that he wanted to combine this skill with a safer spiritual skill, but he urgently needed the Greedy Look. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. Someone called him. The Lord showed the casino and asked if they would go there. The main character reminded her that they did not come here to have fun. They went further. Jin-hyuk said that it is forbidden to use magic in ordinary casinos. The hotel employee hurried to the car. The main character thought that he could take the money by force to spend it at the auction, but he could not take the earnings from ordinary people. The Lord turned to him and asked where they were going. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that this place cannot be compared to a regular casino. The girl's eyes shone with delight. They approached the building where the Tortuga private gambling house was located. The Lord frowned with displeasure and said that those buildings were better. The main character once again reminded her that they did not come here to have fun. A man with a knocked-out tooth shouted that he had seen with his own eyes how some person used the skill so that he became a victim of deception. Another man slapped him in the face and said that he used the skills himself and was now trying to get out. The main character and the Lord went up the steps. The girl said that those who are beaten like that are fools. Jin-hyuk looked at the back of her head and agreed with her. The girl looked at the surroundings with delight, said that there are a lot of interesting things here and asked how this place differs from others. The main character picked it up and said that you can use magic in this casino. He sat Lord down on a chair. He asked the woman behind the bar to serve the girl any drink she wanted to try. The vampire was outraged by his action. She had not gone out for a long time, and he did not allow her to have fun. The guy drank some drink in one gulp. The Lord asked what he was going to do alone. He put the glass on the counter and said that he needed to earn extra money. Streams of magical energy emanated from the hand. A red hexagon hung above the man's head. The system reported that the third level of basic blocking was being applied. The player to whom this skill was directed did not receive influence from other skills, and the skills of the object who used it remained active. The man turned over the cards. It was a Tortuga dealer named Pedro. Jin-hyuk pressed his hands to his face. Looking at him, Pedro thought that he had already lost $500,000 to him and losing more would be dangerous, but he was determined to win. An employee of the establishment moved a stack of chips and said that he was raising the bets. The main character closed his eyes and twirled the chip in his fingers. He pushed the stack of chips forward. Jin-hyuk smiled. People watched his game with excitement and assumed that about $5 million were at stake. The guy's eyes turned purple and asked if everything was okay because it was a big amount. Pedro smiled and said that the dealer is always confident. The main character looked at the glass and asked which guild controls this establishment. The man replied that the guild is the cleaners. The man closed his eyes and thought why Jin-hyuk had been silent all the time before, and now he started asking so many questions. Pedro waved his hand in fear when the main character asked if he could ask so many questions. The dealer said that he must answer all the visitors' questions. The man frowned and suggested that this player had the skill of reading minds. He put the cards on the table and thought it didn't matter. Pedro waved his hand and thought that Jin-hyuk would not be able to do anything if he changed the cards at the moment of revealing. The system reported that the sleight of hand skill was being used. There were 2 jacks on the table. The dealer's eyes widened in surprise. He could not understand how this happened. Jin-hyuk smiled. Pedro didn't understand how this was possible because he used the skill and changed the cards. The main character showed his cards and said that he won thanks to this pair of kings. He imagined a red hexagon and thought that the new skill, Greedy Gaze, which allowed him to read minds, was a good ability. Jin-hyuk held out his hands to the chips and said that he was taking them. Someone was running towards them. Men in black suits surrounded the table. The man in the red shirt said that he did not know thanks to what skills he received such a win, but he would have to follow them. The main character was indignant at the way they treated visitors. The red-haired man frowned and said that they do not call those who take such winnings visitors. Jin-hyuk smiled. The man opened his mouth and ordered his subordinates to take the guy into the room. Blood began to flow from the man's nose. The main character clenched his fingers into a fist and said that he remembered the words he heard at the entrance. He raised his hand to strike and said that those who are beaten like this are fools. Jin-hyuk dodged the shots. A man with glasses shot him with a pistol. The hero dodged and stabbed him into the ground with one blow. The bar continued its work. Someone shouted for the hero to smash them all. The girl pulled out a glass of drink and asked what the drink was called, while flames rose and explosions thundered behind her. The bartender said that this drink is called the drink of fire. The girl looked at the pink drink. The bartender said that this drink expresses the emerging passionate love between their lovers. The girl frowned. Everything was on fire behind her. She said in a half-whisper ardent love. She closed her eyes, took a sip of the drink and said that all this was nonsense. The men looked nervously at the beating of people and asked if the guild leadership had arrived, but they were supposed to arrive only in 30 minutes. The red-haired guy frowned angrily. Cold sweat flowed down his face. He realized that something had gone wrong, although they were in a criminal area. The hero beat the employees with a smile. The guy looked at him and noted that even here it is difficult to find such an unstoppable fighter. The guy with the phone ran up to him, said that they had problems here and offered to look. The manager asked what was so important here. He kept his eyes glued to the phone screen. It contained a photo of a hero. He was informed that he had recently received an S rank in Korea. It was the player Jin-hyuk. The manager looked ahead anxiously, thinking that even in America there are about 20 representatives of this rank, and now one of them is right in front of him. He imagined a city on fire and a crazy hero above him and thought that if the hero continued to rage, he would simply destroy the casino. All the men froze. Someone asked everyone to stop. The manager unbuttoned his jacket. He sat down on his knees, still wearing only his shirt, and asked for forgiveness for not recognizing the hero and acting tactlessly. He asked for forgiveness again this time. Jin-hyuk bit his lip nervously and asked why the manager was suddenly apologizing. He asked if the guy really thought that it was in vain to contact him after learning his rank. The guy crawled closer to the hero and said in a trembling voice what he meant. The hero interrupted and said that this was all absurd. He leaned towards the guy with a malicious smile and asked if this place wasn't like this originally. He clarified that the one who is beaten is the fool. The hero began to bend his fingers. He said that he made a bet, won the average amount, but they intervened and then caused moral damage, so if you count everything. The guy looked in horror at the hero, who said that $10 million would be enough for him. Jin-hyuk grabbed the manager by the collar and otherwise ordered the establishment to close. After a while, the hero looked at his bank account with 10 million on the balance. He thought that this amount would be enough to get the desired item at auction. He leaned against the wall. Cars were driving along the road behind him. He reminded himself that it would soon be their turn. The car stopped next to the hero. The window rolled down. A man in a jacket was sitting behind the wheel. He clarified which hero the guest was and said that they would take him to the auction hall. The car rushed forward at high speed. The hero sat in the back seat and looked out the window. He couldn't see what was outside, which meant that the auction location was being hidden. The car was approaching the mansion. The hero was full of anticipation. The hero stood in front of the open gates of an expensive mansion. They wished him a good time. The hero's pendant began to smoke red. He asked if the hero had forgotten his promise. The guy asked to wait because he was going to an inconspicuous place on purpose. The demon began to hurry the hero, but he nervously asked him not to be capricious. Alice incarnated into a human body. She was wearing a white shirt, smiled and said that she liked being outside. The hero smiled and asked if she really liked it that much. The girl said yes, and this place is suitable for someone as noble as her. The heroes began to rise. Alice asked if they were going to the auction now. The hero asked not to attract much attention to himself, and the girl asked why. There were a lot of people inside the mansion. The hero noted that there were too many eyes here. The hero walked and looked around. He had already participated 175 times. He participates every year. But now he was more worried than usual. He was interested in objects related to the tower. People drank wine and smiled at each other in anticipation of the start, and according to rumors, this time the heart of an ichthyosaur will be presented at the auction, which was made possible thanks to the appearance of the tower. Thanks to magical energy, many lost ancient jewels are being revived again. People were all waiting and wanted to at least take a look. Alice felt a foul odor. She grabbed her nose, which surprised the hero. An unknown man with a cane decorated with a skull approached the hero. An ominous smell emanated from him. An old man in black clothes appeared in front of them. He called himself Julius Cedric and said that he was the teacher of the worthless fool behind him. The hero looked at the gloomy blonde, seeing that he had been given a good treatment, because he returned without results and elixir. The hero used a greedy gaze. He looked at the smiling old man covered in a purple aura. A window of characteristics of this person appears. As the hero expected, the man had amazing abilities, necromancy, and his abilities were perfectly combined. With minimal mana expenditure, he could use a lot of magic, so everyone wants to get this skill. The conditions for copying were learning dark magic from the old man and receiving an A+ grade in order to be able to copy his skill. Jin-Hyuk frowned, thinking that the system was clearly going crazy. He realized that the old man needed to be shaken up. He smiled and said that thanks to his student he received a rare thing. And the flight was interesting? Cedric said thank heavens if so. He looked at the guy from under the hood and said that he had arrived specifically to re-clarify about the information that the hero possesses. The hero asked about the unknown and Cedric agreed, saying that for them he was a big problem. The hero smiled and walked forward, noting how straightforward the old man was. He said that they were now in such a wonderful place, so he suggested discussing this another time. Cedric blocked the hero's path with his cane. His eyes glowed purple as he expressed his regret that there wouldn't be another time and he needed to deal with it as soon as possible. Jin-Hyuk waved the cane away. His eyes glowed yellow. He pointed at himself and said that he had missed the moment when this became his concern. He and Alice went ahead. She stuck out her tongue. The blonde was terribly angry, calling him a bastard. Cedric put his hand on his shoulder with a smile and asked him to leave him, saying that there were still ways. Jin-Hyuk was annoyed, but Alice was amused and said that smelly people annoy her. She suggested getting rid of them. Jin-Hyuk asked her to leave them as there is no need to make a fuss here. They went out into a large hall where people were already sitting in their places. The guy said that he would just buy the desired item and that's all. The host on stage drew the attention of the ladies and gentlemen to himself. He said that everyone had been waiting for this for a very long time. The hero decided to hurry. The presenter raised the gavel up and said that they were starting the 175th black market auction. The screen showed a smoking meteorite that fell into Arizona, USA. The hero kept his hands in his pocket, thinking that this stone was now emitting strong magic after the tower appeared. The man pointed to the crowd and said they were starting at $100,000. The heroes sat down in their places. People began to inflate the price, and other, higher prices began to outbid them. Jin-Hyuk smiled. At the moment there was no craftsman who could process the meteorite, so this item cannot be used in any way. Now there was an opportunity to buy it cheap. Jin-Hyuk raised the sign with a smile. The host hummed approvingly and asked if anyone was ready to beat this amount. Jin-Hyuk closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that he bought a meteorite for pennies. Someone held up a sign and said the amount was $1 million. The presenter began to sweat and began to beat his fist on the table. Jin-Hyuk opened his eyes in surprise. He looked down and saw that Cedric had entered the bidding. The presenter raised his hand and said that they were starting bidding and the new slot was a sealed catalog of mental hospitals with a price of $100,000. People started raising the price. The hero raised the sign and named the price of $300,000. Cedric raised his sign with a wicked smile and named the price at $1 million. People looked at the old man in horror, afraid of such pressure. The presenter asked if there were any more bids and hit the gavel on the stand, saying sold. Jin-Hyuk bit his lip nervously, looking at the old man, realizing that he had decided to buy everything he had his eye on. He clenched his teeth. Alice looked at the hero with slight curiosity. The hero raised the sign. The presenter offered the next lot, a relic of the Mayan civilization found in South America. The hero immediately offered $500,000. Alice looked at the hero with confusion and said that it was unreasonable, because he didn't even listen to the end, but the hero said that they had a plan. Cedric held up the table and named the price at $1 million. The host was amazed again. He asked if there were any more bets. Jin-hyuk shouted 1.5 angrily. Cedric immediately raised his hand and named the price of $3 million. The presenter was pleased. He asked if there would be more bets. Jin-hyuk calmly lowered his hand. The presenter asked again. Cedric smiled. The item was sold to him for $3 million. He looked the hero in the eyes. The presenter began to name the next lot. The guy and the old man immediately raised their numbers. The presenter announced that he sold the item to an elderly gentleman for $2 million. The signs waved and the whole hall was silent. The next item sold for $3 million. The presenter loudly banged his gavel on the table. Sold for $5 million. The presenter pointed to the old man and said sold again. The next lot was also great. When Columbus discovered a new world. The student looked at the teacher and asked, how about giving in? Cedric hit the student and asked, what will happen if the guy gets what he wants? Cedric gritted his teeth and thought that they had big losses, but they would have enough funds. He decided that they would get whatever he set his sights on. They will definitely exchange it for information about the unknown, and they will definitely exchange it for information about the unknown. A chessboard appeared on the screen. The presenter said that the next lot was for real connoisseurs. He showed the first chessboard. The hero was silent with displeasure. The people around did not appreciate the trinket. They were indignant that even the figures were not attached to it. Some people wanted to bury the money on the heart of the ichthyosaur. Alice looked at the hero. He raised the board and named the price at $50,000. The presenter accepted the information and announced a new price. Cedric doubled his bet. Arguments echoed throughout the room as the stakes grew inexorably. The hero, covered in sweat, has already named the price of $1 million. Cedric drooled and indicated the price at $8 million. The hero sat down. People were in shock discussing the patient who took some kind of board for $8 million. The hero, all embarrassed, raised the sign and named the price of $10 million. The old man smiled. He could not contain the gushing energy, and like a madman he named the price at $30 million. He looked at the hero with a smile, saying that $10 million was his limit, and he found what he really needed. He threatened with his fist and shouted that if he wanted to get this thing, he would have to agree to his terms. The stunned presenter asked who wants to offer even more. The hero hid his displeased face behind his hand. He understood how much Cedric had spent and was surprised that he still had something left. It exceeded his expectations. He leaned forward, thinking that he needed a new plan. The presenter said that lot number 56, the very first chessboard, was being purchased by an elderly gentleman for $30 million. Alice stood up, folded her arms across her chest and named the price at $100 million. The old man, without expecting it, opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't understand why the hero needed some kind of board worth $100 million. He looked at Alice and the hero, not understanding who this little guy was. Cold sweat was running down his face. He had spent more than $70 million on all sorts of rubbish, and if he stopped now, it would be a complete failure. He shook his head and named the price at $110 million. But Alice immediately named a new price of $200 million. Cedric pointed his finger at her. She became covered in red energy. He said not to cross the line and asked if she really had $200 million. The presenter excitedly raised his hand and asked the girl to show her a certificate of her account balance. Alice began to cast a magic ball. A huge pile of gold appeared under her. The girl asked if this was enough. One man ran up with a special device and checked the gold crown for authenticity. He said the crown alone was worth more than $500 million. The old man looked at the girl in surprise. She winked at him slyly while the old man suggested that she was not an ordinary person. In this couple, Jin-hyuk began to confuse him even more for keeping such a mysterious girl next to him. The old man frowned. Perhaps he had an opponent who would be more problematic than the unknown. He stood up and said that the situation had changed. He said that they were moving on to Plan B. The student smiled wickedly. His eyes glowed green and he said he had been waiting for this. The presenter smiled. The girl in a mask carried a chessboard in a glass box. Alice, uninterested, asked to hand the board over to the hero. She calmly looked at the mountain of gold and said that she was going to sort out all this rubbish anyway, and more importantly, she can't stand to see how these fools are looking high at her contractor. The hero exhaled, looked at the girl and thought that she knew how to speak words worthy of praise. There was an explosion behind the hero. Everyone began to take cover from the flying debris. The roof over people's heads began to crumble and fall. Auction employees began escorting people out. People ran in panic and pushed each other. The blade of the sword waved. Someone asked where are people in such a hurry. The student, enjoying himself, killed one person after another. He called people victims who he needed as raw materials. Alex used melt magic. A magical rune appeared above his hand. The floor under people's feet began to crack and emit light. People's skin turned gray. One man grabbed his head and said that it was torn. People fell to the ground. The little boy was crying and calling for help. The hero was covered in energy here. He looked at Alex and said that he was crossing all boundaries. He called him a psychopath. The souls of people left their bodies, flying out like green smoke from their withered bodies. A bloodthirsty monster appeared. The hero prepared for battle, calling his opponent an abomination. 2 more monsters appeared in front of Alex. Alex said that they were beautiful. The hero gritted his teeth and stood in a fighting stance. Alex said that this was expected of an S rank. He smiled and said that he remembered very well how the hero insulted him on the plane. After the order to eliminate, the monsters ran to attack. The guy said that he no longer needed to hold back. Jin-hyuk calmly looked at the approaching monster. A bloodthirsty hand was approaching his face. There was a flash and stones flew in different directions. The hero jumped to the side. 2 monsters stood in front of him. Alex called the hero agile. The monsters were slowly approaching. Alex asked where that little rich girl ran off to. A sword began to appear in the hero's hand. He said that she didn't like these nasty guys, so she ran away a long time ago. He noted to himself that her body had disincarnated, since it would need all the magical energy. The damage will gradually stack. Jin-hyuk frowned. Monsters, covered in flames, ran to attack the hero. He understood that there was no point in wasting time and decided to end the fight as soon as possible. He took off. The sword graveyard has activated. The hero ended up behind the monsters, inflicting a bunch of cuts on them. The monsters disappeared in 2 black flashes. Alex looked at the hero in admiration and said how amazing it was. He couldn't even keep track of the hero, but another soul moved from the corpse into Alex's rune. He said that it's nice when the amount of resources exceeds expectations. He waved his hands. New monsters appeared. He said that everything was becoming nice and simple. The hero turned around. The 2 killed monsters had regenerated. He thought that Alex wanted to exhaust him and prolong the battle. Monsters surrounded the hero. They were fueled by the forces of people and therefore remained in the ranks while the enemy was running out of mana. This is their standard tactic. Alex smiled madly. This is how necromancers fight. Jin-hyuk dodged the blow and grabbed the dagger. He raised his hand to attack the blow and he slid back, asking if this was all Alex's trump cards. He pointed a glowing blade at Alex and said that he would burn them before they recovered. He used daylight. The outbreak consumed the monsters. Alex covered himself, annoyingly noting that he was using that skill again. But he had already analyzed his technique by watching a video from the tournament. A wall of darkness and huge bloodthirsty eyes appeared behind Alex. He realized that he needed to attack before the rays of light united. Alex watched as the rays of light incinerated the monsters. He asked why they weren't moving. The monster's legs were covered with ice. Steam poured out of the hero's mouth, and his fingertips were covered with ice. Alex opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that the hero had hidden the ice skill with a flash so that he could not see anything. "Leave me alone." A cold flash appeared. A deadly beam hit Alex from it. A powerful light came from the mansion. It became as bright as day. Alex was lying on the floor. He looked at the hero, saying that this was impossible. He looked at the bloody scraps that were left of his cuties. The hero came up from behind and said that the cuties were a little blown away. Alex waved his hand, but a beam of ice hit him. The hero waved his dagger, and a light flashed in front of his face. Alex jumped out of the cloud of smoke. He was sweating. He realized that he had lost, but he had a huge advantage. He decided to quickly run and find a teacher. An invisible blade pierced his body, and a knife blade protruded from his stomach. Alex began to fall to the ground. The hero was hiding in the smoke. He stood in a throwing stance and smiled. He approached the wounded Alex and said that he had created chaos and asked if he was really going to run away. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth. The hero grabbed the handle of the knife. He said that he would tell Alex how he would die. Blood sprayed from the guy's mouth. Jin-hyuk said that for the next half hour, blood would accumulate in his lungs, and when they were filled with blood, the guy would begin to choke. The hero's eyes burned. He said that in the first place, perhaps death by fire, but suffocation is no less painful. He said what he thinks. What can make sure a guy doesn't suffer for too long? He showed a bottle of elixir and said that if he tells about the main association, Alex decided that he could survive. Anu smiled and grabbed the hero's leg. He couldn't speak because he was choking. He clenched his teeth, blood seeped through them. He decided that he could write in blood. Jin-hyuk stepped on his hand. He smiled and said that if the guy can't talk, then nothing can be done. Alex realized that he was not going to listen to him. The hero put his hand in his pocket and said that he didn't need it now. He threw something to the guy and offered to take it away. Alex's business card fell into a pool of blood. The hero asked to do a favor. He turned around and walked in the other direction, asking the guy to die as long and painfully as possible. The entire auction hall was in ruins. Something caught the guy's attention. He saw a safe created by Michelangelo in the heart of an ichthyosaur. With this combination, he can create a subspace for items. He combined both artifacts. He clenched his hands and pulled out his tongue from effort. The system reported that the hero had successfully created a huge subspace for 5 tons of inventory. The hero twitched. Someone turned to him. The leader behind him smiled and thanked him for saving them. The boy pressed himself close to the leader and said thank you to the guy. He thought that he would have to pay for these items. He frowned and said that he didn't take the items for nothing, but the host said that everything was fine. Jin-hyuk looked questioningly. The presenter smiled and said that he lost consciousness, and then he saw the hero and he saved their lives. He hugged his only son. He said that he had never even thought of informing on the hero. Jin-hyuk was silent in surprise. This was the first time for him. He closed his eyes, smiled and walked away, noting that this was not a bad feeling. Third floor of the Tower of Challenges, Cathedral of Hate. The door opened leading into the corridor. The girl covered herself from the arrows with the tabletop. She threw it aside. She asked why they put up so much protection. She slouched and said that you have to go through this every time. A man with glasses stood behind her and asked her to stop complaining, as he was in a bad mood because of Alex. Melina turned around with displeasure. She put the snake dagger to his neck and asked if she should really worry about his bad mood. He replied that if she did not want to die, she would have to. Someone appeared in front of the couple and asked them to stop. There was an inverted cross on his robe, and the man in the plague doctor mask said that he couldn't even believe that they had survived together for more than 10 years. The couple turned away from the unknown. He asked why they are always like cats and dogs. They sat down on different benches. The unknown person said that the reason he called them was the appearance of a new character who required special attention. It was about a hero. Melina waved her hand and said that he probably played before too, but that does not mean that he is stronger than other rankers. The unknown man turned around and asked the girl to be vigilant. Perhaps he had already risen above them. Melina said that those who rose to 20 are considered covered. She did not think that he could. The man said that he also thought that they shouldn't have done that. He looked at the unknown person and said that they had chosen the unpopular virtual reality, the Tower of Tests, to hide from the surveillance of the international police, and therefore they knew the tower well. Melina said that others simply had no need to bother themselves like that. She leaned back and said that perhaps the hero was playing this heartless game out of idleness. She looked at the chandelier and said that only a sick person could try to get into this game. The unknown man was silent. The couple did not take his words seriously, but at least they understand each other. He understood that the hero should not be underestimated. His eyes flashed red as he knew he needed to eliminate the threat. He ordered to keep an eye on Kedrick. He disappeared and asked to be told that this was not a fiasco. Melina smiled and called the unknown man a troubled old man. It was a sunny day. Yewa swung her leg. Teeman was on the defensive. He managed to block, but the blow was too strong. The guy's defense fell off. He fell to the ground. Yangwa asked if he was okay. He raised a trembling thumb. They washed up after training. Teeman called Nuna over to him. He pointed to the screen. An unknown person was depicted there. He said that he was not so simple. Yewa sat next to him on the sofa and said that he might be bluffing like the others. Teeman said there was something special about him. They looked at the stream. Yangwa asked, "Is there really an unknown person standing in the Tree Man Temple in the boss room of the 3rd floor?" Teeman said that this place was very popular, and if you answer 3 questions from the Tree Man, he will give you a skill item as a reward. Teeman tensed. He said that the problem is the complexity of the questions that the tree asks. An unknown person stood in front of a tree with a human face. An unknown person was commenting in the chat. The tree smiled and said that it had not had visitors for a long time. It asked if he had come to solve its riddles. The unknown person put his hands in his pocket and asked to ask the most interesting questions. The tree frowned and said if a person guessed 3 riddles, then it would give him a leaf that he would choose. Wooden legs appeared. It said that if a person even makes a mistake. The unknown man was surrounded by several wooden giants. The tree said that otherwise it would punish the hero. It announced the first question. It introduced a sea dragon and asked what is the optimal depth and temperature for a Kellhorn to live in seawater. Teeman and Yewa looked at the screen in confusion, asking who could know the answer to such difficult questions. The unknown person raised his hand and said that the depth was 175 meters and the temperature was 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yanhwa and Teeman froze. The tree opened its mouth wide in surprise. The unknown person suggested asking the next question. The tree said that it had not yet answered whether the answer was correct or not, but the man said that he knew that the answer was correct and therefore suggested asking the next question. The tree frowned and said that the next question was not an easy one. The guy and the girl watched the stream in bewilderment. The tree asked how to use Feliani's spongy body. The unknown person said that it was necessary to simmer for 5 hours the salt of the sunny desert and the holy water of a priest who had changed his profession. The tree said that this answer was correct. The unknown remained calm. The tree called the last question. The giant eagles from the heavenly plateau only mate once a year. When? The unknown person pressed the button. He pointed his finger at the tree and said that when the first snow falls in the tower. The tree smiled. It laughed and said that the answer was correct. The unknown person rubbed his nose through the mask and said that he was interested in talking about the tower. The hour was going crazy. The tree calmed down and said that it would give the man the leaf he chose. It suggested choosing red, yellow, or green. Red is a fire modifier, yellow is a defense boost. Timon smiled and said that he knows that green increases movement speed. Gawa proudly pointed to herself and said that there would be a long battle with the boss. She was interested in what the unknown would choose. She said that she would choose speed. The unknown person said that he did not need these sheets. He said that he wanted to get something else. He touched the tree and asked for the black leaf it was hiding. The tree looked at the man in fear and asked how he knew about the black leaf. The guy and the girl looked at each other, not understanding what we are talking about. The tree smiled and said that it couldn't give it to the hero, but agreed to give the hero an extra green leaf if he chose red. Wouldn't it be beneficial? The unknown man turned around and deliberately said that the great and venerable tree man said that for the correct answers he would give the leaf he wanted. He said that it would charm his teeth. He extended his hand and asked to give the black leaf under the threat of calling the tree a dishonest liar. The tree was oozing tree sap from excitement. The unknown person asked what the managers would think about this. All the leaves fell off the tree. The system reported that the spirit had kept its promised word and the hero was receiving a well-deserved reward. The hero received 1280 black leaves. The unknown person squeezed the piece of paper in his hand and thought that the last element of the puzzle was ready. He asked if it was time to start. He took out a lightning dagger, looked at the tree giants and said that he would deal with them first. One guy turned to the other and asked if he had heard. 2 guards stood in front of the portal and one said that the unknown person had already started a raid on the boss of the 3rd floor. The second asked, "Is it really so fast?" They told him that they could sit here and go home. There were still soldiers in front of the guards. The guard asked if there was any point in protecting the entrance. "Will someone come?" "Only crazy." The second guard said that they were ordered, so they are on defense. He ordered them to do what they say. The guy smiled and said that they had a plan of action, and if he bothered too much, nothing would work out. The soldiers in front of the guys turned into purple smoke. Their weapons fell to the floor. Black circles appeared under the guards' feet. Purple lines wrapped around the guy's legs. A man appeared. The guard was wrapped in ribbons. The unknown person ordered to absorb and conserve all the energy since they need everything and they have no time to hesitate. Zedric stood in front of the portal with his sect. Zedric said that he had already started. Leaves were flying over the temple. The unknown man turned around. Behind him a headless giant fell to the ground. Chat admired the unknown's battle. The camera followed the hero. Someone in the chat expressed skepticism. The hero said that he didn't care whether they believed it or not. He said that he already had enough problems, so he asked them not to bother them. The chat was surprised that the unknown approached them. This idea began to refute this theory, saying that the unknown would not communicate with the audience like that. The unknown man looked at the camera and said that he was telling this to them. He said that if they want to watch, then let them watch. But if they don't want to, they can leave. Many streamers curry favor with viewers to increase views. The guy looked at the phone in surprise. But if from the very beginning I come out with a concept, I do what I want. The guy smiled and asked what is he doing. Then a fandom will be formed from those who are interested in such a concept. In the chat they admired the hero's audacity. The hero walked silently towards the gate. There was a purple flash above the mountain. The hero turned around, surprised that there was someone else here. He grabbed the camera and asked to cancel the broadcast. This was not appreciated in the chat. The system reported that the broadcast was completed. A bunch of warriors ran to attack another group. The magicians put up purple runes. Warriors in armor ran to attack. Stone statues defended their positions. The evil spirits attacked the soldiers. The battle has begun. The hero watched what was happening from the cliff. It seemed to him that the sides were equal. The evil spirits destroyed the stone soldiers. The hero assumed that their side was stronger. The sorcerers put out runes. They shouted that the blow was aimed at them. Someone hit one sorcerer in the shoulder. The sorcerers saw fragments flying at them. They began to demand that the shields be turned around. The fragments began to bounce off the magic discs. The sorcerers could not understand where the attack was coming from. They saw a masked man behind the stone army. The sorcerer ordered the undead to eliminate the masked man. Skeleton archers began to shoot at the hero. The hero began to hide behind the stone soldiers. He put out his hand, rays of light swirled in it. He used the protection of heaven. A flash of light illuminated the undead. The sorcerers looked at how the undead suffered from the blow. They realized that they could not control it because of the holy skill. They decided that they needed to concentrate on controlling thoughts. A huge warrior in a horned helmet began to attack the sorcerers. One of the subordinates shouted to the master that Team 3 had been destroyed. Zedric clenched his teeth and said that he could see it that way. The unknown ran forward. He thought that there were 4 teams created to effectively control the undead. He presented the battle plan. One of the teams was destroyed. If you destroy the first one and break the network, then control is completely destroyed. A fiery flash appeared next to the hero. He attracted attention. He attacked the stone golem, asking if he could really catch it at that speed. The fighting statue of the Moe ran after the hero. The sorcerer pointed to a huge approaching head and said that the enemy was coming in their direction. He was ordered to stop him. The unknown person found himself behind the sorcerers. Moe jumped. The sorcerers looked in shock at the approaching death. The statue stuck into the ground with a roar. The sorcerer shouted to the master that the first team was destroyed, and if this continues, they will be surrounded. Cedric said that he knows all this. He shouted furiously and asked what kind of enemy they were facing. He said that he throws ash into the cooked rice porridge every time. He held out his staff and began to activate the Pyramid Guardian. They shouted to him that if he used this skill, he would have no mana left to attack the boss, but he ordered him to shut up. His eyes glowed and he said that he would concentrate all his power and kill him. He ordered to wake up. Ghosts and bandages began to appear around the necromancer. These were the guardians. Exhausted, Cedric fell to the ground. They asked him if he was okay. The old man replied that he was a little overtired. He turned around and ordered to come closer. He grabbed the sorcerer. He looked in horror as the master's hand began to suck out his life. In an instant he withered away. Cedric regained his strength and said that if the guy twitches, the pain will only get worse. The unknown dodged the attacks, noticing how Cedric absorbed his own comrade. All that was left of the assistant was hollow clothing. Cedric's eyes glowed red. He asked how long the hero had been waiting for him. He stood in the middle of the army of guardians and smiled madly. He suggested that the fun begin. The guardians rushed to attack. Cedric screamed and asked the unknown how he liked his strongest army. The guardian extended his hand and the bandages, like snakes, stretched forward. Cedric said that it was his mummy soldiers who were free to use bandages as strong as steel. The bandages easily destroyed the stone soldiers. Cedric shouted that the undead could not be stronger. The hero dodged the soldiers' fragments and bandages. The necromancer shouted that he had to hold them back for the battle with the boss of the third floor, but if he killed the unknown, then the game was worth the candle. Cedric began waving his staff, stuck out his tongue like mad, and asked the hero to die as quickly as possible. The two watched the intense battle from the sidelines. Melina and her partner said that the eccentric in the mask was amazing and she had not seen Cedric give all his best for a long time. The guy said that his plan to destroy the bases was, of course, good, but the fact that he didn't leave after that was stupid. He said that Cedric had miscalculated the balance of forces and paid for it. The steel giant swung his sword. The guy said that after seeing the skeletons and death knights, he thought he could handle it. Cedric burst into laughter. The guy noticed that he had quite a few problematic abilities. The guy touched the glasses and said that there was no point in interfering with them. Melina turned around. She looked at the powerful explosion. The unknown man dodged his enemies, destroying one after another. He was serious. He recalled that time, that experience. He remembered the old man who said that the hero's sword is strong and sharp, but he is very tense and his mistake is the dissipation of strength. He took the rope and offered to look at it. The old man smiled and said that a true master is able to deliver a good blow using a minimum of force. He waved. The rope shattered into pieces. He asked to imagine that it was moving freely, like the wind. It was responsive and pliable, impermanent. He waved, saying that at the right moment. The hero looked in surprise at the master, who said that at one moment you released the energy of her movement. The master smiled and asked if he wanted to learn his spiritual sword art, Shuhangamu. The system reported that part of the spiritual art skill had been restored and could now be reproduced. Something dug through the earth in an arc. The bandages began to be pulled off the mummy's face. The hero attacked with a dagger. The system reported that the understanding of the Chuhangamu sword spiritual art skill was growing rapidly. Cedric began to cover himself from the pressure of energy. He looked at the hero in confusion, thinking that the whirlwind from his spiritual art was so powerful that it attracted everything around him. A tornado of energy began to form, sucking everything inside itself. The hero frowned. He used the fifth type of sword dance, soul destruction. The entire battlefield lit up brightly and began to collapse. Cedric was able to stay on his feet, but all his mummies were scattered in different directions. Double shield activated. Cedric covered himself with a shield from the attack. He knitted his eyebrows, thinking that only 6 months had passed since their world had changed. He asked where he got such strength from. The skull on the staff began to crack, and a moment later it burst, spewing out energy. Cedric was thrown to the side and screamed. The tornado went out, leaving only twilight. The necromancer lay among the debris and bodies. He looked ahead and realized that he needed to run. He realized that he could not win this fight. He looked at the pile of bodies around and the approaching army and began to ask to protect himself and delay the enemy. He shouted that this was an order. A hero approached him from behind and said that the apple does not fall far from the tree. He compared him with his student. Cedric turned around in horror. The hero said that he first boasts of his advantage, and when he realizes that he needs to run, he immediately runs. Cedric called the hero a bastard. He realized that the unknown was Jin Huk. The hero asked to say hello to his student. The necromancer's pupils shrank in fear. He screamed, covered in fire. The old man was completely covered in flames. The hero asked him to tell him that he was worried that he would be bored alone and that's why he sent him. Jin Huk silently looked at the burning body. Energy began to flow out of the undead. The sorcerers began to look at the crumbling call. They were surrounded by stone soldiers. While the crowd was being beaten, the deified skeleton of Cedric was already lying behind them. It was not easy to use soul destruction at this level. The hero walked down the stairs of the temple, suggesting that he was even overtired. The system reported that the hero purchased a solution for replenishing medium-level mana, 4 pieces. He held 4 flasks in his hands. He understood that if he didn't come here now, everything would be at a loss to him. He used all 4 vials and told himself that he needed to wait a little longer. He approached the shield, surprised that it had flown all the way here, and remembered that he used to love shields. He threw it on his back, starting to feel nostalgic. He took the shield in his hand, got into a fighting stance. He looked at the stone soldiers. The giants began to advance. Temple Guard, Lord of the 4 Principles. The hero stood in front of 4 giants. The giants attacked the hero. He began to repel attacks with a shield, saying that he liked their silence. He began to accelerate, dodging blows. He began to make cuts on the giants. He asked them to spit out the key already, as he was tired. The giants with evil faces continued to attack. One of them has already fallen to the ground. Jinhyuk grabbed the shield with both hands and asked if they had such a pattern. The giant held a golden bud in his hands. He used the pagoda of knowledge. At the end of the golden bud was a key. The giant squeezed the flower. It shone with green energy. The system reported that the key leading to the main hall was responsive. The hero's mask began to disappear. The entity behind the gate responded to the call. A huge orange flower appeared above the giant. The hero frowned, realizing that the enemy had decided to act for sure. The flower was shining. Golden hands appeared. A golden sage appeared with a bunch of hands. The bodhisattva appeared. He looked at the destroyed giants and said that he had not been summoned for a long time. He smiled and said that he didn't think there would be a person among the visitors who would pose a threat enough to use the key. The hero lowered his hands and said that he would only destroy the boss of this floor. The deity smiled and called the man interesting. He said he was not sure about the rest but acknowledged the man's bravery. The hero jumped back and said that he wanted to finish everything quickly since he was terribly tired. The deity said that he would like to continue the conversation. The hero jumped. He covered himself with a shield and said that chatting with statues was such fun. Spears appeared in the hands of the statue. He said that every moment of life is a gift. He called the hero a stupid child. He swung a bunch of arms and ordered the hero to enjoy it while he could. He said when death comes, he will miss this moment. The hero frowned. The statue smiled. There was a green flash. The hero fought off a powerful green beam with his shield, which began to crumble the ground. The shield began to crack. He bent down, thinking that the attack was so powerful that when he simply blocked the blows, it seemed to him that his body was crumbling. He ordered himself to endure. He will only have one chance. The statue smiled and said that the hero was able to withstand sound attacks. A bunch of hands attacked the hero. The hero took a stance and began to cover himself in cold steam using ice creations. Huge ice growths appeared in front of him. A moment later they collapsed. The statue's spears easily destroyed the hero's defense. The statue frowned and called the hero a boy. He frowned, saying that he was using Western magic. He swung with both hands, and he caught the shield with one hand. He smiled, saying what pathetic tricks he uses. Suddenly a black flash appeared in front of him. The hero remained in the throwing stance, looking at the statue's displeasure. The statue's hand was pierced by the hero's dagger. He said that poison did not affect him. The hero clenched his red fist and said that it was called blood energy and said that if you wound once, you could deal damage continuously. The statue tore off its own hand and said that it did not matter, and such a trick would not work twice. The hand fell to the ground with a crash. The statue asked what the hero would do, because he only took away one hand. The hero leaned on his hand and said that he was right and one would not be enough, and he said that he knew that he did not use the same method twice. He pulled the pearl from the statue's hand and said that he had received exactly what he needed. The statue frowned, realizing that the hero had been aiming for the hand with the gem from the very beginning. The hero began to combine the artifacts and told the deity to blame himself for giving away one of his hands so easily. The grimoire and the pearl began to unite. The golden dawn of S-rank Lemageddon has appeared, allowing one to learn magical abilities. The hero used a greedy gaze. He began to study the characteristics of the statue, but could not see anything except the name. The deity bowed its head in disappointment. The conditions for copying were as follows. It was necessary to infuriate the opponent within 5 minutes using ice magic, and to fulfill the conditions, suitable music and attire were needed. The hero froze in bewilderment in front of the system window. He didn't want to believe what he saw in front of him. He thought that the system was going more and more crazy. He pressed something and was glad that he could do it. The statue asked what he was doing. The hero ordered the gramophone to appear and said that the conditions are strange, but he cannot give up. He said that if he takes the lower 25 floors, then he can only get the mandala here. The deity got angry and asked what the boy was doing. Music started playing. The hero rubbed his head and asked not to ask anything else from now on. He created a woman's wig for himself. He said that he was also not happy with what was happening. The veins on the face of the statue bulged. He asked what the hero, in the name of the saint, was doing. The music was gaining momentum. The statue furrowed its brows. He screamed and raised his hand to attack, asking if he was going to play jokes in front of him. Avalokiteshvara activated the mandala skill. Weapons began to appear in his hands. He began to attack and told me to feel the pain that follows a millionth samsara. The hero waved the book. A huge wall of ice appeared. The statue began to attack the hero's defense. The hero stood calmly. Shards of ice flew past him. He said that he was getting an excellent result. The deity looked angrily at the hero. 1,000 attacks hit blocks of ice. Melina and her partner watched from the side. Melina said that she couldn't believe that the hero's ice magic had reached such a level. They were lying on the slope of a cliff. Melina asked what kind of wig the hero had. The guy stood up, noting that his actions could not be predicted. The unknown defeated Zedric and is now fighting with the 1,000-armed statue. Avalokiteshvara's strength is great and can hardly be dealt with. Even after reaching the 10th floor, she is called the second boss of the 3rd floor. The guy looked at the hero, appreciating the hero's strength, noting that he went beyond the capabilities of people. Melina looked at her friend and asked if the two of them could handle it if they attacked. The guy said that it would be difficult. The girl turned around and offered to retreat. She said that they could not cope unless they received support from management. Lichao said that they could not leave because then their place in the hierarchy, which they so stubbornly defended, would be at risk. Melina asked what to do then. Is he really going to die for the position? The coin appeared between the guy's finger and he said it was time for this. Melina smiled. A purple flash appeared on the hill. The hero turned around, noting that the mains had not only sent Zedric. He continued to dodge the statue's attacks. He closed his eyes. The statue attacked and said not to dare turn away from it. The hero sat down, his hand caught fire. He used the element of fire and apologized to the statue. The grimoire flipped through the pages on its own. He straightened his hair so he couldn't concentrate. Ice creation activated. A pile of ice shards rushed towards the statue. The hero said that thanks to him he even worries. The statue screamed furiously and attacked again. The hero used ice magic. The ice blocked every attack from the statue. The statue called the hero a fool. The barrier trap was activated and the green dome covered the statue and the hero. The deity waved one of his hands and asked if the hero could really only defend himself. She asked where the confidence went. The statue jumped and attacked again. The blows began to ricochet off the dome. The hero fell into a trap from a pile of golden cuts. He used ice magic again. He covered himself with an ice dome. The statue watched as a bunch of cuts ricocheted inside the dome. He squeezed the dome and said that it was useless to resist. He took advantage of disfavor. Huge palms appeared around the dome. The system reported that Avalokiteshvara activated the divine spear. The statue swung over the dome. The dome burst and blocks of ice flew in all directions. The hero took off. The statue smiled. Suddenly he looked forward in surprise. The hero asked if the same attacks wouldn't work twice. He looked down. The hero was running at his feet and said that they were going through quite well. He stood in a throwing pose. The statue looked angrily at the blocks of ice that appeared at his feet. He was completely covered in ice and screamed. The hero slipped back and asked if he knew how offended he was. The statue was writhing in rage, locked in an icy prison. The hero asked why someone who has achieved nirvana through self-improvement is so prejudiced. The hero reached out to the wall of ice. An installation of the middle finger appeared next to him. Jinhak said that for compulsive disorders, there is nothing better than shock therapy. The statue's face expressed fury. He shouted that he would send the man to endless suffering in Abysai. He said that he would make the hero reborn into an insect thousands and millions of times. The system reported that the copy conditions were met. The hero successfully copied Mandal's ability, which is capable of imbuing weapons with special powers. The hero took off his wig. Magic symbols appeared behind the hero's head, like a statue. The deity clenched his teeth in fear. The hero touched the icy middle finger while the deity asked how he was able to obtain this ability. He said that it took an eternity of meditation before the mandala revealed itself to him. How could a simple man like him use it? The hero raised his hand and said that he would make sure that the potential of his skill did not go to waste. He ordered the statue to disappear. The middle finger pointed at the statue. He rushed forward into the ice prison. The statue was pierced by the middle finger. He looked in horror at his fate. There was a bright green flash. The statue was smashed into many pieces. The system reported that the hero's level has increased. Jinhyuk sat on the ruins of a 1,000-armed statue. He held the golden key in his hands and rested. The key allowed the hero to summon the 3rd floor boss on the 3rd floor. He walked away from the ruins of the statue and warmed up. He said that it became more difficult than in the game. He walked past the corpse of a necromancer. He said that he was overtired. He looked at his characteristics. I scrolled through and thought that I needed to spend my stats on mana. His mana increased to 77. He warmed up, saying that next time he would need to prepare something for mana regen. Suddenly he remembered something. He still had some things to do. The test tower is a place with a special atmosphere. He introduced a bunch of monsters. As night falls, the temperature quickly drops, and the aggressiveness and strength of the monsters grows. The players ran towards the portal. As night fell, most of the players did. Someone stopped hunting and looked for a safe place. The hero lit a fire, and in front of him lay a night forest and a starry sky. He cooked food over a fire. He took a huge juicy shrimp. The mask disappeared from the hero's face. He took a bite. He smiled, thinking that this was a taste that he couldn't enjoy. He decided that next time he would need to copy the cooking skill. Someone made a noise among the bamboo. Strangers appeared and said it smelled delicious. It was Melina and Lichao. The girl said that they would also have to spend the night here. Could they stay with the hero until dawn? The hero silently looked at the unknown people. Melina smiled. The hero agreed and offered to sit down. They sat down and introduced themselves. The hero held out a bowl of food and offered a treat. Milna's mouth watered. Lichao waved, thanked the hero and said that they do not eat what strangers who hide their faces offer. The hero put the bowl on the ground, asking if the mask really bothers them. Lichao said that it is worn when there is something to hide. Jinhuk pointed his finger and said that he could take it off if they were embarrassed. They were sitting by the same fire. The couple was surprised. Jinhuk raised his finger up and said that he wouldn't take it off just like that. He suggested holding a game. He showed 3 fingers and said that they would be interested in learning about each other. He suggested asking 3 questions, and if they answered his questions, he would take off his mask. Lichao looked at the hero, thinking that the answer to the question does not necessarily mean the truth, because you cannot know the truth of the words. He didn't know what the hero was up to, but it certainly wasn't a disadvantage to them. He nodded to the girl. Jinhuk gave a thumbs up. Melina tossed the coins and began to catch them. She smiled and offered to decide with a coin who to start with. She chose obverse. With the help of magic, an obverse appeared. She grabbed the coin and said that they were the first. The hero thought about barely noticeable magic. Caligula coin. Choose a target and pour magic into the coin for 5 minutes, and you can influence the mind of your opponent. Melina thought about it. She decided that if she asked the name or guild, the hero was unlikely to answer. She smiled and asked if any of his comrades were here. The hero noted that this is a practical question. He looked at the couple and said that he came here alone. He said that now it was his turn to ask questions. He said they were hunting the boss and asked why they were only watching. It was clear that he was fighting. Melina smiled and said that they were waiting for the right moment to enter the temple, because this place had a bad reputation and they had to be careful. She again took the coin in her fingers and asked why the masked man came to the tower. The hero straightened the coals in the fire and thought, even if the interests coincide, she wants to win him over to her side. He said that he doesn't know what he wants. He asked if he said what he needed, would they be able to fulfill his conditions. Melina played with the coin and agreed on the condition that their interests coincided, because they are capable of much. Lichao smiled. Jinhuk leaned over and said that now there will be the last question. He asked if they answer now, then he will take off his mask. The girl asked what the hero wants for the last time. Jinhuk looked at the fire and said the last thing he was interested in was. He pointed a stick at the couple and asked if the main association really thought that the 2 of them were enough to resist him. Melina smiled and said that everything was as she thought. They stood up. She said that he knew their true colors, and they saw with their own eyes how strong he was, because he alone dealt with Avalokiteshvara. The hero continued to sit. He was asked if he was still overtired. They realized that he was very weak. She raised her hand and said that 2 of them would be enough. She pointed a coin filled with magic at the hero. They looked at each other silently. Melina looked at the coin in surprise and asked why it didn't work. Lichao asked what the girl was doing. The hero took the bowl of shrimp and said that the Caligula coin was fine. A purple scale appeared behind the couple. The hero said that she couldn't use it now. The judgment of Anubis was used, which reduced stats by 50% and blocked abilities for a minute. Lichao shouted that they had been discovered. He demanded that the girl use the skill. Melina said that not one skill works. Jinhuk placed the bowl on the altar, saying that the couple was so confused. The system reported that the temple gods were pleased with the offering. The system offered to select a subject to conduct the court of Anubis. The pillar with the furious face glowed blue. A great commander has been chosen by the enemy. The second pillar shone red. The afterlife commander was chosen by the enemy. Melina and Lichao looked in horror at the 2 stone statues they had never heard of. Guardians of the Earth, great and afterlife commanders. They were approaching the couple. Lichao remembered the shrimp sacrifice. He realized that it awakened the pillars, and it turns out that it was not a simple meal. The hero collapsed by the fire, saying that he was very tired. Deciding that it was better not to move rashly, he said that he would not be able to escape anyway. The afterlife commander used a ban on exit. A fiery barrier of totems surrounded the space. Lichao took off. He approached the resting hero, saying that if he died, they would disappear. Jin-hyuk said that he asked not to move. A huge hand hung over the guy. The great commander used a warning. The blue pillar hit the ground. Lichao, with broken glasses, covered in blood, lay under a stone paw. The pillar hit the ground again. The coin fell and rolled on the ground. Melina clasped her hands, realizing that she had to run before it was too late. The commander raised his hand for a new blow, but the hero ordered to stop. He approached the girl and suggested starting a conversation. The greedy gaze was activated. The system reported an error due to a difference in levels. The hero frowned, noticing that even the luck stat did not help him this time. He looked at the corpse of Lichao, lying in the hole from the blow. Jin-hyuk said that he hoped that this time the girl would answer the questions more sincerely. Melina asked what the hero was interested in. He looked at the girl and said that he had heard a lot about the mains, but he could not understand the motives. He said that if they do not climb the tower, all humanity will disappear. Why are they bothering the players? Melina started to speak, but someone said she couldn't. Lichao, covered in blood, crawled out of the pit and demanded that he close his mouth and not say anything. The commander swung his stone paw. Lichao shouted that she would never do anything. Melina looked at her friend in horror. The paw rose, covered in blood. Jin-hyuk said that being true to an idea to the end is cool, but only at the right time and in the right place. Melina turned around in fear. Jin-hyuk said that he does not leave alive those who are trying to take his life, only if she tells him the information. He will save her life. He held a purple dagger in his hands and said that if she gives him information, he will leave her alive, because information is worth a lot, but not as much as life. Melina looked at the hero in fear. She said she didn't know the real names of those sent to kill him. She introduced a man in a plague mask and said that they call them Lancelots. Melina sat on her knees and said that besides him there are 11 more people, but she is in a group of assassins and therefore does not know. A greedy gaze was activated, which confirmed Melina's words as the truth. He sat down opposite and suggested we continue. The girl said that the management said that if he collected the 12 cursed relics of the tower, then even if humanity disappeared, they would be able to survive and would receive a great reward. She looked at the hero and said that she knew nothing more about it. Melina was telling the truth. This is all that the hero could find out. Lancelot and the 12 cursed relics. The hero smiled, thinking that they were even crazier than he thought. The goal of the mains is to summon the devil. They will survive even if humanity is destroyed. It will be necessary to act, taking this information into account. He stood up and thanked the frightened girl for the necessary information, because she would be useful to him. Melina smiled and asked if she could go. The hero said no. Melina began to say in shock that the hero said that he would leave her alive if he left her alive. The hero approached her and said that he would keep his promise, but only after concluding a contract. His hand shone. Melina did not understand what he was talking about. The hero smiled and used the soul brand. He said that the contract stated that she would listen to him. Melina looked at the hero in fear, thinking that this was 100 times worse than death. However, if she can survive. Tears flowed from her eyes. It was a bright, warm morning. Jin-hyuk decided to replace the broadcast of the fight with video. He removed the system window and said that he had lured people with the broadcast and said that of course they would be annoyed. He moved on. There was a temple ahead. The hero suggested starting. He smiled and held the key in his hand. He used the call. A purple beam shot out of it and something began to appear. A purple sphere shone in the air. The birds flew away in different directions out of fear. The boss of the 3rd floor answered the hero's call. A gate appeared and began to open. A stone foot stepped out of the purple portal. The stone army began to appear. A man came out with a cup of sake. He asked who dared to disturb his rest. The hero activated his greedy gaze. The system reported that the luck and adaptation stats compensated for the difference in levels. The boss of the 3rd floor appeared. A long-haired man sat on a stone throne. His name was Muhan. The system window of its characteristics opened. Copying was impossible due to the difference in levels. Muhan drank sake and said that many tried to fight against his army, but only the hero summoned him using the key. He sat on the head of a huge warrior, under which there were also many giants and warriors. It was a huge Muhan army of 100,000 souls. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked about his army. He activated the first chessboard. He extended his hand, and a projection began to appear under it. He hit the plate. The system reported that the first chessboard had opened. A huge chess field opened up under his feet. 2,851 magic chess pieces volunteered. A row of pawns appeared in front of the hero. Mukhan smiled and said that this is an interesting idea, because with this method one can become a replacement for an entire army. He asked what such a little thing can do. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he wasn't finished yet. He used enhancement pills on the chess pieces. Pawns turned into knights thanks to strengthening. The knight's eyes smoked blue. Musen chuckled with interest. He hit the ground and admitted that the hero was different from those who came before. A huge chess army stood around the hero. Jin-hyuk smiled. A man was cutting a chess piece out of stone. The old man turned around and asked Yuri to prepare a few more pieces. Pak Hana nervously sought out the figurine and said that since the goal had been set, they would know how much was left, and she did not understand the task of simply making sculptures. The girl imbued the figures with magic, saying that she had no time to think. She turned around tiredly and said that they had already made more than 2,000. If Jinhyuk didn't like it, it would be a complete end. She took the bishop piece, saying that for that matter. She looked at the box of chess pieces and said that it was a plus for them to be on his side. Jinhyuk smiled and said, since he is recognized. He touched the figure and said that to hear recognition from someone who just sits on his third floor and hides behind the servants is bluffing. He mounted his horse, taking a spear. He said that he doesn't care, not nice. Mukhan frowned and asked again. Jinhyuk said that Muhong defeated a couple of weak players and is now showing off, which is why he is stuck on the third floor because he does not have the ability to go higher. Muzan is covered in energy. The monsters of the test tower guard each floor and use the energy of this floor. In addition, not only the players, but they too can climb the tower and increase their strength. Mukhan laughed, calling the hero a nice fellow. He asked if he really thinks that he cannot rise above the fourth floor because he does not have enough strength. The hero calmly said that it was so, because he was tied to the third floor. Muhan stood up, smiled and said that the hero can think as he pleases. He said that it seemed like the hero's plan was to piss off his opponent. His face suddenly became angry and he said that the difference in army size and level of tactics was obvious. He said that it was simply impossible to win with the strength of a hero. First Battalion. The stone warriors put up their shields. They put out their spears and went forward. The hero looked at the approaching enemies, calculated that there were 1,000 statues in the first vanguard. He realized that the enemy wanted to see how he would react. He raised his spear up. The first chessboard skill has activated. The attack and defense of chess pieces on the field has increased by 30%. The chess warriors were beaming with energy. The hero presented a diagram of the upcoming battle. He ordered the outermost pawns to take 3 steps forward, and he ordered the first detachment to prepare for defense. The warriors moved forward. The pawns activated the shield wall. They put their weapons forward. The enemies were approaching. The hero ordered to maintain the battle formation. The shield warriors collided with each other. The soldiers stood in line angrily. The pawns were pushed back. The hero ordered everyone to fight to the death. The shield warriors were pushed back. The hero ordered to shoot. The boats began to shoot from crossbows. The arrows flew towards the shield warriors. They began to pierce the enemies. The warriors raised their shields. The elephant figures activated a wave of fire. They raised their staffs and fiery flames poured out at the enemies. The warriors held shields and fire seeped through the cracks. Burnt bodies fell to the ground. Muhan smiled. A purple mark appeared on his forehead. He said that the hero mated with the advance group in seconds, which was worthy. He ordered the 2nd and 3rd battalions to advance. He pointed with his hand. The warriors ran to attack. The horses attacked the enemy's flank. The hero presented the battle scheme. The horses activated a wedge formation, which increased damage by 200%. The hero attacked in the front row. He ordered the line to be broken through faster than lightning. They approached the enemy from the rear flank. The stone warriors turned around. The horses plunged into the enemies, tearing them apart. Muhan frowned, noting that Jinhyuk was quite skilled at commanding an army. The hero gave orders. Muhan noted that he promptly switches to attack and defense, gives accurate and timely orders. He saw a hole in the formation. He thought it looked too delicious, like a poison treat. Muchon activated the identification of weak points. Light poured from his eyes. The system reported that if you destroy the crown, the pieces stop moving. Only the king or queen can be the crown. He watched the battlefield and realized that if he destroyed the crown, then victory would be in his hands. He laughed madly. He laughed and called the hero impudent. He kept wondering why the hero makes a mistake that even beginners do not make. He realized that this was not the case. A woman's leg appeared on the battlefield. The crown was Alice, who was watching the battle with displeasure. Muhan with a smile ordered to go forward to make a breakthrough. The hero turned around. He imagined the maneuvers of the current battle. As soon as he withdrew, the enemy targeted the center of the formation. Jinhyuk ordered to ignore everything. He said that the enemy now has 3,000 fewer soldiers in defense. He understood everything. He attacked Muhan. He lured it by opening the center and showing the crown bait, which was a good trap. The giant raised his hand to strike. The elephants burned with fire. The giant was torn to pieces. A huge hand grabbed the giant. He swung, and he threw it far forward into the center of the chess formation. The giant roared through the center. Shrapnel flew past Alice. The giants landed very close. Alice was surrounded by enemies. Muhan smiled insidiously. He said this is the end. Alice looked around gloomily. The horses galloped forward. The huge titan praised the protagonist because he got to him with a small number of warriors. Jinhyuk lowered his shield, saying to stop talking nonsense, because he knows that he left the passage on purpose. Mohan frowned when he learned that the protagonist knew about the trap. Lowering his hand, Mohan said that he had given the crown to Alice and made his way to him with such small forces, but he would not achieve more. Mohan enveloped himself in mana, saying that they will end this here and now. The protagonist looked at the two titans that appeared. The Bodhisattva and David began to discuss the weakness and beauty of modern people. Mohan frowned as he noticed the strangeness. He raised an eyebrow, asking the protagonist if he was crazy because of the defeat, why he was laughing in such a position. Jinhyuk smirked as he walked forward. Events take us back to the past. Alice irritably asked Jinhyuk if he was really going alone. He responded by asking her if she was worried about him. Alice looked at the protagonist, saying that of course she was worried about him, because Mohan was the guardian of the third floor for a reason. Jinhyuk angered Alice by saying that it was the first time she considered someone strong, which means he was stronger than her. She immediately yelled at him, asking him how he dared to compare the Lord of the Night with these guards. Turning away, the dissatisfied girl said that she didn't care about him at all. When the protagonist asked Alice if he could leave this area to her, she looked at him arrogantly, saying that even in her current state she could easily cope. Many guards' hands rushed towards Alice. She, seeing this, waved her hand and formed bloody spears. She screamed sharply, asking them if they even knew who they were trying to kill. Her bloody spears destroyed her attackers. The spears broke off entire parts of the guards' bodies. Only a few remained untouched. But this was not for long. Alice took off, beginning to form a sphere of blood. The system notified Alice of activating a bloody explosion. Alice looked arrogantly at the guards, ordering them to die. Alice sent the sphere at the guards, creating a powerful explosion. After the explosion, she carefully stepped on the guard's corpse. Then she raised her head arrogantly, showing her superiority. A shocked Mohan screamed, asking how such a little girl could have such power. The protagonist, whose spear was enveloped in mana, said that he, thinking that he would defeat the queen, let him get closer, and this was already a mistake. The system notified the activation of Bloody Rage energy. The black leaf suddenly enveloped itself in mana, after which the system notified that the black sheet was reacting to the energy of Bloody Rage. The protagonist's spear began to flare with mana. The system notified that a new attack modifier had been received. An icon with a crack in a man's skull appeared in the air, after which a system window appeared with a description of the mind destruction skill, which caused ongoing damage from decay and disorientated the enemy. The protagonist wound up his spear to throw. A moment later he threw it at Mohan. The spear left behind a trail of mana as it rushed towards the target. Dark mana suddenly flashed in the guard's eyes. Even the Bodhisattva did not escape this. David glanced at the Bodhisattva, who began to tell him that he did not like him in the first place. With a cry, the three-faced demon sharply attacked David. David, whose face was crumbled, was shocked. The Mohan army started fighting each other. Small warriors even killed generals, and the Bodhisattva continued to beat David. Mohan clutched his head in horror, not believing that his entire army was destroyed by one man. The protagonist's call made Mohan look at him in horror. Jinhyuk grinned and told Mohan not to be nervous, otherwise he looked too pitiful. The system notified that ice creation had been activated. A wall of ice formed behind one of the generals. A nervous Mohan called the ice nonsense. Jinhyuk began to form a bow out of ice, asking the floor guard if he was going to escape from certain defeat. Mohan rushed to run and ordered his soldiers to stop the protagonist. One of his generals immediately attacked the protagonist after the order. The general's fist struck even his allies. Jinhyuk's horse was cut in half and flew away along with the fragments. Jinhyuk himself jumped into the air, forming an arrow and telling Mohan that he was still the same. At that time the system notified the activation of the mandal. Afterwards, the system notified about the skills ice creation and mandala that worked together. Jinhyuk smirked as he knocked an arrow. A moment later, the protagonist released the bowstring. The arrow struck the general's outstretched palm. Suddenly an arrow flew out of the general's back, after which she rushed towards Mohan, almost overtaking him. The arrow pierced Mohan's chest, causing hellish pain. He fell to his knees and began to glow brightly. Mohan released mana from every crevice in her body. Soon a powerful explosion occurred at the Mohan site. The system notified that the boss of the third floor had been killed. Alice smiled at the explosion. A moment later, the system notified the opening of the fourth floor of the test tower. Yuri and Yangwa were very happy when the system notified them of the remaining time to complete the fourth floor. The system window showed that there were 89 days and 24 hours left. Maria and Jinho were very surprised by the notification they received. With happiness at the sight of the notification, tears appeared in Teresa's eyes. At this time, behind Jinhyuk, the Mohan army was falling apart. The system notified the protagonist that he had successfully completed the third floor of the test tower. While the explosions were happening behind Jinhyuk, he looked sadly at the system window. Jinhyuk walked across the battlefield. He received many system notifications about leveling up. Looking at the system windows, the protagonist decided to invest stats in mana and then look at the drop. Jin-hyuk was a little taken aback when he saw the awards. Treasures that could be obtained after eliminating a monster were divided into ranks by color. Red treasures, the lowest rank, dropped from the first 10 floors. But there was an orange chest in front of Jin-hyuk, shocking him. The protagonist was overjoyed, guessing that this was due to the effect of the monopolization skill, which was triggered when he received a reward alone. When the chest opened, cards immediately flew out of it. The system notified the receipt of such items as pink diamond, first right, soft grain, living water, sunseed, and snail that breathes fire. Jin-hyuk smiled as he placed the items into his inventory. A moment later, he turned his attention to one of the objects. Looking at the sunseed, the protagonist was amazed by the effect of the monopolization skill. Alice felt awkward when Jin-hyuk started grinning, saying that with this item it would be possible to easily pass the 4th floor. But then she smiled. Looking at the protagonist with tenderness, she considered him incorrigible. Events are transferred to the office, where 4 heads of guilds have gathered. Frederick smiled nervously, saying that Jin-hyuk was actually able to walk the floor. Jinho laughed sharply, calling the protagonist a hero, and Maria sighed, saying that it was good that they got another 90 days to prepare for the next floor. Tenwei frowned at Mary's words. He slammed the table, shouting, asking if they thought the success of this kind of raid would be good for them, since Jin-hyuk got everything. Loot, views, everything. Tenwei abruptly fell silent when Teresa asked what he was talking about just now. Teresa screamed, saying that Jin-hyuk was cleaning up after them. They could not cope with the boss and almost teamed up with the mains, but thanks to him, humanity received the 90 days they needed so much. An angry Teresa scolded Tenwei for his words. When Teresa asked Maria and Jinho to say something, they only remained awkwardly silent. Teresa hesitantly asked them if they were serious. Tenwei sat down in his seat as the girl asked them if everyone thought like him. Teresa, having received no answer, froze. Bowing her head, the girl surprised everyone by announcing her resignation from the association. Maria, hearing this, screamed sharply, asking Teresa to think again, because she had done so much so that she could come here. Frederick intervened in their conversation, saying that their association was not a passing yard, and it was impossible to just join and leave, because only people who can really protect humanity receive an invitation, and if she leaves them, she will not be able to return. Teresa froze when asked if she trusted Jin-hyuk with the future. Grabbing the door handles, the girl answered in the affirmative. She abruptly left the office, saying that she trusted him the same way she once trusted him with her life. Events take us to the beach along the edge of which the protagonist was walking, saying that he could go to a good hotel and relax. Manhwa called Jin-hyuk, surprising him. While climbing the stairs, the protagonist said that he had been in the tower before and could not answer. Manhwa bowed her head and said that her grandfather did not open his eyes. Jin-hyuk became wary and asked where she had been. Manhwa was the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Chunin. She was always resilient, active, and cheerful. But looking at her now, the protagonist was amazed. She looked at him crying. It was the first time he had seen her in such a state. Jin-hyuk grabbed the girl by the shoulder, asking her to tell her what happened. In the hospital, a girl's voice was heard saying that this started around the appearance of the test tower, after which she asked if he remembered the incident in Incheon. The protagonist remembered the incident when he was with Pak Hana in the labyrinth. Looking down, Jin-hyuk said that he seemed to see it on the news. A despondent Manhwa said that then grandfather was there and defeated the monsters that awakened after the outbreak, but was severely injured and did not recover. She pointed to her lying father, saying that now he felt even worse. Jin-hyuk, seeing the sick look of the old man, could not believe that this man was considered the strongest in Korea. A moment later, a system window with a complete list of characteristics appeared in front of him. The system informed him that if he saved Chunin, he would be able to copy one of his skills. The protagonist's pupil flashed. He could not believe that in front of him was a person who had never entered the tower. Suddenly, a doctor entered the room, asking Manhwa what was going on here. Entering the room, the doctor said that she left the room too abruptly, coming to a man who could do nothing but fight. A dissatisfied Hajin approached and said that even an S-rank person could not help here. Jin-hyuk turned around, telling Hajin that he came to see if he could do anything for his friend. Walking past him to Chunin, Hajin asked for forgiveness, saying that he was embarrassed when he thought that he, the famous Jin-hyuk, had decided to also become a brilliant doctor. Manhwa made Hajin shudder by saying that she was so desperate that she called a friend who is not a healer, although he is strong. Manhwa shouted sharply, saying that the best local specialists in this field are here, but even so, her grandfather did not recover. Hajin took off his glasses, saying that they are doing their best. A moment later, he put them on, telling Manhwa that even with the help of modern equipment, they have no time to study the diseases that appear due to the influence of the tower. After his words, everyone in the room fell silent. Manhwa became desperate, asking for forgiveness. The system notified about the activation of the greedy gaze skill. Manhwa glanced at Jin-hyuk, asking him to leave so as not to interfere with the doctor's work. But the protagonist was very angry and did not listen to the girl. Looking at Hajin, he read his thoughts. He complained about his appearance because now he had to pretend that he was doing treatment. Pointing to the veins of the old man, Hajin said that due to the conflict between the energy of his techniques and the magic of the tower, he fell into a coma. After he stopped pointing, he said that they wanted to use the magic stone treatment method that they were researching now, but the price of the raw materials was high. The protagonist began to get even angrier when Yeonhwa told Hajin that he didn't have to worry about the expenses since she would pay for everything for her grandfather's sake. Hajung smirked upon hearing her words, but a moment later he got scared when the protagonist asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about while extorting money. Jin-hyuk approached Hajin calling him a fraud. Two assistants immediately stepped forward, shouting at the protagonist. Hajin adjusted his glasses saying that even if he is Yeonhwa's guest, he can't say whatever he wants. Frowning, he mentally told himself that even if they were caught, he would not find accounts for cryptocurrency wallets registered under false names. Jin-hyuk scared Hajin by asking what else he had done besides fake accounts and cryptocurrency. Yeonhwa started to get angry, asking Jin-hyuk what he was talking about. Pointing at the protagonist, Hajin shouted about his lack of evidence. Jin-hyuk read the thoughts of the perplexed guy with his own eye. The protagonist fell into a stupor when Hajin asked himself if Jin-hyuk knew that the Black Fortune Guild was in contact with the Dweller. Jin-hyuk was horrified, not believing that the occupant of the tower had made contact with people. The two groups of people looked at each other. The protagonist tried to understand what the inhabitants of the tower were planning by contacting Doc. Suddenly the heart rate monitor beeped, and Chunin began coughing up blood. Yeonhwa screamed for her grandfather. Hajin looked at Chunin annoyed. Suddenly he began to run out of the room, but Yeonhwa's foot closed the door, preventing him from leaving. The angry girl asked him where he was going to go. Angry and crying, Yeonhwa threatened the guy, saying that if her grandfather dies, he will not leave here alive. The protagonist surprised the girl by telling her to calm down, because the most important thing now is treatment. Chunin clenched his teeth in pain. Hajin shouted sharply, saying that he was about to go get the necessary medicine, but they stopped him, forgetting that it was thanks to them that Chunin was still alive. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes, tired of the guy's lies, and then asked Yeonhwa to hit him once. She jumped up sharply. Hajin was puzzled as he watched the approaching foot. Yeonhwa's punch hit Hajin square in the face. Jin-hyuk approached the old man, thinking that the case was serious, because the overflow of mana was too serious. The protagonist began to form the elixir, telling himself that he could not leave it to die. The wounded Hajin stared at the protagonist in shock. Jin-hyuk smiled, saying that Hajung really knows something since he understood what was in his hand. I uncorked the lid. The protagonist decided not to miss this chance and not copy the Chunin skill, even at the cost of the elixir. Pouring out the elixir, the protagonist smiled terribly. The system notified that the patient had consumed the elixir. Chunin's body began to glow. Soon his veins changed color, and a moment later they disappeared completely. He sighed in relief, no longer feeling pain. Yeonhwa was happy when she saw this. She even cried out of happiness. The system notified that the conditions were met. A moment later, the system notified that the heavenly flower cultivation technique had been successfully copied. Next, a system window appeared with a description of a technique that helped restore mana 30% faster. Hajin was shocked, not believing that Chunin would be cured. Opening the door, he decided to quickly leave. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk kicked him on the back. The assistants were very scared when Jin-hyuk gave them permission to go. Looking at Hajin, he told him that he would talk to him separately. After some time, Hajin was thrown into the wall. Angry, he asked the protagonist what he was going to do to him. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes, saying that he is not killing for simply embezzling money. He will let him go if he returns the money stolen during this time. Hajin was surprised, asking if he would really let him go after this. Jin-hyuk responded by saying that he himself would explain everything to Yeonhwa and he didn't have to worry. Hajun looked away, thinking that the whole thing was suspicious. Crackling his fingers, the protagonist asked Hajin if he stopped wanting to live. A satisfied Yeonhwa's phone screen lit up. 36.3 million won was deposited into her account. The people in the hospital were amazed. Hajin ran at full speed, glad that he was alive. Looking after Hajin, Alice told Jin-hyuk that it was not like him. He responded by ordering her to follow the guy and find out where he was in a hurry. The vampire looked at the satisfied protagonist and asked if he let the guy go on purpose. Jin-hyuk confirmed this in response. Alice looked with interest at Jin-hyuk, who said that even if they tortured ordinary servants, they could not get much information, so it was better to find out where their base and leaders were. Alice flew off after Hajin with a smile on her face. The protagonist turned away, not understanding the girl's joy. In Yeonhwa's room, the protagonist asked her to go out for a while to check how the elixir was absorbed. She agreed and left the protagonist alone. Then Jin-hyuk looked at the old man and said that everyone had left. He didn't show any reaction at first. But a moment later he opened his eye, saying that he thought he had faked it perfectly. Chunin sat down asking if his breathing gave him away. Jin-hyuk replied saying that it was not at all that. Looking at the protagonist, the old man asked for forgiveness for his deception. Sitting next to the bed, the protagonist said that he understood his wariness, because he appeared so suddenly and healed him, he would also be suspicious of himself. Chunin glanced at the protagonist. A moment later, he laughed loudly, telling the protagonist that he understood people well. Jin-hyuk, slightly worried, told Chunin that Yanghwa was worried about him, and she, who usually did not ask for help, even wrote to him. Chunin heard this and said that he seemed to be good friends with his granddaughter. The old man clenched his fist as Jin-hyuk asked for permission to make the request. Chunyoung frowned when Jin-hyuk, who had received permission, asked him what happened during the breakthrough. The old man involuntarily touched the scar. Looking at him, Chunin began his story. Then, sitting in the car, he was very scared. Looking at the rift, he didn't understand where it came from. A moment later, the monsters began to emerge from it. Even the policeman was scared at the sight of the monster. The spider attacked the frightened guy, but Chunin saved him by kicking the monster. Then he suddenly tensed up, crushing the ground. Taking a fighting stance, Chunin ordered the people to be evacuated while he dealt with the monsters. Someone stepped onto the rubble, saying that even among the people of this world there were good warriors. The man towered over Chunin, offering to play with him. A moment later, a grin appeared on his face. Chunin held the monster's head in his hand. Then he threw it aside, deciding not to be distracted. The old man frowned, realizing that he could somehow cope with the monsters. But the walking man with the blade was a problem. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. Chunin turned his head sharply. With a grin on his face, the man stood over the old man. In a second, he struck his opponent's chest. Then he landed carefully. The wounded Chunin fell to the ground. The intruder turned, looking at the old man. Touching the scar, Chunin said that this was the last thing he remembers. He had never seen a person control a sword like that in his life. Jin-hyuk looked away and began to analyze the alien's appearance. After analyzing, he suggested that the Muram forces that dominated the 21st floor began to behave extremely unpredictably. The protagonist began to stroke his jaw, thinking about the people from Muram, who made it difficult for him during the game. His eye widened. He tried to understand what these people wanted to achieve by going out into the outside world. Jin-hyuk, looking at the old man, surprised him by saying that those who attacked him were the residents of the tower. Because of them, the situation is complicated. While Yanghwa was sitting outside the door, Chunin asked Jin-hyuk how long he had known Yanghwa. The protagonist answered him by saying that it had been a long time. The old man smiled broadly, offering to arrange a wedding, but the protagonist refused him, saying that they were not in such a relationship. Closing his eyes, Chunin said that although he was not very smart, with age he began to understand many things well. Opening his eyes, he said that he began to understand people. Massaging his hand, the old man said that it takes 10,000 hours to become proficient in any field. Jin-hyuk heard this and looked at the time spent in the game. Recalling the Awakened Ones, Chunin said that the tower had only appeared a few months ago, and the Awakened Ones who were considered experts were already overrated. After which Jin-hyuk said that he stood out, he was different, as if he had been through this many times, a person with experience gained through all sorts of trials. The protagonist closed his eyes, telling the old man that he was exaggerating. He grinned and said that even being modest, he could not hide anything from the fact that he was a master of his craft. Placing his hand to his chest, Chunin said that he wanted to repay the one who saved his life. Jin-hyuk grinned as he received the gratitude of Korea's most prestigious martial artist, after which he asked if he could ask for anything. Chunin smiled, telling him not to worry and to talk. Soon the protagonist came out to Yanghwa. She immediately turned around, starting to ask about her grandfather's condition. The protagonist answered her by saying that the elixir entered the body and began to act, and in a few days the grandfather would be healthy. The girl scratched her head, asking how she could return the favor. Jin-hyuk grinned, saying that grandfather had fully compensated for the losses. Chunin smiled, pleased. Tears were streaming down his face. He never thought that Jin-hyuk would ask for this. At this time, the elevator reached the 101st floor. Jin-hyuk entered his room. He smiled as he approached the window. While in a luxury skyscraper, Jin-hyuk said that the money was always good. The protagonist called for lunch on the phone. Soon the food cart arrived at his room. He carefully cut off a piece of steak, and he put it in his mouth. A moment later, he was happy to enjoy the taste of steak, but just a few months ago he ate whatever he had, often ramen. Alice, who was lying on the sofa, said that he ate too deliciously. But a moment later she was looking at the TV, which was broadcasting a program through the Tower of Tests. Their guest was Yoon-seok, a ranker from the Tangun Guild, considered the strongest in Korea. Sitting on the sofa, the girl asked Yoon-seok what was the key moment in conquering the tower. He answered by saying that the most important thing was to become stronger as quickly as possible. Pointing to the girl, the guy said that there are two methods for this. The first is to simply raise the level of skills in your level. Alice looked sadly at the TV while listening to Yoonseok say that the second method was coins. The guy smiled, saying that being able to purchase useful and powerful items through coins was the best opportunity for a ranker. While Yoonseok was talking, Alice glanced at the protagonist and said that he quickly ate everything. Alice sat down abruptly, asking Jin-hyuk where he decided to go. But a moment later her lips stretched into a smile. She took the wine and stopped listening to Yoonseok and the girl. The guy was filmed by several cameras while he said that the one who cleared the third floor first would be the first to get to the fourth. Yoonseok pointed at the screen, saying that the fourth floor was a special dungeon where it was necessary to withstand and clear 100 attacking waves, and the key to clearing was to capture and hold the base. The problem was that if the player who entered was unable to defend the strong point, then the fourth floor was completely blocked for 20 days like an hourglass, without opening a minute earlier. When the image of the unknown appeared on the screen, Yoonseok said that due to the huge risk, even the unknown would not act so rashly. The protagonist turned the shower handle, listening as they began to discuss the threat of the tower on TV. As the water poured out of the watering can, Yoonseok said that a scenario in which humanity would disappear could happen. Jin-hyuk stood motionless in his soul, listening to all this. The interviewer approached Yoonseok, asking if they should have waited a month. Looking at the girl, Yoonseok smiled, saying that if they wanted to boldly enter the fourth floor, they would need a month to prepare. Standing near the car, the guy offered to relax this month with him. When he got into the car, the system window that suddenly appeared puzzled him. The system notified the player unknown, who began passing the fourth floor. Yoonseok's eye widened as the system asked players planning to participate in the passage of the fourth floor to prepare. Next, the system notified about the first wave, which would begin in 8 hours. Yoonseok spun his car around. Ignoring the girl's screams, the guy ordered to gather all the rankers. System messages from players began to appear one after another. Yoonseok was very angry. They were completely unprepared, and there were only 8 hours left. While driving in the car, he asked himself what the unknown was thinking about when he did this. At the same time, the protagonist, who was sleeping together with Alice, opened his eyes. Stretching, he said that he slept well. Getting up, the protagonist told Alice that it was time to move out. The system notified that 1 hour 37 minutes 51 seconds remained before the start of the first wave. The fourth floor of the challenge tower consisted of 100 waves consisting of regular and special zombies. Players could clear them in 2 ways. The first was to prepare various towers for defense, or you could choose a base where you could effectively hold the defense. Upon entering the fourth floor, the protagonist immediately received a system notification that he was the first player to enter. Walking around the city, the protagonist said that it was creepy here. The system notified him of 20 minutes after which players would be able to get here. Looking at the destroyed city, the protagonist decided to hurry up because he only had 20 minutes. First, he arrived at the World Cup Stadium. When the protagonist touched the pillar, the system notified that the right to install a base had been used. Soon a flag appeared over the stadium, and the system notified that the stadium had been chosen as its base. When the protagonist began to plant and apply various seeds and living water, the system notified about each of them. The system reported an increase in plant growth of 20%. At this time, the players had already gathered in the starting area. Looking at them, Jin-hyuk realized that all the famous guilds had sent their players. He flinched when he was called. Taemin and Yonghwa were his names. Teresa also greeted the protagonist. Suddenly, Taemin and Yonghwa were shocked by Teresa's treatment. Jin-hyuk came down to them asking for forgiveness for being in a hurry. Taemin and Teresa immediately said that there was no need to apologize. Teresa turned away and embarrassedly said that it would be better to be with Jin-hyuk. Some people began to discuss the protagonist's group. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked if everyone was well prepared. Yonghwa and Taemin expressed their doubts due to the strength of their opponents. The protagonist grinned, saying that if it was easy, it wouldn't be fun at all, so he specifically chose the stadium as a base. Yonghwa and Taemin were horrified by his words, realizing that 100 people were needed to hold such territory. Teresa looked at the embittered couple and the protagonist with puzzlement. After hearing Yonghwa call the protagonist a masochist, the shy Teresa asked if Jin-hyuk was a pervert. But she did not receive an answer. The dissatisfied screams of Yonghwa were only heard in the creepy city. Teresa approached Jin-hyuk asking permission to ask him something. Spreading her fingers, the girl said that at least 5 people were needed to protect the base. She then pointed at Yonghwa and Taemin, saying that there were only 4 of them and it was strange. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that soon the 5th would come to them. Suddenly, an angry Yusung landed nearby. He pronounced each syllable of the name separately, calling out to the protagonist. An angry Yusung took out his blade, telling Jin-hyuk that he would kill him. Some time ago, Yusung was quietly training in the forest. He stood up and began to meditate, but the system window interrupted his training. It was a message from Jin-hyuk telling him to arrive within an hour at the starting area. Yusung frowned, deciding to ignore it. But a moment later, the protagonist sent him a message saying that if he comes, he will fight him without using his left arm and right leg. Continuing his training, Yusung called it a provocation and decided not to get caught. But a moment later another message came. Jinhyuk said that he would also close his eyes. Yusung could barely contain his anger, deciding to take revenge in the future. Next, the protagonist asked if he was a coward. This question struck Yusung like lightning. Jinhyuk told an angry Yusung to come over. He smirked when he saw the attribute sword, an item that channeled elemental magic that allowed him to fight at a distance. Yusung approached and told the protagonist that he would now show how wrong he was. I screamed furiously. Yusung's sword flashed. Pointing to it, the protagonist asked what he was going to do with this unfinished sword. Yusung gritted his teeth, asking what his words meant. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that the attribute sword was not bad, but only in its completed state did it fully reveal itself as a weapon. Smiling, Jinhyuk said that the random drop on this floor contained an item that would complement his sword, but he needed the fire attribute, didn't he? Yusung shouted, demanding that the protagonist stop bluffing because a random drop was just random. Pointing at Yusung, Jinhyuk said that he has his own methods of getting what he wants, so if he joins them, he will give him the item. Yusung frowned and thought seriously. A moment later he sheathed his sword. Turning away from Jinhyuk, he said that it would be good if this item fell to them. The system notified the formation of a group of 5 people. Next, the system notified that a minimum number of players had been assembled to defend the base. Yusung watched the group leave. Teresa asked Jinhyuk if everything was okay. Because Yusung was not himself, Jinhyuk answered her by saying that as long as the agreement was in force, Yusung would not betray. Although Yusung came across as creepy, he was a man of honor. Manhwa called out sharply to Jinhyuk, remembering something. She handed him the swords. Jinhyuk, smiling, took the twin swords. The system immediately notified that these were the twin swords of a dragon, and because of the tower, the ancient relics received magical power comparable to the power of the artifacts. Manhwa asked with interest how he was able to get the swords that his grandfather valued very much. The protagonist replied by saying that his grandfather treated him well. When Jinhyuk removed the canvas, he saw a note with the inscription dowry on the sword. Soon the entire group approached their base. Manhwa and Yusung immediately started arguing when they saw the base, but Jinhyuk calmed them down by saying that he had a plan. Suddenly everyone in the group looked away. A group of people stood outside the stadium asking them if they were the ones who chose the stadium as their base. The protagonist paid close attention to the speaker's sword. He began to remember where he had seen this pattern on the sword. The guy grinned when he recognized the identity of the protagonist. The protagonist's group looked at the approaching people. Jinhyuk, looking at the pattern, recognized it. It was the pattern of one of the Miram members from the 21st floor. Looking closely with Gunhyun, Jinhyuk realized that the inhabitants of the tower were indeed getting out. The protagonist confirmed his identity when one of them asked him. Gonghyun closed his eyes and introduced himself, but Jinhyuk interrupted him with irritation, saying that he shouldn't introduce himself because he knows well enough how wild the people from his family are. Gunhyun fell into a stupor upon hearing the words of the protagonist. Teresa worriedly asked Jinhyuk if he knew Gunhyun. He answered her by saying that they knew each other. The clan of masters of the world of Miram, inhabitants of the 21st floor of the tower, remembering their protagonist, grinned because they were all warriors with incredible self-esteem. Gonghyun trembled with anger. Suddenly, the protagonist made a face that parodied Gonghyun's future reaction. Then he waved his hand asking me to skip this part. Gonghyun gritted his teeth when the protagonist said that his clan had no pride left to protect. Unable to restrain himself, Gunhyun shouted sharply, asking the protagonist how he dared insult his clan. He unsheathed his sword in preparation for battle. Next, the protagonist saw a system window with a complete list of Gunhyun's characteristics. The system notified that if he found all the inhabitants of Miram, he would be able to copy the skill. The protagonist thought about it, realizing that there were other people besides Gunhyun. Teresa asked the protagonist their further plan of action. Jinhyuk smiled evilly, deciding to simply copy the skill and ordering the group to prepare for battle. The people from the Gonghyun group ran to attack under his orders. While Manhwa was happy about the fight, Taemin was tense. He activated the Machine King skill, and the system also notified him about this. Soon a tank was formed, and the system notified the mechanism was called. When Manhwa's body was enveloped in mana, the system notified the activation of the skill, not a step back, thanks to which the damage received is reduced by 15%. Teresa began to form her armor, saying that she would cover the rear. Yusung glanced at Jinhyuk, saying that every time he saw him, he realized that he did not care about the circumstances. The protagonist looked at his comrade, asking him to hold out for 3 minutes. Looking at the enemies, Yusung said that even 3 minutes would be too much for him. In an instant, he swung his sword dozens of times, eliminating a dozen enemies. When Teresa swung her shield, the system notified the activation of the sacred power-up and battle song. Taemin and Manhwa rejoiced as their stats increased by 5. Immediately, Taemin launched missiles at their enemies. Fashion explosions began to erupt on the battlefield. Manhwa dealt with her opponents by kicking them. Teresa threw back the opponents with her shield. Gonghyun silently watched the frightened subordinates. Yusung instantly hit 3 opponents as he rushed to the next target. He stopped, hitting the last 2 opponents. Yusung glanced to the side when Gonghyun said that it wasn't just weaklings gathered here. Yusung barely managed to block Gonghyun's attack. The next attack hit Yusung's shoulder. He became very angry when he was wounded. Standing in front of him, Gonghyun praised Yusung for his good reaction. Raising the sword, Yusung said that without knowing the basics, he would not become a swordsman, so he would personally show him what the art of the sword was. Gonghyun stood up in preparation for an attack. He made a sharp lunge. Yusung tensed, looking at the streams of mana in the enemy. He had difficulty blocking the heavy blows of the enemy, who was many times stronger than the triad. A sudden blow from Gonghyun caused Yusung to raise her sword upward. Gonghyun raised his blade in preparation for an attack. Yusung tensed as he saw the blade approaching, but Teresa was in time and deflected the blow with her shield. Following Teresa, Jinhyuk appeared and praised her. Smiling, the protagonist said that now it was his turn. The system notified that the fire element was activated. The protagonist directed a bunch of fire at the enemy. The fire instantly spread, engulfing a large area. Gonghyun tensed slightly as the fire surrounded him. He was very annoyed, saying that he couldn't do anything with such weak magic. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped into the air. Gonghyun smirked, telling Jinhyuk that he couldn't dodge his attack in this position. But he was suddenly interrupted. Ice enveloped his leg, frightening him. Jinhyuk concentrated mana in his hand, saying that people do not check what has already been checked. Then the system notified that the daylight skill was activated. A powerful stream of mana rushed straight at the enemy. Gonghyun clenched his teeth in fear, but suddenly the figure of his brother appeared in the air. He struck in a crisscross manner, deflecting the attack. A moment later, he landed behind the frightened Gonghyun. The protagonist stopped smiling when he saw the arrivals. Hitting the ground with his staff, the newcomer said that it had exceeded all his expectations. The Gonghyun clanmates stood in front of him, coming to his aid. The two groups stared at each other. Hwangbo, thoughtfully, said that he did not think that outside the tower there was someone with so much internal energy. His sister agreed with him. The protagonist grinned, glad that everyone had finally shown up. The system notified that he had found all the residents within the triad. The system then notified that the copying conditions had been met, after which the system notified that the Endless Step skill was successfully copied. The system then reported that the skills Endless Step and Sword Graveyard had been combined. The system notified that the protagonist had received the skill steps of the Demon King of the Sword. Next, a system window appeared with a description of a skill that increased movement speed by 70%. Jinhyuk smiled, satisfied with the result. Hwangbo glanced at his brother, asking if he was okay. The brother and sister began to anger Gonghyun by making fun of his failure. Gonghyun shouted sharply, saying that he could have done it alone and no one asked them to interfere. Hwangbo reassured his brother by saying that they did not doubt his abilities, only the head ordered to reach an agreement and not kill. The sister looked at Gonghyun, saying that he shouldn't fight much. Gonghyun looked at his sister irritably, saying that he already knew everything. He then pointed at the serene protagonist, saying that he already knew that they came from the tower. All 3 arrivals were shocked to hear this. Jinhyuk watched Gonghyun's questions with a smile. Gonghyun abruptly stood up, saying that regardless of their plans, he must be killed. But Hwangbo lowered his brother's sword with his Bicento. Hwangbo raised his hand and said that they needed to go. Gonghyun got angry when he heard one of the guys say that they had 3 minutes before the zombies arrived. The protagonist waved his hand, driving away his enemies. Hwangbo told him that they would not have chosen this terrible place anyway, because they already have a base. Putting his Bicento on his shoulder, Hwangbo said that this was a place that was much better than a huge stadium. Standing on the hill, Hwangbo began to order. Gonghyun took one last look at the protagonist, saying that next time he would fight at full strength. Manhwa complained about the fight before the battle itself, and Taemin addressed the protagonist, reminding him of the preparation. The protagonist did not listen to them, looking at the supermarket, a place with strong walls, full of products. Jinhyuk smiled. He knew about the danger of the supermarket. The drone was flying across the sky. He was approaching a crowd of zombies. The zombies screamed and ran. Nervously, Taemin looked at the screen and asked if they could cope with such a crowd of monsters. Manhwa irritably asked the protagonist if he chose this strange place specifically for the stream. He answered her by telling her not to worry. Pointing to the huge flowers of the sun, Jinhyuk said that they seemed healthier. Looking at them, Teresa expressed her surprise. Jinhyuk took the branch in his hand and asked everyone to come closer. Pointing to the flag, Jinhyuk said that the purpose of defending the base was to prevent the flag from being captured, so he placed the flag in the center of the stadium so that it would always be in sight. Drawing on the ground, the protagonist said that their stadium had 4 entrances on each side and he just planted plants in front of each entrance. Everyone looked at the plants in amazement, while the protagonist said that if they kept them, they would be able to protect their base, and at the same time, thanks to its size, they would be able to count on a reward for the maximum number of kills. Jinhyuk and Yusung took turns saying that the plants would kill most of the zombies, but while they were recharging they would have to hold off the hordes of zombies. Yusung turned around, taking over the western gate. Jinhyuk told him to be careful. Angry, Yusung asked Jinhyuk if he thought that some pieces of rotten flesh could defeat him. Jinhyuk sighed and angered Yusung by saying that he had just said something similar and was beaten. Teeman agreed with the protagonist's plan, saying to rely on him. He had to cover his comrades by staying in the center and do not forget to use drones to monitor all directions. Flexing her fists, Yanghwa took the northern gate and Teresa took the southern one. Walking east, the protagonist ordered everyone to take their positions. Summoning the swords, Jinhyuk was happy that he would finally be able to use them. Teeman knelt down, forming a cannon. Jinhyuk looked at the system alert alerting them to the start of the first wave. Teeman screamed, warning everyone about the zombies. Teresa put up her shield in preparation for battle, and Yanghwa stood up. The zombies were rapidly approaching the western gate. Teeman carefully observed his surroundings. Yusung frowned as he prepared to fight. Finally, the zombies came out of the gate. A huge crowd of zombies screamed as they entered through the western gate. They ran forward like savages. The system notified the colors of the sun that applied sunlight. The bud of the plant began to open. The opened flower sent a meteor towards the zombies. The meteor was already above their heads at great speed. Explosions and flames began to flare up everywhere. But the zombies did not stop and continued to run forward. Yanghwa covered her face saying that the plants are superior to ordinary defense towers. Soon, instead of zombies, only blood remained on the ground. The flower bud closed again. Yanghwa exclaimed as she looked at the entrance. Zombies, stepping over corpses, rushed towards him. The protagonist took out his twin blades. Jinhyuk screamed, telling his comrades that they needed to hold out for a minute. Teresa looked at the protagonist. He looked at her in response and smiled. Teresa felt a little embarrassed after that. She remembered how in moments of danger Jinhyuk was always by her side. She stood by his side and they dealt with difficulties by trusting and covering for each other. The girl smiled shyly. She closed her eyes and began to concentrate. A moment later, an aura enveloped her body and she became determined. She completely trusted Jinhyuk. The bloody humanoid monster fell dead after being hit by the blade. The first wave was over. A system alert appeared about the start of the second wave in 3 hours. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the dark-haired guy said that it was very difficult from the first wave. The man added that the team members should not overexert themselves and rest. Chongwon, raising his fist with his finger out, said with a smile that they should think only about objects and experience, and if something goes wrong, they can run away. The guy said they would be careful. It was written on the information window that the best moments of the battle from each base would be broadcast for popularity voting. Putting his hand to his mouth while viewing the entry on the information window, the bald guy asked if the supermarket was the base of the Triad Guild. He added that they are said to be using a new type of tower to protect the narrow passage. Looking at the system window, the guy said that they were good. Turning towards the guy and pointing his finger at the system window, he called Youngwon and said that there is a team that took Sanam Stadium and there are only 5 members in it. Pressing close to the guy, wanting to watch the recording, he asked in shock how there could be 5 people on such a huge base. The bald guy's eyes widened and he said that this couldn't be happening. An image of an orange flower appeared with a flame burning above it. He asked what had to be done to the plants to make them so strong. An image appeared of a guy performing a huge number of sword attacks in a short time. Chongwon said that these guys are not simple and the zombies were not even close to overwhelming them in numbers. The dark-haired girl with burning eyes put her fists forward. Dozens of zombies scattered from powerful and fast attacks from 2 blades. Turning in his direction, the dark-haired girl stated that Teeman, Yanghwa and Jinhyuk, all S-rank and all famous newcomers, were there now. Looking at the system window, the bald guy told her to wait. Approaching the screen with sincere happiness on his face, he joyfully stated that Mrs. Teresa was also there. He recalled with embarrassment the moment when this girl came up to him and asked if he was okay. An image appeared of a small shop with an anti-tank barrier at the entrance. The bald guy shouted for everyone to vote for this video. Another guy stated that as soon as Youngwon saw Teresa, he immediately went crazy. The guy kept shouting that she was the best and she needed to beat everyone. A golden cloud of energy appeared above the palm. A notification about calculating solar energy has appeared. The guy asked what it was. He received 1,800 energy from the sun. With a smile, clenching his fist, the protagonist said that this energy can be obtained when you kill zombies, and it is necessary to strengthen plants. The girl lying on the ground asked if this would help them defend themselves. He confirmed. A cannon plant with the required amount of energy of 600 units was obtained, as well as an ice plant with 350 units, stone for 250, as well as berserker plant for 600. Teresa, with a dark-haired girl standing next to her, was holding two brown egg-like objects in her hands. The main character said that one cannon should be planted in the east and south. Throwing two more to the two guys, he added that in the center there was ice and in the west there was stone. He looked at the last one in his hands with a smile and thought about what he would do with it. Raising her hand up, Manhwa asked if she should just plant it in the ground. Exhaling with his eyes closed, the protagonist replied that if you just plant it like that, it won't grow in the required time. Making a hand gesture, he told her to wait and then he would explain. He said that they need special fertilizer to grow quickly. Putting his palm forward, he began to create different plants from energy. An alert appeared that the plant cotyledons were trembling in anticipation. They lick their lips because of the incredible taste that they have never experienced in their lives. Throwing the bag and shovel onto the ground, Jinhyuk declared that everything was ready. Starting to pour fertilizer into the plant's mouth, he told it to eat more and grow faster. With a loving face, the protagonist continued to throw food into the plant's mouth. Pointing at him in fear, Timon declared that the main character had completely lost his mind. The dark-haired girl asked how long it takes to stay in the tower to turn into such a person. Gritting his teeth and starting to tremble with anger, Yusung asked how he could lose to such a person. The blonde girl asked if Jinhyuk was a pervert. Putting his hands in his pocket, the protagonist said that, in general, if you give fertilizers, they will grow very quickly. Holding his nose, Timon complained about the stench. The main character told them to take care of the plants until the next wave. Turning her gaze towards the departing protagonist, Teresa asked where he was going. Turning in her direction, he said that he needed to tidy up a little. With confusion on her face, the girl asked him what he meant. The main character calmly walked down the stairs. Looking at his teammates carrying boxes, the protagonist mentally stated that everyone was busy collecting supplies on the battlefield. They are preparing for a long battle. Jumping off the bus and starting to run along the road, he declared that it was all in vain. Raising his head to an abandoned brick building, the protagonist declared that only simpletons prepare for a long battle. Starting to look around in the abandoned room, the main character, making a hand gesture, said that he had not been here for a long time, about 8 years. He added that there were still a lot of cobwebs in the corners, as before. Approaching the illuminated, broken window, he said with a smile that the view also remained the same. He suddenly grabbed the white curtain. Tearing it off and looking at the huge mirror, he also stated that this thing was also here. Extending his finger towards her, he declared that it was time to begin. His finger touched this matter. Several hunters stood in the middle of an unusual ruined building. In the corner of the room there were several dozen boxes and a mirror. Surrounded by a purple aura, a hand began to emerge from him. The main character began to slowly emerge from the portal that appeared with a smile. The strong blow caused great damage to the stone wall. Gritting his teeth and hitting the wall, the dark-haired guy declared that he would destroy Jinhyuk and would definitely not leave him alive. The guy behind him said that he usually disagrees. The chip-eating girl finished his sentence and said that this time she thought her brother's words made sense. The blue-haired girl, continuing to throw chips into her mouth, said that although they need to increase their influence, it is not necessary to team up with someone who cannot be controlled. A dark-haired guy in a hat, turning to a girl named Sokka, asked if she really took his side. He thought about how many times they had secretly met with people outside. Squinting his eyes, he mentally said that, unlike him, no one could open them. He mentally asked how he revealed their identities. He lowered his gaze, continuing to think. He assumed that if he were removed, then as the protagonist had said, there would be no cause for concern. The shocked girl let go of the chips from her hands. Turning towards the guy in red, he asked what happened. The guy said there was a problem at the warehouse. The huge red monster let out a loud roar. Appearing in a stream of smoke, the main character said that he took a housewarming gift, a red flower, gourmand. Holding it with a crazy smile, he said that he was sorry for eating all the food that was in the warehouse. The surprised man asked how the main character was able to get here. Throwing his arms out to the sides and opening his mouth wide, the dark-haired guy said that he didn't know what he was up to, but first he should stop. The protagonist asked why. Looking at him angrily, the dark-haired guy declared how dare he and asked if he understood what he was doing now. Covering his eyes and starting to scratch in his ears, the main character asked if he was talking about the queen. The shocked trio of hunters opened their eyes wide and asked how he knew about the queen. A dozen incomprehensible warriors began to look at each other and ask what they were talking about. The strong roar of the red monster created powerful currents of wind. The main character said that if the base, which is defended by more than 200 people, falls before the third wave, the owner of the fourth floor, the womb of the dead, nicknamed the queen, will appear. An image of a long red hand with huge claws appeared. Covering his eyes, the protagonist stated that he was still thinking about how to fulfill this condition. He turned with a grin at a dozen warriors and said that they had just chosen this place as a base. Taking her weapon in both hands, the purple-haired girl confidently stated that the queen could not be defeated even by uniting, and asked why someone who knows about this would want to summon her. With a crazy expression on his face and a burning eye, the protagonist said that he was just too lazy to clear out the fucking zombies 100 times. He put his hand forward and brought his palm to the monster's body. Pushing away from him and jumping out into the hole in the ceiling, he wished them to die successfully. Starting to run after him, the dark-haired guy stated with annoyance that he said what he wanted, and now he's running away. He shouted at him to come back and fight him. A huge monster with a bunch of tentacles was destroying the base. A notification has appeared about the destruction of the supermarket base. Turning to the side with confusion on her face, Teresa asked what this vibration was. Raising his hand to his chin, Timon, looking at the system window, stated that the supermarket was being destroyed. Looking at him, the girl asked if this was the base of those who fought with them. She added that the triad chose it as a base. Looking to the side, the dark-haired girl expressed the hope that this was not related to Jinhyuk. Folding his hands, Yusung stated that his intuition told him there was a connection. A notification has appeared about the fulfillment of the condition and the start of a unique event. Dozens of dog and humanoid monsters began to appear from the red energy. A red-haired girl in a mask hung above a pack of zombies. She narrowed her blood-red eyes and declared that she would punish the pathetic people. It was the boss of the 4th floor, Pendariel. A unique quest has begun. A system window appeared with information that the boss of the 4th floor was coming to them to punish the weak. With genuine shock on her face, Younghwa asked how this could even happen. A horrified Timon said he couldn't believe it and stated that they just had to clear out the waves of zombies. Gritting his teeth, Yusung looked at the information window and wondered what Jinhyun wanted to achieve with this. The guy's foot stepped on the roof of the house. Looking at the empty, destroyed street, the protagonist said that it seemed to him that this was a wonderful place. Creating an unusual amulet similar to the sun above his palm, he mentally stated that this was an item that he received after killing the boss of the 3rd floor. It was a solar eclipse stone. The system information window provided a description of the item. It was a divine relic used in ceremonies. Can cause darkness by blocking out the sun. Weakens skills with the light attribute by 50% and enhances skills with the darkness attribute by 100%. Clenching his fist with the item, he declared that it was time to use it. The solar eclipse stone has begun its activation. A huge dark sphere began to slowly block the bright sun. In an instant, the earth fell into darkness. Zombies received new effects. Skills with the darkness attribute increased by 100%. With glowing eyes, the summoned monsters began to examine themselves. Unusual growths began to appear from the back of one of the zombies. Raising their heads up, they began to scream with all their might. Frightened Teresa looked at the system window, on which it was written that skills with the light attribute were weakened by 50%. Timon, approaching the girl with her head down, asked what was wrong with her. Looking blankly at her hand with a golden aura, she asked how it was possible that her saint powers were suddenly reduced by half. Pendariel looked up in surprise after receiving a strong buff. Lowering her hands with long claws, she said with rage that this was done by the impudent little man. An alert appeared that the boss of the 4th floor was looking for his location. The 4th floor boss directs the entire attack towards Sanam Stadium. Clicking on the system window, the main character stated that it was excellent. Turning his head towards the flying object, the protagonist said that it was time to load. One of the members of the actively escaping team stated that there was no information that there was a boss of the 4th floor. Another said that they needed to get out faster, and because of the triad, this raid failed. Looking at the bald guy running away, the dark-haired guy said that if they failed the raid on the 4th floor, it would be closed and inaccessible for 20 days. He also added that they should not run away. Youngwon told him to shut up and said that first they need to survive, and only then they will think. A new video has been uploaded. An image of the system appeared, on which there was a recording of the destroyed supermarket and the appearance of a hidden boss. Several people were actively discussing the recording. They stated that for such a large guild with over 300 members to have problems with even one of the first waves was a shame. A notification appeared about the protagonist uploading a video. The intro of the video, which was in the top 10 in terms of views, featured a confidently smiling protagonist with his hand thrown forward. Its headline mocked the triad, and in the comments, people praised and expressed hope for Jinhyuk. They stated that he had bought time for the guild and had a chance. Someone also managed to express hope for a beautiful battle. Looking at the video screen, Younghwa asked when he managed to shoot the video. Timon was surprised by the number of views. Looking with pretense at the protagonist's averted eyes, the girl asked if he had accidentally gone too far. The guy asked if he planned to bring them here. A slightly frightened Teresa said that the second wave had not yet begun. She asked hopefully if the destruction of the supermarket was his prank. Turning around, the main character said that no one could know. Closing his eyes, Yusung asked if he did it or not. He added that it was good that a worthy goal had emerged. Looking at the protagonist, who had his hands in his pockets, he asked if he had a way to defeat the queen. Closing his eyes and raising his finger, he stated that there was one method. Folding his hands and exhaling, the guy said that it was good that at least this time he had some kind of plan. He also asked what the plan was. The main character raised his hand and pointed his finger forward. Looking seriously into Yusung's eyes, he stated that his role was very important this time. The guy, with a little fear and misunderstanding on his face, pursed his lips. 100 different monsters rushed along the dark, ruined street. Above them was a huge Pandariel, shrouded in a pale green aura. Starting to walk through the crowd of zombies, she stated that people are weak. Scanning the area near the large stone building, Pandariel asked if it was here. She lowered her head and looked ahead angrily. Opening her eyes wide, she shouted that she needed to punish the others. Dozens of zombies howled throughout the entire location. Having scattered, they began to crawl onto straight walls. Looking forward, Teresa told everyone to go back because the zombies were approaching. A powerful artillery unit began firing at the monsters. Someone shouted that these were some special zombies. A powerful stream of flame appeared above the red and yellow flower. The guy shouted at her not to be greedy and to use everything she had. A powerful explosion instantly spread throughout the building, onto which about 100 zombies were simultaneously crawling. Pandariel approached him and stated that the man was stupid. The zombies shielded themselves from the bright light and struck the building. The boss of the 4th floor began to emit pale lightning from her body. She added that man is also weak. A stream of flame destroyed the zombies. Pandariel declared that she would punish him. Looking ahead, she said that this was her home. Her eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, a 100-meter block of ice appeared in front of her, with 4 people inside. Timan and Yanghwa were sleeping while frozen in ice. Teresa and Yusung also fell asleep instantly. A small purple crystal began to fall to the ground. Pandariel watched as he kicked off the ground and flew a short distance. She narrowed her eyes and took it in her hands. She looked questioningly at the diamond-shaped purple crystal. Gritting his teeth angrily, Yusung declared that the protagonist would definitely not die a natural death. The blonde girl tried to calm him down. With a malicious expression on his face, Jinhyun fingered the coins. He received 100,000 coins from Yusung. He asked who else had so much money and said that nothing could be done. He also mentally stated that he felt sorry for spending his coins. He clicked on yes on the acquisition system window. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, the protagonist stated that from now on they all become bait. The indignant dark-haired guy asked if he was making fun of him. Turning around with a confident smile and showing them the crystal, the main character apologized and said that it seems he used the wrong word, not bait, but booby trap. Pandariel examined the crystal in her hand. A bright light instantly illuminated her surprised face. The 4th floor boss's eyes widened in fear and surprise. Ice creation has been activated. Huge ice crystals formed an ice prison. They grew through the stone protection of the building. Hundreds of monsters found themselves wrapped in ice. The frozen Pandariel, looking at her hand, said that she was cold. By spreading her arms and activating Plague, the girl smashed the ice with a stream of aura. Teresa slept in the ice with her eyes closed. Bringing her head towards her, the 4th floor boss told her to get away from her floor. Swinging, she struck a 3-meter block. The blonde girl remained motionless. The red eyes of the uncomprehending Pandariel widened. The silent breathing skill has been activated. A powerful rake from under the stone slab shook the air around. The activation of the skill steps of the demonic Sword King has begun. The main character, quickly running away from the battlefield, looked back. Turning his head forward, he smiled. The huge red sphere began to emit powerful energy. Inflicting another blow, she angrily declared that it was forbidden to enter her fortress. Pandariel, the womb of the dead. An image of the boss of the 4th floor appeared, standing under the closed sun, a pale aura shrouding her hands. Her level and skills, and especially her deadly poison attacks, the boss of the 4th floor is strong in all respects except intelligence. An image of 4 warriors shrouded in ice appeared. The essence of passing the 4th floor is protecting the base. This rule applies not only to players, but also to zombies. An image of a zombie appeared near the red flag. Making strong jerks, the protagonist quickly covered the distance. And now, since the queen is in the stadium, this means that the defense of her base is weakened. The main character turned around sharply. Making his way, Pandariel quickly ran after him. Looking at her angry face covered with veins, the protagonist stated that she somehow quickly saw through his plan. Looking ahead with a grin, he said that it was too late because he had a good time and there should be enough time for everything planned. He ran out into the square where several tall zombies appeared. They looked in his direction with burning eyes. He instantly rushed from the roof of an abandoned building. The sword graveyard has been activated. Enveloping his blades in golden and purple energies, the protagonist jumped backwards. The skill heaven's protection has been activated. With glowing eyes, the protagonist swung his blade. Several powerful cleaving blows struck the zombies. Running along a destroyed street shrouded in corpses, the protagonist mentally stated that everything here was just as disgusting, and mentally declared that he would finish everything quickly. Looking ahead, he thought about what was about to appear. In front of him was a red flag, under which was a mountain of skulls. With a serious expression on his face, he thrust his blade forward. As he approached, he closed his eyes. A stream of powerful energy appeared behind him. Jumping sharply back and starting to slow down, the main character mentally stated that he had appeared. His blade was hot and cut down the middle. This was done by the guard protecting the queen's flag, the butcher. A huge green monster with two cleavers raised his hand furiously. Leaping forward, the protagonist grinned and asked how he could deal with him this time. The butcher took out a pair of scissors and began licking his lips madly. Having parted them, the two-headed monster rushed forward. His scissors stopped on the protagonist's blade. Looking blankly at the two swords shrouded in a blue aura, the monster asked why he didn't cut them. The main character jumped into the sky. His hands were covered in a layer of fire. The element of fire has been activated. Landing on the butcher's head, the protagonist dealt him a fiery punch with his fist. The monster shrouded in fire howled in pain. Both of his heads were on fire, and the scissors flew into the sky. Activating his two blades, the main character mentally stated that he had incredible regeneration. Running up to the lower body of the monster trying to extinguish the flames, he mentally stated that he did this more to limit the view. Dozens of cutting blows struck the monster's body in an instant. The crippled butcher, gritting his teeth, declared that this would not kill him. Several blades could not pierce his flesh. Running up from behind, the main character again inserted his bladed weapon into his body. A system notification about the activation of the mandala appeared. Starting to channel golden energy through his weapon, the main character offered to argue. A powerful aura struck the body of the monster, who cried out questioningly. A powerful explosion instantly covered a large part of the city. The main character's level has been increased. Large scissors flew away from the splitting butcher. The main character received scissors with a soul thirsting for revenge. He stated that this was the 31st victory. Turning towards the flagpole, the protagonist said that he thought it was time to finish. Putting his hands in his pocket, he slowly climbed the skulls. An information window appeared in front of his surprised face. Above the flag it was written that the Black Hound was showing his presence, and the representative of the Egyptian gods was making him a business proposal. Looking down with a confident smile, the main character stated that he understood what he was talking about. An image of an unusual dark substance appeared, wearing a blue-violet robe. It was Anubis. The main character mentally stated that he thought that he would sit quietly for a while after wasting his energy on the -1st floor. Covering one eye and raising his head, the protagonist said to speak. The emerging image of a being in the sky looked at him. A system alert appeared that the Black Hound was emitting a long howl. Grabbing the flag, the dark-haired guy asked why she was angry now and stated that then he would just take the flag. The Black Hound is confused. She asks him to calm down. The dark creature approached the flag with a pleading expression on its face. An information box appeared, which said that the Egyptian gods wanted to see the logical conclusion of the battle. Anubis looked at the protagonist standing on the mountain with his skull. The main character thought that as those who guard the floors above the current one, they could not accept that the clearing of the 4th level would end without a battle with the boss of the level. He mentally asked if this was the reason, or if they just didn't like the arrogant little man. Looking ahead seriously, the protagonist asked why he should accept his offer. As he grabbed the flag, he said that he could win just by taking the flag. Anubis clenched his teeth. A notification appeared that the Black Hound was offering him a contract. The main character looked suspiciously at the system window. Putting his hand to his chin and grinning, he declared that this was an incredibly suspicious generosity. Pendariel screamed in the sky as she approached him. The powerful impact destroyed part of the asphalt. Landing on the ground, the red-haired monster struck a fighting pose. She silently raised her gaze. She looked at the flag in confusion and asked why it was there. She turned to the side in surprise. The protagonist asked if she was asking why he didn't take the flag after getting an easy victory. Touching the scissors, which emitted sparks, the helmeted protagonist said that someone forced him to fight her. He added that he had already received an advance, so he could not take the flag until he defeated her. Looking to the left, Pendariel incomprehensibly asked about the advance. Raising his helmet, he said with a smile that everything was so. He grabbed his weapon. Then he threw the butcher's weapon on his back and said that he was very glad that he had received advance payment. In the hands of the boss of the 4th dungeon, a huge sword began to form from the aura. Starting to pick him up, she declared with burning eyes that he would regret it. Heaven's protection has been activated. Throwing his weapon on his back, the main character began to cover himself with a golden aura. Skills with the light attribute have been weakened by 50% due to the effect of the solar eclipse stone. Looking at the slowly approaching girl, He mentally stated that even with the maximum effective blink, he would not have nearly enough stats to kill her. A deep imprint of her feet remained on the ground after the jerk. Appearing behind the protagonist, Pandariel swung her two-handed blade. The main character turned his frightened gaze to her. Smoke from a powerful explosion spread around the building. The red-haired girl, holding her blade forward, silently looked forward. The main character, who had a golden magic circle behind him, looked at her with a crazy look. She asked in surprise how he was able to block. The activation of the mandala has begun. The protagonist looked at her confidently, being in the epicenter of the smoke. Putting her hand to her face, she asked why he was not dying and asked him to disappear. Spreading her arms to the sides, she screamed for him to disappear. Huge strands of her hair rushed towards the guy. The skill steps of the Demon Sword King has been activated. Enveloping his blade in red energy, the protagonist quickly struck several times. His movement speed has been increased by 70%. He exhaled and began to cover his fingers with ice. The system reported the activation of the skill, Ice Creation. Gritting her teeth, Pandariel tried to jump away from the flow of ice. Soaring into the air, the main character swung his blade at the chain boss. A powerful blow landed on her shoulder. She screamed as her shoulders and neck began to freeze. After carrying out the attack, the dark-haired guy jumped away. Breaking the ice and looking furiously at the guy, the boss of the fourth floor said that he couldn't kill her so easily. Taking a stance, the protagonist said that he knew that this was not enough. With rage on her face, the red-haired girl ran towards him, drawing her sword away. Appearing behind him, she launched an arcing attack. The Create Ice skill has been activated. A dozen small crystals instantly appeared on Pandariel's face, blocking her view. She began to move her hands chaotically, not understanding what was happening. The main character easily dodged her attack with a confident smile. He grabbed the edged weapon with both hands. Raising the butcher's weapon, he delivered 2 slashing blows to the floor boss's face. With fury in her red eyes, she declared that he had made a mistake. Rushing towards him, she was able to throw him away with a blocked blow. The protagonist looked at his blade, which blocked the enemy's attack. Pandariel looked at him in fear. She narrowed her red eyes slightly. Looking at her with a smile, the protagonist stated that Muhan could only hide behind the backs of the servants, but she was much stronger. Cutting the hand of the crying boss of the fourth floor, he said goodbye to her. A notification appeared that Pandariel had been defeated. The status window reported that the level was elevated. The guy smiled and put his hands in his pockets. The system reported that the hero successfully defended the base. The ice blocks on the building were breaking up into smaller pieces. People came to their senses after the ice around them melted and turned into water. Teresa smiled and said that Jinhuk managed to do it this time too. The girl sat on her knees and looked at the blue sky above her head. There was a news broadcast on TV. The heroes were talking about how 24 hours had already passed since the fourth floor of the test tower was broken through. But one of them still could not believe it, because he expected that it would take at least 20 days to fight off hundreds of waves. There were signs at the establishment about 40% discounts. The door opened slightly and the bell rang. It was said that it was hard to believe that Jinhuk and his team managed to do this in one day. Apparently they saw the full power of an S-rank player. Truly monstrous. Yanghwa stood up and happily waved her hand at the hero. Timon smiled, pleased that the guy had come after all. The main character smiled, asking if he was late. He just had to bring someone with him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, asking who he was talking about. A girl wearing black shoes entered the room. She pressed her palm to her chest, looking to the side with dissatisfaction, noticing that it was quite dirty for a banquet hall. Yanghwa realized that this was Alice, whom they met that time. Jinhuk raised his eyebrows, saying that he brought her because she is now also part of their company of old men. The girl raised her hands to say hello. The young man smiled awkwardly, asking what this strange name was. The main character turned to Yanghwa, asking where Teresa was. The girl smiled, saying that she would be there in about an hour, and asked to start eating without waiting for her. Suddenly, the guy turned his head in surprise. Jinhuk smiled, saying that he didn't think the guy would come. Yusung folded his arms and frowned, saying that he only came to find out the secret method for receiving random rewards. The young man hugged the arriving hero and, smiling, he said that he would tell him this secret, asking him not to choke and drink with them. The bell at the entrance rang. Pak Hana, Hyun, Rick and Yuri entered the establishment, holding a phone in her hands, saying that they had also come. The heroes bowed to Jinhuk, congratulating the president on the successful clearing of the fourth floor. The young man smiled, thanking them. The guy smiled broadly, pointing to Alice, who was taking money out of her wallet, saying that they could eat as much as they wanted, because in honor of clearing the fourth floor, this lady was paying for everyone. The girl smiled, taking out gold coins. On the table there was a chicken appetizer and large mugs of intoxicating drink. The hero threw his head back, drinking the contents. Jin-hyuk smiled, saying that it was wonderful. Alice, who was sitting next to her, closed her eyes, saying that she couldn't believe that you could eat so much for just 2 coins. She picked up her fork and knife and frowned at the plates full of goodies. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at the chicken leg on the fork, saying that she had tried a lot of meat, but here its taste was simply on a different level. The main character, licking his lips, reached for her plate with a fork. A bright flash flashed. Alice bared her teeth and looked at him angrily. The hero said that if that was the case, then she could eat herself. She ate happily. A blush appeared on her face. Alice thanked him, saying that she would never forget this. Jin-hyuk smiled, looked at her and thought that no one could tell from her that she was one of the strongest inhabitants of the tower. Taemin looked confusedly at the man sitting next to him, asking what Hyeon was doing before. Yusung frowned at him. He raised the glass to his mouth, saying that he was a student at medical school. The guy screamed in surprise, saying that this could not be. The door to the establishment opened. Teresa came inside and smiled awkwardly, asking to be forgiven for being late. Yuri jumped up and smiled, holding the phone in her hand and closing her eyes with the other. Rick, she couldn't believe that it was really her in front of her. Pakana opened her eyes in surprise. Jin-hyuk smiled as he heard the girl say that she wanted to tag her and take a photo together. The main character remembered himself in a room in front of 4 monitors, thinking that before, when he went through the test tower, he was always alone. He leaned his arm on the back of the chair, looking at the joyful heroes around him. Alice, chewing her food, looked at him, asking why he was smiling. The young man said it was because it was getting a bit noisy here. The sign of the premises was illuminated on the street. The status window notified that the hero's strength, agility, and endurance are 16, mana 92, jump 100, luck 10, and adaptability 10, free stats 9. Number of coins 235,341. No profession. Hero's abilities: Fusion, Graveyard of Swords, Patronage of Heaven, Court of Anubis, Skill, Fire element of the 5th level. Sitting on the chair, the hero crossed his legs, noticing that he had risen 3 levels. He smiled and knitted his eyebrows, thinking about how he used to think that he was advancing in the most ideal way, but now he is advancing so fast that it doesn't even compare to the past. The guy brushed aside the window, looking to the side, thinking that perhaps it was because of the changes he had received after the game became a reality. The main thing was that he didn't make any losses. The hero said it was time to look at the reward for the 4th floor. There was a scroll under the transparent blue cube. The system notified that it was a high-level skill enhancer. The scroll dissolved in his palm. Jin-hyuk said that he would apply it to the skill that he uses most often, Ice Creation. The status window reported that the Ice Creation skill had been raised to level 8. Cold air came out of the ventilation. The guy, shuddering, noticed that it was getting cooler and turned to the man, asking if he had turned on the air conditioning. He frowned with displeasure, shouting that if he was cold, he should dress warmer, telling him not to shirk work. The hero scratched his ear thoughtfully, choosing the next one. He placed his finger on the status window, intending to purchase something. A giant wheel of fortune appeared in front of the guy. Random item knockout of level A. The young man understood that the item that could be knocked out when scrolling was a random KR item. He pulled the lever, lowering it down. The wheel spun quickly. The system notified that the hero must press the red button in the middle, informing him that he had little time left. Jin-hyuk folded his arms across his chest, smiling, watching the wheel, not understanding what kind of cheap threats these were. The red arrows were pointing to the button. The guy was thinking that if the wheel was left spinning like that, the sound and visual effects would make the player feel anxious, as if something terrible was about to happen. The system reported that the time was up, asking the wheel to be rotated again. The arrow pointed to one of the wheel slots. The hero asked if someone else would press the button in his place. He smiled, holding the lever in his palm, thinking that besides him, the one who was looking far and wide for bugs deliberately left by someone in the system. The wheel again accelerated its rotation speed. The hero lowered the lever. The system continued to report that time had expired, asking the hero to spin the wheel again. Lightning flashed around him. His hand froze over the red button. He said that if you rotate the wheel without stopping, then on the 37th time its rotation speed will decrease by 99%. Beads of sweat appeared on Yusung's face. He turned to Jin-hyuk, asking if he really said that this way you can knock out the desired level item. He stood near the wheel, holding his hand to the side, asking how far he went. Jin-hyuk lowered his head and smiled, thinking about letting the man also choose his desired item in this way. Yusung smiled as he held the red sword sitting in his hands, saying that he could finally defeat him. But the picture faded. The hero knew that this method had consequences. In a week the received item would disappear. The main character smiled while holding the lever, saying that the man was so happy that he had collected all the attributes, so the young man couldn't wait to see his face in a week. The arrow pointed to the medicines. The system reported that the hero had received the item 3 color pills in the amount of 3 pieces. He smiled. The objects dissolved in his palm. The guy thought that since he could only use this for a week, then this was the best option for the next floor. And now the last and most important item for passing the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk smiled as he watched the item dissolve in his hand, the system notifying that the hero was using the item entrance ticket for the Great Magical Library. The status window notified that the Great Magical Library had opened. The young man found himself surrounded by bookshelves, saying that he had not been here for a long time, should he visit the old man. At the far end of the room, behind the bookcases, a man was sitting on a chair. A book was open on the table in front of him, unusual devices illuminated it. The man smiled and chuckled softly. The hero took a step, coming closer. Jin-hyuk walked forward, smiling and holding his hands in his pockets, listening to the fact that the man had heard that the 4th floor had been cleared, but did not expect to immediately see guests. He reached into the inkwell with his pen. The man turned around, pressing his hand to his chest, introducing himself as Rick Hennessy. He is the manager of this library. Books were flying around the man. He raised his palm to his monocle. Rick is an influential mid-level manager who is in charge of the Great Magical Library in the Tower of Testing. Jin-hyuk smiled and introduced himself, thinking that he had finally met with one of the managers. The man walked down the steps, saying that for the first time in his long life he had seen a person come here so quickly. He looked at the unusual decoration in the form of a planet on the ceiling, putting his hands behind his back, saying that not only did the hero come here, he also immediately found him in the huge labyrinth of the library. For him, this is an interesting case. The main character smiled, saying that luck was on his side. He reached his hand towards the book on the shelf. The man, standing nearby, said that the young man could take any books, but there were no books of the level that he could read. Rick knitted his eyebrows, saying that, at a minimum, you need to understand the runic language. His words were interrupted by the guy, saying that these were teachings on ascension to the 6th circle, written by the magician of the Imperial Palace Talamos. Jin-hyuk held up the red-covered book in front of him and looked at the man and smiled, asking if he was right. Rick frowned, eyes flashing, asking if he knew the rune language. The guy lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that he by nature loves to learn new things, so he knows a little of everything. The man looked at him carefully, thinking that the player who had just climbed to the 5th floor already knew the language of runes. Tall bookshelves rose to the ceiling. Rick asked permission to ask a question, to which the guy immediately agreed. The man smiled, saying that he understood perfectly well that he was different from other players, at least in that he managed to get here, but it seemed to the man that there was some special support behind the hero. The guy turned his head and grinned, repeating the word support. Jin-hyuk put out his hand. Behind him was a goddess holding scales. The status window notified that the judgment of Anubis was activated. The hero said that the Egyptian gods were behind him. Thanks to them, he was able to get here and get information about the tower. The man froze, looking forward, not understanding how this was possible, because he definitely felt the energy of Anubis, which means that the gods are showing interest in the players. Jin-hyuk smiled as he scratched his neck, saying that he seemed to be a valuable player for them to be blessed with such power. The system reported that since no target had been selected, Judgment of Anubis was being deactivated. Rick straightened his suit, saying that a worthy person requires appropriate treatment. The man took off his hat and bowed, saying that he had underestimated his dear guest, offering his deepest apologies. The guy smiled awkwardly, imagining the laughing god Anubis, thinking that if he saw this, his neck would be seized. Rick held out his hand, pointing at the levitating books, saying that to confirm his apology, he would give the hero one of them. The main character smiled, asking if he really could choose anyone. The man bowed, answering of course. He closed his eyes, saying that he wanted to give his precious guest a precious gift. The guy's gaze fell on book number 12 Fahrenheit 127. He said that in that case, he would take this one. In his hands was a book with a dark cover. Rick looked at him, asking if he was sure. The young man flipped through the pages. The wise man continued, saying that this is certainly a good grimoire. However, it is written in an ancient rune language, so except those who lived in this era, no one is able to understand it. Jin-hyuk turned to him and smiled, quoting the words that he is the Black Dragon Nasidrian, writes this in a memo that he became an ancient dragon. For 1,000 years he researched methods of destruction and ruled the world. The young man put his palm to the page, saying that this is a book written by a lizard with 8th grader syndrome. He'll definitely take it. Rick smiled. He laughed loudly, again asking for forgiveness, because this was to be expected from one blessed by the gods. The man put his hands in front of him. White flashes shone between them. He said that from now on he would watch Mr. Jin-hyuk. Bright green flashes were near the bookcase. Rick smiled, gradually dissolving into pixels, saying that he would look forward to meeting the player Jin-hyuk again. The main character looked in surprise at the disappearing pixels. There were drops of sweat on the hero's face. It was terrible. The 5th floor seemed like a world with a dead civilization. The guy ran along the road ahead, and in this dark world only fanatics remained, maddened by blood. The young man turned around worriedly. The torch burned brightly. Pitchforks and axes were raised into the air. With his mouth wide open, the man ordered to seize him and find victims. This place turned out to be one big mental hospital. The guy, eyes wide open, rushed to run forward. The presenter of the program, holding a piece of paper in his hand, looked worriedly at the man who was telling this story, repeating the words about the mental hospital. He stuck his hand out, asking if the fanatics looked so threatening, asking why the hero was running away instead of fighting. The man said that he was going to fight them back using his skills. However, there was a big obstacle on the 5th floor. They were discussing the hero of the program in the chat, saying that he was simply scared of them. The man raised his index finger, saying that there was a ban on the use of skills. The presenter cried out in surprise, repeating his words. He covered his face with his palm, raising the bright stone upward, saying that he could not even call his inventory, and only thanks to this stone of return, he could barely save his life. The girl paused the recording of the program when the man said that this is why this time they would provide a special discount of up to 20% on the homecoming stone and sell it for 5,000 coins. Teresa furrowed her brows, asking to be taken with her to the 5th floor. The main character frowned and lowered his head, saying that she couldn't go there. She put her hands on the table, asking why. Teresa frowned, saying that she already understood that he was going to the 5th floor, but she couldn't let him down. The guy bared his teeth, not understanding where such assertiveness came from. He looked at her, saying that it was impossible. No matter how she asked, he himself could sneak in, so he would just give her up. The girl grabbed the boy's hand. She clenched her other hand into a fist and frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on her face. She asked him to promise her that he would not try to do the impossible. Sitting in the car, the hero touched his wrist. He smiled, thinking that her words were funny. A status window appeared in front of the guy's face, indicating that the system reported that he had been sent a gift as help from the kingdom of Caladium. The young man imagined a man in unusual shining armor holding a flag with the coat of arms of a wolf, thinking about whether this kingdom was not the enemy of the Murim government. The system notified that the hero received a muddy smell. Blue smoke spread out. Its characteristics were presented: difficulty of obtaining, F. Description, a skill that allows you to hide your own smell, breath, and even signs of presence. Limit, 3 seconds. After use, the styling is 24 hours. The system reported that thanks to the support of higher powers, the hero overcame the limitation on the 5th floor. Jin-Huk smiled, thinking that he was given a gift in defiance of the tower's restrictions. It seemed that they had begun to contact the players they were interested in. Like Murim, the hero was going to take full advantage of the skill. The car drove forward, passing tall buildings. The status windows indicated that the hero had entered the 5th floor of the challenge tower. He will start the passage from a random place. The main character landed on his knee, his cape flying up. The system reported that the use of skills was blocked and a random F-rank item was issued. There was a blue exclamation mark in the red triangle. In the status window it was written that there was only one rule: survive and escape. Jin-Huk smiled, his eyes sparkling. He put his palm with the dark book forward. The system reported that thanks to the possession of the Grimoire of Macedrian, one of the hero's skills was unlocked. Now he can use the greedy gaze. He smiled, putting the book away in his inner pocket, thinking that that was why he had chosen it from the library. He would keep it because it would be useful in the future. Other players began to appear in the room with a gleam of pixels. They held out their arms and tried to get their bearings. The guy noticed that it was very dark here. The girl, frowning, asked why it was so humid here. The main character looked at them, thinking that those who ended up at the same starting point had already begun to arrive. The circle on his wrist shone brightly, and he frowned, thinking about leaving these newcomers and moving on. The system notified that the tracking scroll had been activated. His eyes went wide due to the skill being used. The status window notified about moving to the location of the scroll object. Long blonde locks were visible in front. Jin-Huk bared his teeth in displeasure, calling her stubborn. Teresa appeared in front of him, landing on her knee, resting her hand on the floor. She raised her head and smiled, saying that she was not sure that he would keep his promise, so she followed him. While the players around were coming to their senses, the guy, standing in front of the girl, said displeasedly that he asked her not to follow him, asking what she was even thinking when she went here. Teresa, brushing dirt from her clothes, asked not to scold the man who came here because he was worried about the hero. Jin-Huk covered his face with his hand, thinking that now he would have to rebuild the entire plan. The girl turned her head back. The players touched their trousers, saying that they had something in their pockets. She put her hand in her pocket. Smiling, the girl stuck out a flashlight, asking what the young man had. The guy, knitting his eyebrows, showed her the pen. She knitted her eyebrows awkwardly, saying that it was somehow not very good. Jin-Huk pressed the button, extending the rod, saying that he could only get by with her. The guy pressed the button, causing the lighter to fire. He pulled her forward, saying that now at least something was visible. The girl covered her face with her hand. Teresa raised her eyebrows, saying that she also had a flashlight. She tried to turn it on. The main character covered it with his palm, looking to the side. The guy raised the flame of his lighter higher, asking what this strange place was. 3 players followed him. He said that they need to get out of here. The people in yellow hoods opened their eyes wide when they heard them. One of the fanatics opened his mouth wide, pointing his finger at the players, saying that the victims were there. They moved in a crowd towards the players, holding torches aloft. One of the heroes stuck out his hand, shouting at the guy to turn off the lighter. The fanatics edged closer, shouting to capture them all, their robes rising higher, their torches shining brightly. While running away from the place, only the shoes of one of them were visible. A hand appeared from behind the stone. Jin-hyuk and Teresa peeked out from behind him. She put her hand on his shoulder, the guy knitted his eyebrows, looking at it. The girl pointed to the side, asking if they shouldn't save those people. Squatting, the young man turned to her, saying that since she followed him, she would have to listen to his instructions. She asked in surprise what she was talking about. The main character looked forward, leaning his hand on the stone, saying that now they should avoid unnecessary exposure. Besides, the girl is not ready for a head-on attack right now. Teresa stood up and, lowering her eyes, asked if he was underestimating her too much since she had also prepared things. She smiled, holding out 2 blue stones in her palm, saying that she also bought it for the guy. This is an item that is needed on the 5th floor, a homecoming stone. Jin-hyuk hit himself in the face with his palm. The girl smiled awkwardly, not understanding what was wrong. The players held the door, trying to keep the fanatics at bay. One of them turned back, shouting that at this rate they would soon break through, asking for help from those behind, asking what they were doing. The girl arched her eyebrows, looking sarcastically at the stone of return. She frowned and smiled, saying that she would get out of here now, wishing them to stay happily. The stone in her hands cracked. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at the falling fragments. The players holding the door noticed this. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, asking if it really didn't work. The guys screamed in displeasure because they also bought these. The fanatics knocked down the door, throwing the players back. A man of strong build held a weapon in his hand, tightly squeezing his palm. The players froze in place, eyes and mouths wide open. A tall man in a mask moved towards them. Without letting go of the weapon, the guy fell to the floor, leaning his hands behind his back. The girl looked at the broken stone in her palm, unable to believe that this was all a deception. Jin-hyuk lowered his eyes, asking if she believed everything they said on TV. Teresa sadly looked at the wreckage. She lowered her hands in frustration and knitted her eyebrows, saying that she bought 2 specifically to give one to the guy. Screams were heard. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. She turned around and, clenching her hand into a fist, said that it was time for them to go. One of the fanatics appeared behind her, holding a rope in his hands, smiling terribly. He opened his eyes and mouth wide, shouting that this was a sacrifice for their god. He threw a rope around her neck. The girl grabbed him by the clothes. In one motion, Teresa knocked the fanatic over her. He flew into the wall, leaving behind a bright explosion, sending dust into the air. The people in yellow robes raised their torches and stood frozen in place. The girl bared her teeth, covering the hero's back, saying that it seemed they had been discovered. Jin-hyuk smiled, saying that it looked like that. The fanatics folded their palms in front of them. Their eyes were wide open. One of them said that God wants the victims of holy blood. Together they must bring about the revival of the king, finding eternal happiness. The main character clicked the handle, extending the rod. With a sharp movement, he struck one of the fanatics in the throat, who opened his mouth wide. He crouched down, covering the wound with his palms. Behind him, the hero did the same with the others. Jin-hyuk frowned, asking if someone wanted to give him another sermon, a pen dripping with blood in his hand. The robed people looked at him worriedly, their eyes wide. A tall man in a mask appeared behind one of them. Trembling all over, he raised his head to address the deputy, holding a giant hammer in his hands. The guy clasped his hands together with his palms in front of him, saying that they were not afraid, but the deputy's palm had already covered his head. There was a loud sound. Teresa covered her mouth with her hands, eyes wide. The main character grinned, asking if she had ever played hide and seek. He pointed his finger at the approaching big-headed guy, saying that he wanted to play with them, so he told the girl not to get in his way. She looked at him in shock. The deputy swung his hammer, preparing to strike. The guy shouted, "Let's start." The main character and the girl ran to the side after the deputy's hammer smashed the floor under their feet. One of the fanatics sat on his knees in front of the leader in a purple robe. He asked what happened to the victims. The fanatic sank to the floor, saying that they were successfully catching them. The leader smiled horribly, saying that God is making even more victims, because now the tower has opened and even more ignorant people will come to them. He threw his head back, laughing loudly, saying that the promised time of his rebirth had come. The fanatic turned to the head, asking him to pay attention to this. The man looked at him in surprise. On the screen there was a deputy swinging a hammer and the main character and a girl running away from him. When the leader asked who it was, the guy replied that these were recently discovered victims. The head thoughtfully raised his hand to his face, saying that it was the first time he had seen a deputy suffer so much. They were too agile for victims. A man in a black robe and a cross on his neck stood silently nearby. He looked at the screen in surprise. Looking at the smiling young man, he turned questioningly, calling him by name. The head looked at him in surprise, asking if he knew this hero. The man looked at the screen, saying yes. The players were visible on several monitors. They were in despair. The man, holding the mask behind his back, said that for their plan, he would become the most dangerous obstacle. There was a pink mark on the raven's mask. The huge hammer was in the air. The deputy delivered a crushing blow, forcing Teresa to jump away. Looking around, the girl noticed that this monster was not like ordinary fanatics due to its high speed and body structure. The enemy again swung his hammer to strike, jumping to the side. The main character said that at the moment a fight with the big-headed one was impossible. Looking at his girlfriend, he added that they needed to keep their distance and asked her to lend him something for a while. The guys ran around the corner. The deputy came around the corner. A bright flash blinded him. The man covered his eyes with his hand to see at least something. The hammer hit the ground with force, destroying the stone tiles. A cloud of dust formed beneath him. Raising the hammer, the monster saw fragments of some device at the site of the impact. Teresa watched the enemy from the second-floor balcony, so they were able to buy some time to develop a plan. Hiding behind the fence, the main character asked his ally to listen to him carefully. Pointing his finger at himself, he offered to aggravate the big-headed one towards himself. The deputy walked around the corner. Teresa objected by saying that they had just managed to break away. Jin-Hak explained that they would have to face the enemy to get through this floor anyway.